The world had ended long ago, leaving behind nothing but ruins and the shambling dead. In the decades since humanity's fall, the land had become a wasteland, a sprawling graveyard where survival was measured in moments. The man sat in the back of the truck, his body jostling with every bump and rut in the road. He couldn't remember how long he'd been unconscious, but the throbbing in his head and the dried blood caked on his temple told him it had been too long. He had been found out there, beyond the ruins, beyond hope, by a scavenger crew from the wall. He was barely conscious when they dragged him into the truck, mumbling about safety, about a place where people still lived. Now, as the vehicle rumbled to a stop, he forced his eyes open, squinting against the pale gray light that filtered through the broken clouds. A large, jagged structure loomed ahead, casting long shadows across the barren landscape. The wall, a towering fortress of rusted shipping containers, welded together in a haphazard attempt to keep the world out. The man stared at it, his mind struggling to process where he was, what this place could possibly mean. The truck's engine died, and the heavy metallic clank of the doors opening echoed around him. Rough hands pulled him out of the vehicle, his legs almost giving way beneath him as his feet touched the ground. He was weak, disoriented, but something deep within him told him to keep moving. There was no safety outside the walls. Two guards stood watch on either side, their faces obscured by masks and tattered hoods, rifles slung across their backs. The figure in front of him was different, tall and broad-shouldered, with a face that, at first glance, appeared to be grinning from ear to ear. But as the man drew closer, he realized with a sickening jolt that the smile wasn't natural. The skin around the man's mouth had been cruelly carved into a permanent, grotesque grin. "Welcome to the wall," the man said, his voice muffled but carrying an unsettling cheerfulness. "I'm Sunny Smiles, and I'll be making sure you're not bringing anything unwelcome into our little sanctuary." Sunny Smiles tilted his head, studying the newcomer with a gaze that was too intense, too knowing. He gestured for the guards to take their positions and began the thorough, invasive process of checking for infection. The man endured the poking and prodding in silence, flinching only when a needle was jabbed into his arm to draw blood. When it was over, Sunny Smiles stood back, his too-wide grin never faltering. "You're clear." "Lucky you," he said with a chuckle that sounded more like a wheeze. "Most don't make it this far without a few bites, but you're clean." The man nodded, his throat too dry to speak. He had nothing left to offer except his weariness and the faint hope that he might survive another day. Sunny Smiles reached into the folds of his coat and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper, yellowed with age and stained with what looked suspiciously like blood. He handed it to the man with a flourish, as though he were presenting a gift. "Take this," Sunny Smiles said, his tone suddenly serious. "These are the rules. You follow them, and you might just live long enough to regret it." The man unfolded the paper with trembling hands. The ink was smudged in places, but the words were legible enough. There, scrawled in uneven handwriting, were the 20 rules that would determine whether he lived or died in this forsaken world. Rules to survive the zombie apocalypse. Rule 1. Don't get bitten. The moment their teeth break your skin, it's over. Infection spreads faster than you can react, turning you into one of them within minutes. There is no cure, no second chances, only death or damnation. Rule 2. Do not trust the quiet. If the wasteland falls silent, so should you. The stillness means a whisperer is near, a zombie that moves silently, stalking its prey before it strikes. It's learned to hunt with patience, and it will wait for you to make the first mistake. Rule 3. Never be alone after sundown. When darkness falls, the Night Stalkers emerge. These zombies are faster, stronger, and nearly impossible to see in the shadows. If you're caught alone, you won't last until morning. Rule 4. Keep an eye on the sky. The ravenous are unlike anything you've seen. They look like carrion birds from a distance, but once they spot you, they swoop down with a hunger that can strip a man to the bone in seconds. Stay under cover or risk being their next meal. Rule 5. Water is sacred. Always test your water before drinking. Some of the dead have been seen near the rivers, their fluids seeping into the water supply. Drinking contaminated water leads to a slow, agonizing death as the infection takes root inside you. Rule 6. Burn the dead. When one of us falls, burn the body immediately. The revenants are those who weren't burned. They come back stronger, more vicious, and driven by a singular purpose: to destroy those they once knew. Rule 7. Don't light fires after midnight. Fire can be your ally, but after midnight, it draws the attention of the smoldering, zombies that retain a burning hatred even in death. They are drawn to flames, their rage fueling their endless pursuit. Rule 8. Never remove your mask. The air near the blight zones is toxic, filled with spores that can turn you into a spore shroud. These are zombies whose bodies have been overtaken by fungal growths, spreading their infection with every breath. Your mask is the only thing standing between you and them. Rule 9. Beware of the scavengers. Not all threats are undead. Scavengers are people who've lost their minds, more feral than the zombies, and far more dangerous. They've adapted to the wasteland, and they see you as just another resource to exploit. Rule 10. Listen to the whispers. Sometimes you'll hear whispers carried by the wind. They aren't in your head. They belong to the echoes, zombies who retain fragments of memory and speech. They lure the living with familiar voices, only to strike when you least expect it. Rule 11. Keep a bullet for yourself. If you ever find yourself cornered, with no escape, remember this: one bullet can spare you from becoming one of them. It's the last act of defiance against the inevitable. Rule 12. The wall is sacred. Never leave the safety of the wall unless absolutely necessary. The wall is our only defense against the hordes. Beyond it lies death. And the wall is what separates the living from the damned. Rule 13. Trust no one outside the wall. If someone from the wasteland approaches, assume they're compromised. Even if they seem normal, they might be leading the zombies to you, willingly or otherwise. Rule 14. Don't eat anything you didn't hunt. Food from the wasteland can be tainted. Even seemingly fresh meat can carry the infection, twisting you into something monstrous. If you didn't hunt it yourself, it's not safe. Rule 15. Always have an exit. Wherever you are, always have a way out. The zombies are relentless, and when they swarm, your only hope is to escape, fast and without hesitation. Rule 16. Stay away from the children. They might look innocent, but the creepers are anything but. These small, fast zombies retain a child's cunning and curiosity. They hunt in packs, and they understand pain better than the adults, using it to trap their prey. Rule 17. Mark your path. Always mark where you've been, especially in unfamiliar territory. If you get lost, you're as good as dead. The dead don't forget, but your mind will deceive you. Rule 18. Silence is a weapon. The dead hunt by sound. Move quietly, speak only in whispers, and never, ever scream, no matter what you see or feel. The moment you make noise, the howlers will come, and they'll bring the horde with them. Rule 19. Respect the elders. The ones who've survived the longest know things. They've seen horrors you can't imagine, and their advice, however cryptic, can be the difference between life and death. Rule 20. There are no second chances. Out here, one mistake is all it takes. Break a rule, and you won't live long enough to regret it. Follow these rules, and you might just see another sunrise. The man stared at the list, the weight of each rule pressing down on him like the cold, oppressive air around the wall. He felt a shiver run down his spine as he realized these weren't just guidelines. They were the only thing standing between him and an unspeakable fate. Sunny smiles clapped him on the shoulder, the carved grin on his face never wavering. "Welcome to the wall," Sunny said with a hollow laugh. "Hope you're good at following instructions." We should have known better than to go that far into the city. It was a graveyard, and we were nothing more than scavengers, picking through the bones of the old world. but hunger makes men do stupid things, and we were starving. I remember the way the city loomed ahead of us that day. Silent, decaying. Every building a tomb waiting to swallow us whole. The wind kicked up dust and ash as we moved in, keeping to the shadows, hoping to avoid the attention of whatever was lurking in the ruins. I was leading the group, but in truth, I had no idea what I was doing. I just knew we had to find something, food, water, maybe a few scraps of supplies to get us through the week. Liam was right behind me, as always. He trusted me, even when he probably shouldn't have. "See anything?" he'd asked, his voice low, almost drowned out by the wind. "No," I'd said, scanning the street ahead. "But stay sharp. We're not alone." We weren't. I could feel it in my gut, like a weight pressing down on me. Something was watching us, waiting for us to make a mistake. The others followed in silence. Marissa, Jacob, Maria, and a couple more whose names barely stick in my memory now. They were all scared. Hell, we were all scared. But we didn't have a choice. There was nothing left for us outside the city, and the city was where the dead ruled. We slipped into the department store, stepping over broken glass and debris. The air inside was thick, stifling, and the shadows seemed to stretch out forever. We moved quickly, fanning out to search the shelves, but the place had been picked clean long ago. A few cans here and there, but not much else. I stuck close to Liam. He was the only one I really trusted. The others, well, they were with us out of necessity, not friendship. Liam was different. He'd saved my ass more times than I could count. I remember the tension in the air, like the city itself was holding its breath. Every noise echoed off the walls. Every creak of a floorboard sounded like a gunshot. I should have known something was wrong, but I ignored it. We all did. And then I heard the sound that made my blood run cold. A shuffle. The unmistakable drag of feet on the dusty floor, coming from one of the aisles up ahead. I stopped dead in my tracks, motioning for Liam to stop too. We weren't alone. The dead had found us. Before I could react, Liam stepped forward, moving toward the sound. "I'll check it out," he'd said, voice barely above a whisper. But before I could stop him, he turned the corner, and that's when it happened. The thing that got him came out of the shadows so fast, I barely had time to shout a warning. One of the dead, an old man, or what used to be one, lunged at him, rotten fingers reaching for Liam's throat. Its eyes were sunken, hollow, and its mouth hung open, drooling blood. I could hear its teeth snapping before they ever reached him. Liam tried to fight it off, but it was on him before he could react, sinking its teeth deep into his arm. He let out a scream, a sound I'll never forget, as the thing tore into him, blood pouring down his sleeve. I was on it in seconds, swinging my machete before I could even think. The blade bit into its neck, and the head rolled off with a sickening thud, the body crumpling at Liam's feet. But it was too late. We both knew it. Liam stumbled back, clutching his arm, his face pale as a ghost. It's just a scratch," he muttered, staring down at the blood-soaked wound. I froze, my mind racing, trying to process what had just happened. We'd all seen what a bite meant. We all knew there was no coming back from it. Marissa came around the corner just then, her eyes locking onto the bite. "We need to leave him," she said, her voice cold, like it wasn't even a question. "You know what happens next." Liam looked up at me, his eyes wide, pleading. "Please don't," he whispered. "Sonny, please. I'm fine. I'll cut it off. Just don't leave me." I wanted to believe him. I wanted to pretend like there was some way out of this. But deep down, I knew what I had to do. I didn't say anything. I couldn't. The air around us was thick with tension, every second stretching out like a lifetime. And then I heard it. The low, guttural groan of the dead echoing through the store. More of them were coming. They'd heard the commotion, and they were hungry. "We have to go," I said, my voice shaking. "Now." The others were already moving, grabbing what little supplies we had and heading for the exit. Marissa shot Liam one last glance before disappearing into the shadows, her face hard, unreadable. But I couldn't just leave him. Not yet. "Come on," I muttered, grabbing Liam's arm and pulling him toward the door. "We'll figure something out." But he was slowing down, stumbling over his own feet. His skin had already gone pale, a cold sweat breaking out across his forehead. I could see the veins around the bite, darkening, spreading. "Sonny, I can't," he said, his voice barely more than a whisper. I dragged him forward anyway, refusing to look at the wound, refusing to acknowledge what was happening. But I couldn't ignore it for long. As we neared the exit, Liam collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. His body was trembling, convulsing, and I knew what was coming next. "Liam!" I started, but I didn't get the chance to finish. He screamed, a sound so raw and inhuman, it made my blood run cold. His body twisted, his back arching at a sickening angle, his eyes rolling back into his head. The infection was taking hold, faster than I'd ever seen before. I stepped back, horror freezing me in place as Liam's body contorted, his skin turning gray, his veins blackening. His hands clawed at the ground, his teeth snapping at the air. He wasn't Liam anymore. He was one of them. The others were screaming behind me. The dead were pouring into the store, dozens of them, their hollow eyes locked onto us, their mouths hanging open, hungry. I didn't have a choice. I ran. I didn't look back. Not when I heard Liam's body hit the floor. Not when the dead reached him and tore into what was left. I just ran, my feet pounding against the pavement as I burst out into the street, the cold air stinging my face. I kept running until my lungs burned, until my legs gave out and I collapsed in the dust, gasping for breath. I was covered in blood, Liam's blood, and the sounds of his screams still echoed in my ears. I don't know how long I sat there, shaking, trying to block out the images flashing through my mind. But no matter what I did, I couldn't forget the bite. I couldn't forget how fast it had happened, how quickly Liam had turned from a friend into a monster, and I couldn't forget that we'd gone in there because of me. There's no way to describe how fast it happens, how fast you lose someone. 1 minute, they're with you, bleeding, begging, still human in every sense but one. The next, they're not. They're gone, hollowed out, turned into something that barely resembles the person you knew. I've seen it before, but never like this. Never as up close and personal as with Liam. The others never forgave me for hesitating. I barely had time to catch my breath after running out of that store. The dead were right behind me, and I could still hear the wet sound of them tearing into Liam's body as I ran. His screams had stopped almost immediately, which was a mercy, I suppose. I hit the edge of the street, my legs burning, lungs on fire, but it wasn't enough. The dead kept coming. There were so many of them. And as I turned back, I saw something that turned my stomach into knots. Liam was leading them. He was dead, his body broken and twisted, his skin gray and streaked with blood. His eyes, those blank, lifeless eyes, locked onto me. He wasn't Liam anymore, but some part of me, some desperate, stupid part of me, thought maybe there was still something human left in him. But there wasn't. He moved faster than I expected, his mouth hanging open in that awful, silent scream, his arms reaching for me with jerky, unnatural movements. Behind him, the rest of the dead followed, their bodies collapsing over one another as they rushed toward me. They weren't like the slow, lumbering zombies you hear about in stories. These things were fast, hungry, desperate. I ran. I didn't have a choice. We bolted through the streets, my legs aching with every step. Marissa was in front of me, pushing through debris and rubble, her breath ragged and panicked. Jacob and Maria followed close behind, eyes wide with terror. We couldn't stop. Not with Liam, that thing chasing us. He was relentless, and the rest of them were feeding off his energy, moving with terrifying speed. My mind raced, trying to figure out how it had all gone so wrong, but there wasn't time to think, only time to run. "They're gaining on us!" Marissa shouted over her shoulder, her voice hoarse. She was right. We could hear them, their feet pounding against the cracked pavement, hands scraping across the walls of the buildings as they closed in. We reached an alley, narrow and cluttered with debris, barely wide enough for all of us to squeeze through. It was a bottleneck. If we made it through, we could at least slow them down. That was the plan, anyway. I grabbed Jacob by the arm and pulled him toward the alley, shoving him forward. Maria stumbled in behind him, her breath coming out in sharp gasps. Marissa was already halfway through by the time I got there. I turned just in time to see Liam lurch into the entrance of the alley, his body slamming against the walls with bone-crunching force. The dead behind him piled in after him, a writhing, moaning mass of bodies. Liam was at the front, leading the charge. I could see it in his eyes. The hunger. I don't know why I hesitated. Maybe some part of me thought I could still save him. Maybe I thought I owed him that much. Whatever the reason, it cost me. I stood there, frozen for a second too long, and Liam's body came crashing into mine, knocking the air out of my lungs. His hands were cold, slick with blood, and they gripped my shoulders with an unnatural strength. His face, contorted with hunger, came inches from mine, his teeth snapping in the air between us. That was when I realized that Liam was gone. Completely gone. I kicked out, shoving him off me, the force sending him sprawling into the pile of dead behind him. But more were already pushing forward, clawing at the walls, reaching for me. Their groans filled the air, a sickening chorus that drowned out everything else. I stumbled back, my heart racing, every instinct screaming at me to run, but I didn't. I reached for my machete instead, pulling it from its sheath with shaking hands. I couldn't run anymore. Not from him, not from what he'd become. The blade flashed in the dim light as I brought it down on the first of the dead, splitting its skull with a wet crunch. The body collapsed at my feet, but another took its place almost immediately. They just kept coming. I fought like a man possessed, swinging wildly, my breath coming out in ragged bursts. The dead didn't stop. They never stopped. For everyone I cut down, 2 more took its place. But it wasn't the faceless dead that haunted me. It was Liam. He kept coming. No matter how many times I knocked him back, he would claw his way through the pile, his blank, dead eyes fixed on me, his teeth bared in a horrible, silent snarl. I wanted to scream. I wanted to tell him to stop, to just stop, but I knew it wouldn't matter. Jacob shouted something from behind me, but I didn't hear him. My focus was on Liam. Always on Liam. I don't know how long the fight lasted. It felt like hours, but it couldn't have been more than a few minutes. Eventually, we managed to push through, collapsing onto the street at the other end of the alley. Marissa grabbed me by the arm, yanking me to my feet as the dead poured into the alley after us. We ran. We didn't stop until we hit the outskirts of the city, where the dead couldn't follow us as easily. I collapsed against the side of a building, my body shaking, blood dripping from my hands. Jacob was breathing hard, his eyes wide with terror. Maria was sobbing, clutching her sides as she tried to catch her breath. Marissa stood a few feet away, staring at me like I was some kind of monster. "You hesitated," she said, her voice cold. I started, but I didn't have an excuse. She was right. I had hesitated. And because of that, Liam was dead. Worse than dead. "Don't do that again," she said, her eyes narrowing. "Or next time, it's not just going to be one of them that we lose." I didn't argue. I couldn't. Liam's face was burned into my memory, the way he looked at me before he changed, the way he came after me once he wasn't Liam anymore. I sat there for a long time, staring at my blood-stained hands, my mind racing. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to process what had just happened. Liam was dead, but worse than that, he had turned. I'd seen it with my own eyes, how fast it happened, how quickly he lost himself. And if I'd waited just a second longer, if I hadn't fought back, it would have been me. I would have been one of them. That was the moment when it started to sink in. What I'd seen. What it meant. The infection wasn't just deadly. It was merciless. A bite, and you were done. No second chances. I couldn't sleep. Not after what had happened. We'd made it out of the city, but the silence was suffocating. The others had gone quiet, lost in their own thoughts. But I could feel the weight of their eyes on me. They didn't say it, but I knew what they were thinking. They blamed me. Hell, I blamed me. Liam's face wouldn't leave my mind, the way his eyes went from human to hollow, the way his body twisted into something unrecognizable. I kept replaying the moment he lunged at me, the second I realized he was gone. I should have done something sooner. I should have put him down before he had the chance to turn. But I didn't. And because of that, he almost took us all down with him. We camped outside the city, huddled in the ruins of what used to be a farmhouse. The night pressed in around us, cold and still, but my mind wouldn't shut off. I kept seeing that alley, the dead surging forward, Liam leading the charge. I kept hearing the sound of bones crunching under my machete, the wet thud of bodies hitting the ground. But what haunted me most was the bite. I stared down at my hands, still stained with dried blood. Liam's blood. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still there, seeping into my skin, reminding me of what I'd let happen. I didn't deserve to sleep. We'd lost Jacob. He didn't say anything, didn't scream. The dead just pulled him down in that alley. And the next time I saw him, his throat was torn open, blood pouring down his chest. He was gone before I could even try to help him. I should have saved him, but I was too focused on Liam. I stood up, my legs shaky from exhaustion, and walked toward the edge of the camp. The others, Maria, Marissa, were asleep, or at least pretending to be. I couldn't blame them. I wasn't exactly a comforting presence then. The wind picked up, howling through the trees, sending a chill down my spine. The farmhouse had a broken-down porch, the wood creaking under my weight as I leaned against the railing. My mind was racing, thinking about what happened back there. The way Liam had turned so fast. It was like watching death happen in real time, only worse. Because it didn't end with death. I kept thinking about how easy it was to get bitten. One bite, one mistake, and it was over. You became one of them. There was no stopping it, no cure, no coming back. And if I didn't do something, it would happen again. It would keep happening. I couldn't let that happen. I turned back toward the camp, and that's when I heard it. A rustling, faint, but unmistakable. The sound of something moving just beyond the trees. My blood went cold. I reached for my machete, the handle slick in my hand, and stepped off the porch, creeping toward the sound. At first, I thought it was just the wind. Maybe an animal. But as I got closer, I saw it. A figure, shuffling slowly through the brush, barely visible in the moonlight. My heart leapt into my throat. I gripped the machete tighter and moved closer, my breath shallow, every muscle in my body tensed and ready. It wasn't until I was nearly on top of it that I realized who it was. It was Liam, or what was left of him. He stumbled forward, his head jerking with every step, his body bent at an unnatural angle. His eyes were milky, blank, and his mouth hung open, the skin around it ripped and torn, blood still dripping from his chin. His hands were outstretched, fingers twitching as if he could still feel something. I froze. My body locked up, and for a moment, all I could do was stare at him. Liam's face was barely recognizable. His cheeks were sunken, the flesh around his jaw missing, exposing bone and tendon beneath. His neck was twisted, the muscles hanging loose, and his chest. Jesus, his chest was torn open, ribs cracked and splintered like a broken cage. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. But all I could do was stand there and watch him shuffle closer, the sound of his dragging feet scraping against the dirt, the wet, squelching noise of his body moving in ways it shouldn't. Then he lunged. Liam came at me, arms flailing, teeth snapping at the air. His jaw clicked as it unhinged, his teeth clattering together like some kind of animal. I swung the machete, and it connected with his shoulder, sending a spray of blood and flesh into the air. But he didn't stop. He kept coming, his hands clawing at my face, his fingers digging into my skin. I could feel his breath, cold and rancid, washing over me as he tried to bite down on my neck. I shoved him back hard, and he fell to the ground with a sickening crack. But he didn't stay down. He never stayed down. I raised the machete again, this time aiming for his head. The blade came down with a wet thud, splitting his skull in half. Blood sprayed across my face, thick and warm, the smell of copper filling my nose. Liam's body twitched, his arms jerking once, twice, before finally going still. I stood there, panting, staring down at what was left of him. His body was a mess of broken bones and torn flesh, his head barely attached to his neck. But he was finally dead. Really dead. I wiped the blood from my face, my hands shaking uncontrollably. My chest felt tight, my heart hammering in my ears. I couldn't think straight. All I could see was his face, the way it twisted, the way his eyes had gone blank the second he turned. This was what the infection did. It didn't just kill you. It took you, turned you into something else, something worse. I staggered back toward the camp, my mind reeling, my legs weak. Marissa was awake when I got there, her eyes narrowed as she watched me stumble up the porch. "More of them?" she asked, her voice flat. "Liam," I muttered, my voice hollow. "He came back." She didn't say anything. She didn't have to. We both knew what it meant. There was no room for second chances out here. You got bit, you turned, and that was the end of it. If we didn't start handling the infected before they became a threat, we were as good as dead. I sat down hard on the porch, my head in my hands, blood still dripping from my fingers. And that's when I knew. I pulled a scrap of paper from my pack, my hands still shaking, and a stub of a pencil. The others were watching me, but I didn't care. They needed to see this. They needed to understand. I pressed the pencil to the paper, the words coming slowly, deliberately. Don't get bitten. I stared at the words for a long time, the blood on my hands drying and cracking as the night pressed in around us. I didn't know how long we'd survive, but I knew this. If we didn't follow this rule, we were done. It wasn't just a guideline. It was the law. The first law of the wall. It's the quiet that gets you. Always the quiet. I should have known the second we stepped into that part of the city. No wind, no birds, no distant groaning from the dead. Just stillness, like the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for something awful to happen. But we were desperate. We had no choice. There were too many mouths back at the wall and not enough food. So we kept moving. That's how you get killed out here, when you keep moving when your gut tells you to turn back. We found a building, what looked like an old store, maybe an office. The door was half hanging off its hinges, creaking in the still air. I could feel the unease sinking into my bones, but I pushed through it. There's no room for second guessing in the wasteland. Inside, it was the same as always. Ruins, decay, the stink of mold. Blood on the walls, but no bodies, just stains. Like whoever had been there had been wiped off the face of the earth, leaving only their pain behind. And then, I heard it. A whisper. Faint, like it was riding the wind, but there was no wind. The sound crawled through the silence, barely there, twisting its way through the room. "Do you hear that?" Maria asked, her voice a trembling whisper. I nodded. I heard it too. The others were already on edge, hands gripping their weapons tighter, eyes darting to every corner. But the thing was, there was no thing. Just that whispering. Soft, almost soothing, if it weren't for the fact that it was getting louder. "Stay close," I said. My voice rough, barely above a whisper itself. No splitting up. We moved cautiously through the building, every step slower than the last. The air was thick with dust, swirling in the dim light from the cracked windows. The further we went, the louder the whispers became. It wasn't just in one direction, it was everywhere, surrounding us, wrapping around our throats like a noose. Then it happened. A scream, a sharp, piercing scream, cut through the whispers. We spun around just in time to see one of the others, Jack, dragged back into the darkness, his legs kicking wildly as he was pulled into a narrow hallway. The sound was cut off as quickly as it had started, and the silence returned. I ran toward the hallway, my heart pounding in my chest. But when I got there, all that was left was blood. The trail led further into the shadows, smearing across the floor in thick streaks. Jack was gone. "Back to the entrance," I ordered, my voice shaking. "Now." Maria was already moving, her breathing coming out in sharp, panicked bursts. We retraced our steps, but every corner, every shadow felt alive. The whispers were louder now, like they were inside my head, slithering into my ears, making it hard to think. We reached the front of the building, but just as I thought we were in the clear, I heard a faint, wet sound behind us. The quiet crack of bones shifting. Then, out of the dark, it came. A figure, gaunt and twisted, its skin stretched tight over bones, lunged at Maria. It didn't make a sound as it slammed her into the ground. Her scream was muffled, cut off as the thing's sharp fingers tore into her throat, digging deep into her flesh. Blood sprayed across the walls, splattering in thick, dark arcs, but she couldn't scream. Her body twitched as she tried to claw at the creature, but she was already gone. I froze, staring at the scene in horror. It was fast. So fast. The way the creature's bony fingers dug under her skin, pulling flesh and muscle apart with ease, without a single sound escaping its mouth. The rest of the group ran. I was next to go, pulling back toward the door. watching as the thing hunched over Maria's body, ripping into her chest, her blood pooling under its feet. There was no time for grief, no time to think, just survival. As I stumbled out into the street, I heard it, the whispers. Faint again. Almost like they were laughing at us, mocking the quiet we'd thought was safe. I didn't know what had just happened, not fully. But I knew this. The quiet wasn't safety. The quiet was death, waiting to tear us apart. And the whisperers thrived in silence. We didn't speak after Maria went down. No one dared to. It felt like the silence had swallowed her whole, and if we even whispered, we'd be next. The air was thick with the smell of blood, clinging to my clothes and filling my lungs with every shallow breath. The others, Jacob and Daniel, were pale, their eyes wide with panic. We all knew it. We were being hunted. And those things were fast. Too fast. I forced us to move quickly, trying to ignore the echoes of Maria's last moments. Her blood spraying the walls, the wet sound of her flesh being torn away, the way her scream was cut off like someone had flipped a switch. She was gone in seconds, her body ripped open and empty before I could even react. "We have to get out of here," Jacob hissed, his voice barely more than a breath. His hands were shaking, his rifle clutched so tightly I thought he might snap it in two. I nodded. "Stay close, and don't make a sound." We moved through the building, sticking to the walls, our footsteps light. The whispers were everywhere now, curling through the hallways, seeping into the cracks in the walls. They were louder than before, more insistent, like they were taunting us, leading us into a trap. I don't know how long we wandered through that maze of ruined rooms and blood-streaked corridors. Every time I thought we were making progress, we'd hear something. Soft footsteps, a faint rustle of movement, and we'd freeze, waiting for the inevitable attack. But the whisperers didn't strike right away. They were patient, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment. The tension was unbearable. Jacob was losing it, his breathing quick and ragged. Daniel wasn't much better, his eyes darting back and forth like a caged animal, ready to bolt at the first sign of danger. But it didn't matter how fast we were. You couldn't outrun the silence. We turned a corner, and that's when it happened. Out of the shadows, something shot forward, a blur of pale skin and bone. It hit Jacob first, slamming into him so hard he didn't even have time to scream. The thing's hands, bony and sharp like claws, plunged into his chest, tearing through his ribs with a sickening crunch. Blood sprayed across the floor, warm and sticky, as Jacob's eyes went wide in shock, his mouth opening in a silent scream. But no sound came out, just a choking gurgle as the creature ripped him apart. The thing didn't stop. It worked quickly, its movements almost mechanical, its fingers digging through flesh and bone like it was harvesting something, not killing. The sound of tearing skin, snapping bones. It all blended into the silence, and Jacob was gone. Gone before we could even move. "Run!" I shouted, the word strangled as it left my throat. Daniel bolted, and I was right behind him. But the thing, the whisperer, was already on the move again. I could hear it behind us, that soft shuffle of feet, like a ghost gliding over the blood-slick floor. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The smell of Jacob's blood clung to me, sharp and metallic, mixing with the musty air of the ruined building. I could hear my own breath, quick and shallow, my heart hammering in my chest. Daniel was ahead of me, his footsteps echoing through the hallways. But I knew we wouldn't make it far. Not if that thing kept following us. We rounded another corner, bursting into a large room that might have been a storage area once. It was mostly empty now, except for a few broken crates and piles of debris. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. Daniel stopped dead in his tracks, his face pale with terror. "What do we do?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. The whisperer was close. I could feel it, like a weight pressing down on my chest. The whispers grew louder, filling the room with a low, constant hum. It was waiting for us to make a mistake, waiting for one of us to break the silence. I gripped my machete, my knuckles white. "We fight," I said, though my voice shook. "We don't have a choice." But before we could move, the thing was there. It came from the shadows, its gaunt face twisted into something that barely resembled human. Its skin was stretched thin, tight over bones that jutted out at sharp angles. Its eyes were hollow, empty, and its mouth moved in a silent whisper, lips curling back to reveal sharp, broken teeth. Blood dripped from its fingers, pooling at its feet. Daniel made the mistake of screaming. The Whisperer moved in a flash, its bony hand grabbing him by the throat, silencing him before he could make another sound. It lifted him off the ground with terrifying ease, its fingers tightening around his neck, squeezing until blood vessels burst beneath his skin. Daniel's legs kicked wildly, his hands clawing at the Whisperer's arm, but it was no use. The Whisperer slammed him into the ground, and the sound of Daniel's skull cracking against the concrete was the only thing that echoed through the room. Blood pooled around his head, thick and dark, seeping into the cracks in the floor. His body twitched once, twice, then went still. I didn't wait. I lunged at the thing, swinging my machete with all the strength I had left. The blade connected with its shoulder, cutting deep into its flesh, but the Whisperer barely flinched. No blood poured from the wound, just a faint, wheezing hiss from its mouth as it turned toward me, its empty eyes locking onto mine. I pulled the machete free and swung again, this time aiming for its head. The blade buried itself in its neck, the sharp edge biting through bone with a sickening crunch. But still, the thing didn't fall. It staggered back, its fingers twitching, reaching for me as if it couldn't understand that it was dying. With a final heave, I yanked the machete free and brought it down again, this time splitting its skull in two. The Whisperer crumpled to the ground, its body twitching in death, and the room was filled with silence once more. I stood there covered in blood, staring down at the thing's body. My breath came in ragged gasps, my hands shaking around the handle of my machete. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. Not in this silence. Not when the quiet was still watching. I wish I could say I made it back to the wall easily, but that would be a lie. After Daniel's body hit the floor with that final bone-cracking thud, I was the last one standing. The others, gone, torn apart, bled out, or worse. And it was all because of the quiet. I stood there, panting, my hands shaking as I stared at the Whisperer's lifeless body. Its head was split wide open, bone and brain matter leaking onto the concrete. My machete was still lodged in its skull, blood oozing down the blade, slicking the handle. But I couldn't move. I couldn't think. The silence hung in the air like a suffocating blanket, pressing down on me, filling the room with an unbearable weight. I yanked the machete free, the blade making a sickening wet sound as it slid out of the Whisperer's skull. The moment I did, the whispers came back. Softer now. Distant, but still there. Like they were taunting me, reminding me that I wasn't safe. Not yet. I needed to get out of that building. I needed to run. But as I turned toward the door, I heard it. Another whisper. This one louder. Closer. I froze, heart pounding in my chest, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The Whisperers weren't done. I wasn't done. Not by a long shot. The door at the far end of the room creaked open, and another one of them stepped into the light. It moved slowly, its gaunt frame hunched, its skin stretched tight over its bones. Its eyes were hollow, just like the others, but there was something different about this one. It was bigger, stronger, and it wasn't alone. Two more Whisperers followed behind it, their bodies moving in eerie, synchronized silence, their mouths twisted into that same grotesque half-grin. I backed up, my grip tightening on the machete, my knuckles white with fear. I couldn't fight them all. Not this time. The first one moved fast, lunging toward me with its arms outstretched, its fingers curled into claws. I swung the machete, the blade cutting deep into its shoulder, but it didn't slow down. It grabbed my arm, its grip ice cold, and yanked me forward. I stumbled, barely managing to pull the machete free before I hit the ground. It was on top of me in seconds, its teeth snapping inches from my face. I swung again, this time burying the blade in its neck. But the other two were already closing in. They didn't make a sound, not even a breath, as they moved. It was like the silence itself was controlling them, guiding them toward me. I pushed the first Whisperer off me and scrambled to my feet, blood dripping from the machete. I couldn't fight them, not all of them. I had to run. I turned and bolted for the door, my heart pounding in my ears, the whispers growing louder with every step. They were following me. I could feel it. Their cold, dead eyes watching, their hands reaching for me through the dark. I burst through the door and into the open air, my lungs burning, my legs shaking with exhaustion. The whispers didn't stop. I ran through the streets, ducking into alleys, weaving between broken-down cars and piles of rubble. Every shadow felt like it was closing in on me, every corner a trap waiting to spring. But I kept moving, driven by the fear gnawing at the back of my mind. The fear of what would happen if I stopped. I don't know how long I ran. Hours, maybe. Long enough for the sun to start dipping behind the horizon, casting the city in a blood-red glow. The whispers faded the further I got from the building, but they never disappeared entirely. They were always there, lurking, waiting for me to let my guard down. By the time I reached the outskirts of the city, I was barely standing. My body was covered in blood, most of it not mine, and my hands were shaking so badly I could hardly grip the machete anymore. The wall loomed ahead of me, a jagged silhouette against the darkening sky. Safety. At least for now. When I finally stumbled through the gates, collapsing onto the cold, hard ground, I knew I'd made it. I was alive. But the others? They weren't. The Whisperers had taken them, and it was all because of the silence. The quiet had lulled us into a false sense of security, made us think we were safe when we were anything but. As I lay there, staring up at the sky, the last of the whispers fading into the night, I knew what I had to do. The wall needed rules. Rules to keep us alive, to keep us from making the same mistakes again. And the rule I wrote that night? Do not trust the quiet. Because the Whisperers, they thrive in it. The distress call crackled through my radio late in the afternoon, the static almost drowning out the voice on the other end. "Help me, please, they're everywhere!" The panic in his tone made my heart skip. "Where are you?" I snapped back, already grabbing my pack and slinging it over my shoulder. For a second, there was only static, and then, barely audible. "The old Sunridge Motel. By the highway. Hurry." Then silence. I stood there for a moment, weighing my options. It was getting late, and I'd always told myself to get back to the wall before sundown. But that voice, something about it pulled at me. I checked my gun, a weathered Glock 19, fully loaded, and holstered it before grabbing my machete. If I was going to make it, I had to move fast. By the time I reached the Sunridge Motel, the sky had darkened, the sun slipping behind the horizon like a wounded animal, leaving streaks of crimson across the clouds. The neon sign buzzed weakly, flickering on and off, the light reflecting off the cracked windows. The place looked dead, but I knew better. I stepped inside, and the smell hit me. Stale air mixed with something metallic. Blood. I pulled my gun from its holster, the cold weight of it somehow comforting, and flicked on my flashlight, cutting through the shadows. Each step echoed through the hall, bouncing off the peeling wallpaper. The building creaked like it was alive, like it was watching me. "Hello?" I called out, voice low, cautious. Nothing. Just that oppressive silence pressing in, thicker with every step. And then I heard it. A faint, rhythmic tapping, like nails dragging across wood. It was coming from the far end of the hallway, where a door hung slightly ajar, a flickering light spilling out from the crack. I tightened my grip on the gun and pushed the door open with my foot, keeping my eyes on the shadows. The source of the distress call lay sprawled on the floor. A man in his 30s, covered in blood, clothes torn to shreds. His skin hung in ragged strips, exposing raw, pulsing muscle. His eyes were wide, pupils dilated, darting around the room like he couldn't see me even though he was staring right at me. "What happened?" I demanded, but he just gurgled, blood bubbling from his lips, a mixture of spit and red seeping down his chin. His fingers twitched, and that's when I noticed his hand, or what was left of it. 3 of his fingers were missing, gnawed down to the bone, with chunks of flesh torn away. "They're here," he gasped, eyes rolling back as he convulsed, his body jerking violently. "Don't let them find you." Suddenly, his body was yanked backward, like something had hooked him and dragged him into the shadows. The force was so strong it tore a chunk of his scalp free, leaving strands of hair tangled in a bloody mess on the floor. I stumbled back, heart hammering in my ears, flashlight shaking in my hand. Then I saw them. Shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, tall and thin, limbs elongated and twisted. Their fingers ended in long, sharp claws, and their mouths stretched into wide, inhuman grins, teeth black and rotting. The one in front dragged the man into the room's corner, pinning him to the wall with a sickening thud. I didn't think, I just raised my gun and fired. The shot echoed through the room, the muzzle flash lighting up the creatures for a split second. They were worse up close. Their skin stretched tight over bones, patches of it missing entirely, revealing sinew and muscle beneath. But the bullet did nothing. It slammed into the creature's chest, and it didn't even flinch. The man screamed, a gurgling, choking sound as the creature's claws dug into his stomach. It started tearing, pulling apart flesh and muscle. The sound of ripping and wet, slopping noises filling the room. Blood sprayed across the floor, splattering my boots. I fired again, aiming for its head this time, but it barely reacted. Just turned those dead eyes toward me, as if to say, "You're next." The man's ribs cracked like dry branches as the creature pulled them apart, reaching inside him with a grotesque curiosity. It yanked something free, his intestines, long and glistening, still twitching, and brought them to its mouth, teeth gnashing, blood spilling down its chin. I took a step back, bile rising in my throat, my hands slick with sweat. The man's body was little more than a hollowed-out shell now, his face twisted in agony, eyes lifeless. But the worst part was, even in death, he hadn't made a sound. The others moved closer, eyes locked on me, their whispers starting up again, low and soft, like they were sharing some terrible secret. I had no choice. I ran. I didn't look back, didn't stop until I was out of the motel and into the parking lot. The whispers following me, growing louder, more frantic. My heart pounded in my ears, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I stumbled into the night, the darkness swallowing me whole. I'd been wrong about a lot of things, but one truth cut through the panic and fear. There's something worse than death out here, something that waits for you when you're alone in the dark. And I just met it. I didn't stop running until my legs gave out. The darkness swallowed everything, the world beyond my flashlight reduced to an endless, suffocating black. I could still hear the whispers, growing louder, echoing through my skull like nails scraping across glass. It felt like they were inside my head, twisting my thoughts, pulling me apart. I ducked into the shell of an old convenience store, slamming the door behind me. The glass was cracked, and I knew it wouldn't hold for long, but it was something. My breathing was ragged, chest burning, as I forced myself to stay calm. I had to think, had to figure out what the hell those things were. But all I could see was the man's face, his eyes staring into nothing as his body was torn apart. Focus, Sonny, focus. I crouched low, keeping my flashlight pointed at the door, and reached for my radio. Maybe someone back at the wall could help. Maybe they knew what these things were. I pressed the button, my voice shaking. "This is Sonny. I need backup. There's something out here. Something I've never seen before. If anyone can hear me." Static. Nothing but static. And then, a soft whisper, almost like someone was right behind me. "You shouldn't be alone." I spun around, gun raised, but there was nothing, just shadows. And that's when I saw it. A figure standing just outside the store, its long, skeletal fingers tapping against the glass. Tap. 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 I watched, paralyzed, as it leaned forward, pressing its face against the glass. Its skin was stretched tight over a skull-like face, eyes black and empty, and its mouth was smeared with blood, teeth jagged and broken. It grinned at me, and the glass cracked. Shit! I scrambled back, tripping over a display rack and landed hard on the floor. My flashlight flickered, and in that brief moment of darkness, I saw them. Dozens of them, surrounding the store, their mouths moving in unison, whispering my name. The glass shattered, and they were on me. I fired blindly, the muzzle flash lighting up the darkness in bursts, but there were too many of them. One grabbed my arm, its fingers digging into my flesh sharp as knives. I screamed, the pain blinding, as it twisted, tearing through muscle and sinew. blood poured down my arm, warm and sticky, but I couldn't stop. I brought my machete up, slicing through its wrist, and the creature shrieked, a high, keening sound that made my ears bleed. The severed hand stayed clamped around my arm, the fingers still twitching, and I had to pry them off, the skin tearing away in strips as I pulled. I could see the bone beneath, stark white against the red, but there was no time to think. The others were closing in. I lunged forward, plunging the machete into the chest of the nearest one. It didn't react, just stared at me with those dead black eyes as the blade sunk deeper, slicing through ribs and into its heart. Thick, black blood oozed from the wound, coating my hands, but the creature kept moving, its lips stretching into a grotesque smile. "Why won't you die?" I grunted, twisting the blade, and finally, the thing crumpled, collapsing into a heap of rotting flesh. But as soon as it hit the ground, another took its place. They swarmed me, claws raking across my skin, teeth snapping at my throat. I swung wildly, hacking at limbs, heads, anything I could reach. The air was thick with the smell of blood and decay, and their whispers never stopped, even as I cut them down. It was like they were mocking me, laughing at how hopeless it all was. One of them grabbed me by the ankle and yanked, hard. I hit the ground with a sickening crack, pain exploding in my ribs. Before I could move, it was on top of me, its claws digging into my chest. I could feel them tearing through skin, muscle scraping against bone. It leaned in close, its breath hot and rancid against my face, and I saw maggots writhing in the corners of its mouth. I jammed my thumb into its eye socket, feeling something soft burst under the pressure, and it reared back, screeching. I shoved it off, rolling to my feet, and that's when I realized there were too many of them. The door was gone, the windows shattered, and they were pouring in, their bodies blending into the darkness, mouths whispering, always whispering. I backed up, my mind racing, and felt my heel hit something solid. I turned and saw a staircase leading to the basement. No choice. I bolted down the stairs, slamming the door behind me, the whispers following me all the way down. I had blood dripping from a dozen wounds, my vision swimming. I could feel the pain now, sharp and pulsing, and I knew I was in bad shape. But at least I was still alive. For now. The basement was dark, the air damp and stale, but I didn't care. I just needed a minute, just one damn minute to catch my breath. I flicked on my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness, and froze. The walls were covered in writing, scrawled in blood, over and over, in jagged, desperate letters. "Don't be alone. Don't be alone. They come when you're alone." My heart skipped a beat, and I took a step back, my heel crunching against something soft. I looked down and saw a pile of bones, cracked and splintered, covered in dried blood. And there, nestled among the remains, was another flashlight, still flickering weakly. I wasn't the first one to come here, and I wouldn't be the last. The door behind me creaked, and I felt the blood drain from my face. I turned, my flashlight beam shaking, and saw the handle slowly turning, the whispers growing louder, more frantic. Never be alone after sundown, I thought. The door burst open, and they rushed in, all teeth and claws and darkness. I fired until the gun clicked empty, until my machete was slick with blood and my arms ached. But it wasn't enough. They kept coming, always coming, and I knew then that there was no escape. I felt their fingers wrap around my throat, squeezing, their whispers filling my ears, and as the darkness swallowed me whole, I could only think of one thing. I should have never been alone. I should have been dead. As I lay on that cold, blood-soaked floor, the night stalkers clawing at me, tearing at my skin, I felt the world fading. The whispers grew louder, blending with the pounding in my head until it was all one endless, horrifying hum. But something inside me refused to give up. I won't die like this. Not here. I lashed out, the adrenaline surging through me one last time, my machete slicing into the creature's throat. It staggered back, blood spraying across the floor, and for a split second, I had an opening. I didn't think. I just moved, wrenching my body free from their grasp, ignoring the searing pain that shot up my leg. I staggered toward the basement door, slamming it shut behind me, and threw my weight against it. They crashed into the door, their fingers scratching, scraping, trying to claw their way through, and I knew I didn't have much time. I glanced around, desperate, and spotted a small, broken window near the ceiling. It was barely big enough, but it was my only way out. I climbed onto a rusted shelf, ignoring the way the metal bit into my palms, and shoved the window open. The whispers grew frantic, furious, and I felt the door splinter behind me as they broke through. I pulled myself through the window, feeling the jagged glass tear at my skin, and dropped into the alley on the other side. The impact sent a shock of pain through my leg, and I collapsed, gasping for air, blood dripping from a dozen wounds. But I was outside. I was out. I didn't stop to catch my breath. I dragged myself to my feet and started limping toward the wall. The whispers followed me, fading but never disappearing, echoing through the streets as I stumbled forward. I don't know how long it took me to reach the gate. Hours, maybe. My vision blurred. My body screamed with every step. But I kept moving, kept putting one foot in front of the other, until I saw it. The towering, rusted containers that made up the wall, silhouetted against the dawn. And there, standing at the gate, was old Sam, rifle slung over his shoulder, eyes wide with shock. "Sonny?" he called out, his voice hoarse with disbelief. "Jesus Christ, what happened to you?" I couldn't answer, couldn't form the words. My knees buckled, and I collapsed at his feet, blood pooling beneath me. The last thing I saw before everything went black was his face, staring down at me with a look of pure, unfiltered horror. I woke up hours later, lying on a makeshift cot, every inch of my body aching. My wounds had been cleaned, bandaged, but the pain was still there, a dull throb that pulsed with every heartbeat. I sat up slowly, wincing as the room spun, and saw old Sam sitting in the corner, staring at me. "You're lucky to be alive," he said, voice gruff. "What the hell were you thinking, going out there alone?" I took a shaky breath, my mind flashing back to the motel, the blood, the whispers. There was a call. Someone needed help. I thought I could... I trailed off, shaking my head. I thought I could save them. Sam sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. "And did you?" I looked away, unable to meet his eyes. No. We sat in silence for a moment, the weight of it pressing down on me, and then Sam leaned forward. "What happened out there, Sonny?" I told him everything. The call, the motel, the man being torn apart, the whispers, the way they moved, the way they watched me, waiting for me to be alone. By the time I finished, my hands were shaking and I felt like I was going to be sick. Sam didn't say anything for a long time. He just stared at me, his face grim, eyes hard. "You know what this means, don't you?" I nodded. "Yeah, I know." I reached for my pack, pulling out a scrap of paper and a stub of a pencil. My hands still trembled, but I forced them to be steady as I wrote down the words. The ink bled into the page, smudging slightly, but I kept going, kept writing until it was done. Rule 3. Never be alone after sundown. Because in the darkness, something was waiting. And it didn't care who you were or what you'd done. It only cared that you were alone. I handed the paper to Sam, and he nodded, tucking it into his jacket. "We'll make sure everyone knows," he said. "No one goes out alone again." "Good," I muttered, lying back down. My body ached, my wounds burned, but I felt a strange sense of relief wash over me. I'd made it. Somehow I'd survived. And maybe now, others would too. But as I drifted off, I could still hear them, the whispers, faint and distant, curling around the edges of my mind. Waiting. Watching. And I knew one thing for certain. I'd never be alone in the dark again. The sun was dipping low, casting long, blood-colored shadows across the wasteland. We were out past where we should have been, too far from the wall for comfort. But desperation drives you further than you want to go. We needed food. We needed supplies. Hell, we needed anything that would keep us alive another day. "Over here!" someone shouted ahead. I turned, heart hammering. It was Jackson, one of the scouts, waving me over to a crumbling gas station. The rest of the group, maybe 5 of us total, made our way over, all of us tired, worn out. The feeling of unease was gnawing at the back of my mind, though I couldn't place it just yet. The sky was darkening faster than it should have. Thick clouds, dark as oil, were rolling in far too quickly. Then, I heard it. A caw, distant but distinct. My stomach clenched. "Get inside, now!" I yelled, breaking into a run toward the gas station. "Sonny, what the hell's wrong?" Jackson asked. But the panic in my voice must have clicked something in him because he didn't wait for my answer. He sprinted right behind me. We all crammed inside the station, taking cover behind shelves and broken down fridges. But it wasn't enough. Another caw, closer this time. I forced my eyes to the sky through the shattered windows, and that's when I saw them. High up, circling like vultures, but 10 times bigger. Ravenous. They looked like massive birds from a distance, but they weren't birds. Not even close. Their wings spread wide, leathery, and their talons gleamed like knives. "Stay under cover," I hissed, but not everyone got the memo. One of the younger guys, maybe 19, fresh-faced and still thinking the rules didn't apply to him, looked out into the open. "It's just birds, right? They can't—" Before he could finish, something shot down from the sky. A blur of motion that slammed into him with the force of a freight train. There was a sickening crunch as the Ravenous drove its talons into his shoulders, lifting him off the ground in one clean motion. "Holy shit!" I yelled, my heart in my throat. The kid screamed, high-pitched and full of terror, his legs kicking wildly as he was hoisted up. Blood sprayed from his wounds, painting the cracked concrete below in dark red splatters. His cries didn't last long. Just seconds later, the Ravenous plunged its beak into his chest. It ripped open his ribcage like it was tearing into soft bread, a sound like wet fabric being shredded. Chunks of flesh, muscle, and bone fell from the sky, raining down on us as the creature feasted. His body convulsed once, twice, then went limp. All I could do was watch, horror freezing me in place, as the Ravenous tore him apart, piece by piece, stripping him to the bone in seconds. Jackson swore under his breath, eyes wide, glued to the sight. "Fuck, fuck, fuck!" I had to pull him back behind cover. The Ravenous wasn't done. It swooped low, talons glistening with the kid's blood, searching for another target. "Stay low, keep quiet," I ordered, my voice shaking. Another caw echoed in the air, and 2 more Ravenous appeared from the clouds, their dark forms blending with the sky. My blood turned cold. They were circling above us now, waiting for someone else to make a mistake. Suddenly, a glass bottle tipped over, shattering with a loud crash. All our heads whipped toward the sound. Marcus, another scout, had bumped it. His eyes went wide with terror as the Ravenous above locked onto him like a sniper finding its mark. "Run!" I shouted, but it was too late. One of the Ravenous plummeted from the sky, talons outstretched. It hit Marcus before he could take 2 steps, knocking him flat on his back. The force of the impact crushed his ribs, and I heard them snap like dry twigs underfoot. Blood gushed from his mouth as he coughed, gasping for air, but the Ravenous didn't give him the chance. It tore into him with savage speed, ripping open his abdomen with a single swipe of its talons. His intestines spilled out, glistening in the fading light, and the Ravenous dove in, devouring him alive. His screams were guttural, primal. Then they were cut short as the creature's beak drove into his throat, silencing him for good. The rest of us huddled in silence, trying not to breathe too loudly, trying not to fucking move. Outside, the sky was alive with the flapping of wings and the wet sounds of flesh being ripped apart. I swallowed hard, barely able to think straight, but one thing was clear. We weren't getting out of here unless we stayed hidden. I whispered to the remaining scouts, "Don't move. Don't even blink. Keep your fucking eyes on the sky." We huddled under the crumbling roof of the gas station, breaths shallow, trying to ignore the blood still dripping from the shelves above us. Jackson sat next to me, his face pale, his hands shaking uncontrollably as he tried to steady his rifle. But I knew that nothing we had was going to stop those things out there. We weren't fighting something you could kill easily, not with bullets. Outside, the cawing started again, closer this time. The Ravenous were circling overhead, their massive wings casting shadows that flitted across the broken windows. The light was fading fast, and with it, any hope we had of escape. "They won't stop," I muttered, my eyes flicking to the ceiling. "They'll keep circling until we give them a reason to swoop in." "They're fucking birds," Jackson hissed, his eyes wide, sweat dripping down his temple. "They're just fucking birds." No, they're not, I said flatly. Those things, ravenous, they're smarter than they look. They know exactly what we are, and they're waiting for us to move. One step outside, one mistake, and we're dead. Jackson gulped, falling silent. We all stayed that way, barely daring to breathe, waiting. The only sounds were the distant flapping of wings and the occasional crunch of bones outside, as the ravenous finished feasting on what was left of Marcus. It was sickening, the sound of their talons scraping over concrete, like nails on a chalkboard. We didn't need to see it to know what was happening. I peered out from the window, just enough to see the sky. The ravenous circled lazily now, gliding in slow, wide arcs, their eyes glinting in the fading light. They knew we were here. They were just biding their time. Finn, the youngest of us, was crouched against the far wall, trembling, his hand clutching a rusty crowbar. His eyes flicked up to me, wide with fear. What do we do, Sonny? We can't just sit here and wait for them to pick us off. I didn't have an answer, but I knew running wasn't the option. We wait, I said. We wait until nightfall. They can't see as well in the dark. That's when we make our move. Slow, steady, no noise. Stay covered and keep your eyes on the sky. Finn wasn't having it. Fuck that, man. I'm not sitting around waiting to be picked apart. The kid shot to his feet, darting for the door like a scared rabbit, bolting out into the open. The instant he left the shadow of the gas station, the sky came alive with wings. Finn! I shouted, lunging forward, but it was too late. One of the ravenous dropped from the sky like a missile, slamming into him with such force that the impact echoed across the empty streets. The force knocked him off his feet, sending him skidding across the pavement. He didn't even have time to scream before the creature dug its talons into his back, pinning him to the ground. I watched, frozen, as the ravenous tore into him. It was merciless, ripping flesh from bone with brutal efficiency, its beak snapping through ribs like they were twigs. Finn's screams were swallowed by the night, his body jerking violently as the creature peeled him apart, blood spraying in thick arcs. It took less than a minute before all that was left was a twitching pile of bone and sinew. Jackson and I locked eyes, neither of us able to speak. There was nothing left to do but survive. The night was closing in fast, and I knew the ravenous wouldn't stop until they had their fill. The others stayed silent now, too afraid to move, too afraid to even blink. Every sound, the slightest scrape or shuffle, felt like a death sentence. The ravenous would pick it up, and when they did, they would come down fast. No one was stupid enough to make that mistake again. "We need to get out of here," Jackson whispered, his voice tight. "We can't stay trapped." I nodded slowly, knowing he was right. But moving through the open streets was suicide. Not with those things still patrolling the skies. "We'll wait for full dark," I said. "Move when they can't see as clearly." "What about the noise?" Jackson asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "We move. They'll hear us." I didn't have an answer for that. We'd have to take our chances. Hours passed, the ravenous still circling, patient, as if they knew time was on their side. I kept my eyes fixed on the sky, waiting, hoping they'd give us an opening. My heart pounded in my chest, blood roaring in my ears, as I tried to focus. Every instinct screamed at me to stay hidden, but we couldn't last here much longer. We'd starve before they gave up. Finally, the light faded completely, leaving only the cold, oppressive darkness. It was time. Night had fully swallowed the sky by the time we decided to move. The air was thick with tension, every creak of the crumbling structure making my muscles coil, ready for something to strike. Jackson and I, the last two of our group, crouched low, barely breathing as we scanned the sky for any sign of the ravenous. Even with the darkness cloaking us, the danger was far from over. "They've gone quiet," Jackson whispered, his voice barely audible. "That's what worries me," I muttered, eyes glued to the sky. We needed to get back to the wall. The dark was the only thing hiding us from their gaze, but it wouldn't save us for long. If we didn't make it back soon, we'd either starve or be found. And being found by the ravenous was a fate I'd seen enough of today. "On my mark," I whispered. Jackson nodded, gripping the edge of his jacket like it might protect him. 3, 2, 1. Move! We bolted out of the gas station's shelter, sticking to the shadows, darting between crumbled buildings and piles of debris. Every footstep felt deafeningly loud in the eerie silence, but there was no turning back now. The air was still, too still, like the calm before a storm. I kept my eyes on the sky, barely daring to blink. Every gust of wind, every distant sound made me flinch, expecting to see those dark shadows descend on us again. My heart pounded in my chest, the taste of adrenaline thick on my tongue. We kept moving, sliding into the ruins of a once bustling marketplace. Broken glass crunched under our feet, making us freeze for a second, but then we pressed on. The gates to the wall weren't far, but it might as well have been a mile with the way my pulse was racing. Almost there, I muttered under my breath, trying to reassure myself more than anything. Jackson wasn't looking up anymore. He was watching the ground, his nerves frayed. "We're gonna make it, Sonny, we're—" The loud screech from above cut him off, a sound that could freeze blood. I shot my head up just in time to see a ravenous diving toward us, its wings wide, claws extended. "Run, Jackson!" I screamed, and we sprinted. But the thing was fast, so damn fast. It swooped low, missing me by inches, but Jackson wasn't so lucky. I heard him yell out as the ravenous slammed into him, talons ripping into his back. Blood sprayed across the ground as it lifted him off his feet. His screams were high-pitched, desperate, cut short by a sickening crunch. I saw his body go limp, dangling in the air like a rag doll as the ravenous ripped into him. His arms flailed, blood spraying in arcs, bones cracking as his body was torn apart in midair. I stumbled backward, bile rising in my throat. My mind screaming at me to run, but I was frozen, watching in horror. Then the ravenous dropped what was left of him, a mangled mess of bone and muscle, hitting the ground with a wet thud. It swooped back up into the clouds, disappearing into the dark as fast as it had come. I ran. My legs moved before my mind could process anything else. I wasn't going to end up like Jackson, not like Finn, not like the others. The only sound was my pounding footsteps, the deafening rush of blood in my ears, and the occasional flap of wings above. I bolted through the streets, heart slamming against my ribs, pushing every muscle to its limit. The gates of the wall were in sight, the lights of the guard towers, faint but real. Safety. A screech ripped through the air again. I didn't look back. I just ran faster, my lungs burning with the effort. I could hear it, wings slicing through the air, closing in. I dove, just as something swiped at me from above, missing by a hair's breadth. I hit the ground hard, rolling, pain flaring in my side as I scrambled to my feet. The gate was right there. I threw myself through the opening as the gate slammed shut behind me, the ravenous screeching in frustration as it flapped its massive wings just outside, unable to breach the safety of the wall. I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, my body shaking, covered in sweat and blood. But I was alive. I'd made it. I'd survived the ravenous. Back inside the wall, I found myself sitting alone, staring at the blood still caked on my hands. Finn, Jackson, gone in seconds. And for what? Because they didn't follow the rules. Because they didn't keep their eyes on the fucking sky. I grabbed a scrap of paper and a pencil, hands still trembling as I scrawled down the words, the ink smudging slightly from the dirt and blood. Rule 4. Keep an eye on the sky. Because the ravenous don't miss a damn thing. The air was still and thick, the stench of decay always present but never strong enough to mask. We'd been out for days, scraping by with the bare minimum. Some canned food, old medicine, and whatever scraps we could scavenge from the ruins that used to be civilization. Water, though. That was something we hadn't found in nearly 48 hours. The sun beat down relentlessly, sapping every ounce of energy we had left. It felt like the world was squeezing us dry, waiting to see which one of us would break first. There. Eric's voice, hoarse but urgent, cut through the oppressive heat. He pointed toward the horizon, where the distant shimmer of a river glinted in the sunlight. We hadn't expected to find anything this far out from the wall, but there it was, snaking its way through the wreckage of old houses and crumbling buildings. The sight brought a flood of emotions, relief, suspicion, and something darker, a gut-deep warning. I squinted, scanning the area, my hand resting on the machete strapped to my back. "We need water," Finn muttered from beside me, his voice cracked and desperate. "We can't keep going like this, Sonny." I didn't answer right away, watching as the others made their way toward the riverbank, too tired and thirsty to consider the risk. My mouth was dry as dust, but something was off. The stories. The dead had been spotted near the rivers, fluids seeping into the water. I'd heard enough horror to know this wasn't just some urban legend. "Kyle, wait!" I shouted as I watched him break into a jog, making his way toward the water with reckless speed. Kyle turned briefly, the sun casting deep shadows across his gaunt face. "It's just water, Sonny," he called back. "We don't have a choice." I cursed under my breath, picking up my pace to follow. The others gathered at the water's edge, already kneeling, cupping handfuls of water to their lips. My chest tightened as I watched them drink, the clear liquid slipping between their fingers. I could almost taste it myself, cool and pure, the way water should be. But then I noticed something. There were stains on the rocks lining the riverbank, dark stains, not mud, not algae, something thicker. The wind shifted and I caught the scent of it, a sickly, rotting odor that made my stomach churn. I grabbed Kyle by the shoulder just as he was about to take another gulp, yanking him back. "Stop!" I snapped. "Something's wrong." He pulled free, glaring at me. "You're paranoid, Sonny. Look at it. It's fine." He gestured to the river, but I wasn't looking at the water anymore. I was looking at the rocks, at the stains, and at the twisted, bloated bodies of two zombies half submerged downstream. They hadn't fully turned. Their skin was sloughing off, bloated and sickly, floating like grotesque balloons in the water. Black ichor leaking from their mouths, polluting the stream. One of them still had its eyes open, lifeless and milky white, but there was something in the way it lay still, watching. I stepped back, bile rising in my throat. "Don't drink anymore," I growled. But it was too late. Kyle had already gulped down enough to quench his thirst. Eric glanced between us, his lips still wet with river water. "What now?" he asked, his voice quiet but trembling with fear. "We can't survive without water." I wiped a hand across my face, feeling the heat of the sun beating down and the weight of my decision pressing hard on my chest. "We need to find another source," I said. "We'll boil this, filter it, whatever it takes, but we can't risk drinking it raw." Kyle rolled his eyes, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "You're overreacting," he muttered, but I could hear the doubt creeping into his voice. I didn't care if they thought I was paranoid. I wasn't about to let anyone die. Not like this. The hours passed slowly as we trekked back toward the outpost, the water Kyle and the others had drunk sitting like a ticking time bomb inside them. The heat only grew worse, sapping our strength as we moved in silence, every footstep feeling heavier than the last. By mid-afternoon, Kyle began to lag behind. At first, it seemed like exhaustion, the way he stumbled and slowed, but soon he was gasping for breath, his skin pale and clammy. "Keep moving, Kyle," Eric said, slinging an arm around his shoulder to help him along. "I'm fine," Kyle slurred, though his body told a different story. He doubled over, retching, his fingers clawing at the dirt as he dry-heaved. A thin trickle of blood leaked from his nose, and I saw it. The veins under his skin, dark and pulsing. His eyes turned a sickly yellow, the pupils dilated and wild. "Fuck," I whispered under my breath. "It's the water." Kyle coughed violently, spitting blood onto the ground. He groaned, clutching his stomach as his body began to convulse. The others backed away, panic spreading through the group. "Get away from him," I shouted, but it was too late. Kyle collapsed to the ground, his body twisting and spasming as the infection took hold. His skin began to blister, the veins pulsing as they spread like black tendrils across his flesh. He screamed, a guttural, agonizing sound that sent chills through my spine. And then, with one final spasm, he went still. For a brief moment, no one moved. The silence hung heavy, broken only by the sound of Kyle's shallow breathing. Then, his body twitched. His eyes snapped open, glowing a sickly yellow, and his mouth twisted into a grotesque snarl. He lunged at Eric with unnatural speed, his nails sharp like claws, tearing into the flesh of his arm. Jackson screamed, blood pouring from the wound as he tried to pull away, but Kyle was too strong. He ripped into Eric's shoulder, the sound of flesh tearing filling the air. blood sprayed across the dirt, pooling around them. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my machete and swung it with all the strength I had, the blade cutting clean through Kyle's neck. His body collapsed to the ground in a heap, his head rolling a few feet away. Eric collapsed too, clutching his arm as blood poured from the gaping wound. The others stood frozen, too shocked to move. "Help me!" Eric gasped, his voice weak. But I knew it was too late. The infection had already taken hold. Kyle's body lay still on the ground, his head resting a few feet away in the dirt. The blood pooled thick and black beneath his neck, soaking into the earth, but the horror wasn't over, not by a long shot. The group stood frozen in shock, their faces pale, still processing what they had just witnessed. But Eric, who had been the closest to Kyle, wasn't faring any better. He sat slumped against a nearby tree, his face twisted in pain, clutching his torn arm, where Kyle's claws had shredded through the flesh. "Help me!" Eric rasped, his voice barely a whisper, his breathing labored. I knelt beside him, trying to assess the damage, but there was no mistaking it. His wound was deep, ragged, and already festering. Blood and dark fluid oozed from the gashes, and his veins, those goddamn black veins, were already spreading from the bite site like creeping vines. He wouldn't survive for long, and the worst part was, we all knew it. "We've got to amputate," I muttered, my mind racing, though I knew it was already too late. I glanced at the others, but no one moved. They were terrified, paralyzed, and I couldn't blame them. The infection was spreading too fast, faster than we'd ever seen before. Eric's eyes flickered, his chest heaving. His skin had taken on a grayish hue, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably, the veins beneath his skin pulsing with each agonizing heartbeat. "I don't want to turn," he managed to choke out, his eyes locking with mine. "Don't let me turn." I swallowed hard, the weight of his words settling in. It wasn't the first time I'd heard someone say that, but it didn't make it any easier. The idea of watching a friend, someone you'd fought beside, slowly rot from the inside and turn into one of them. It was a nightmare you never got used to. Without warning, Eric convulsed violently, his body jerking forward as if pulled by an invisible string. His mouth opened in a soundless scream, and from it came a thick stream of blood mixed with something black, something unnatural. His skin began to bubble and crack, like it was being eaten away from the inside out. I stumbled backward, my stomach turning as the air filled with the sickening stench of rotting flesh. His body convulsed again, harder this time, and I knew what was coming. "Everyone, back the hell up!" I shouted, scrambling to my feet, dragging one of the younger survivors with me. Eric's transformation was nothing like Kyle's. This was something different. His skin split open along his arms, dark liquid oozing from the gashes as his bones shifted beneath, cracking and reshaping into something jagged and unnatural. His fingers elongated, sharp and claw-like, the same sickly black veins twisting their way through his limbs. His teeth had grown longer, sharpened like a predator's, and his eyes were gone. Hollow, just black sockets staring into nothing. And then he moved. With a screech that sounded more like the tearing of metal than anything human, Eric lunged at us, faster than I could have imagined. The younger survivor, Ben, didn't even have time to scream before Eric's claws were buried deep in his chest. Blood spurted out in thick streams as Ben's body twitched, his mouth opening in a silent scream of agony. "Run!" I bellowed, pushing the others away from the scene. The group scattered, feet pounding against the earth, trying to put distance between us and the horror that used to be Eric. But I knew that wouldn't be enough. I could hear the flapping sound above us, faint but growing louder, the ravenous. The noise stirred the panic deeper, a visceral reminder that we were surrounded by threats. I glanced up, catching a glimpse of them. Dark, winged shapes circling high above. They'd heard the commotion, smelled the blood. We didn't have long. Eric, or the thing that had been Eric, was still tearing into Ben's body, its claws making quick work of flesh and bone. The sound was revolting, like a butcher hacking away at meat. And soon there was nothing left of Ben but a blood-soaked pile of shredded organs and bone. I raised my machete, the familiar weight of it somehow comforting, but there was no comfort in what I had to do next. Eric had to be put down. Whatever he had become, whatever the water had done to him, there was no saving him now. But before I could make a move, Eric turned on me. His hollow black eyes locked onto mine, and he screeched again. blood and saliva dripping from his jagged teeth as he charged. I barely had time to react. The machete felt like dead weight in my hands as I swung it up in a desperate arc, but it wasn't enough. He collided with me full force, sending me crashing to the ground. His claws scraped across my chest, slicing through my jacket, but I managed to get my knee up, kicking him off me with all the strength I had left. I scrambled back, gasping for air, my chest burning with pain. "Stay down, you son of a bitch," I growled through gritted teeth as I raised the machete again, this time aiming for his head. The blade came down hard, cutting deep into the side of his skull with a sickening crunch. Eric's body twitched violently, blood spurting from the wound, but he didn't stop moving. His claws lashed out, slicing at my leg, and I barely managed to dodge the blow. "God damn it," I muttered, sweat dripping into my eyes. I yanked the machete free, the blade slick with gore, and swung again, this time severing his head clean from his shoulders. His body slumped forward, collapsing into the dirt in a heap of blood and black fluid. His head rolled to a stop beside me, the black socket still staring emptily into the distance. I stood there for a moment, breathing heavily, my hands shaking as I wiped the blood from my face. The others were watching, too afraid to speak, too afraid to move. "Keep moving," I said, my voice flat, emotionless. "We don't have time. The ravenous are circling, and we're not sticking around to see what happens next." The silence after Eric's body collapsed was suffocating. His severed head lay in the dirt, his hollow eyes still staring into nothing, black ichor pooling around him. The others stood frozen, their faces pale, barely comprehending the horrors that had just unfolded. But I didn't have time to let them recover. Not with the ravenous circling above and the dead still lurking in the ruins. "Move," I growled, the adrenaline still pumping through my veins. "We need to get back to the wall. Now." We broke into a sprint, leaving Eric and Ben's mangled remains behind. I could hear the flapping of wings growing louder overhead. The ravenous were circling lower, their shadows flickering in the dim light, searching for prey. Every step we took, I could feel their eyes on us, their predatory instincts kicking in. We needed cover, fast. The crumbling buildings around us provided little shelter. Their broken windows gaped like empty mouths, offering nothing but more reminders of the world we'd lost. I glanced up again. 3 ravenous, maybe more, were swooping lower, scanning the ground with hungry eyes. "They're getting closer," shouted Finn, panic edging into his voice. "We'll never outrun them," Laura gasped, barely keeping up, her face pale and drenched in sweat. I spotted a dilapidated factory up ahead, its rusted metal doors barely hanging on their hinges. "Inside!" I yelled, motioning toward it. We barreled into the building, slamming the doors behind us. Dust swirled in the dim light, and the oppressive stench of mold and decay filled the air. It wasn't much, but it was shelter, for now. The ravenous screeched outside, their shadows passing over the windows. But they didn't come inside. Not yet. I could hear them scratching at the roof, their talons scraping against the metal, waiting for us to make a mistake. But they weren't the only problem. This close to the river, we weren't safe from the infected either. "I don't think we're alone," I muttered, my eyes scanning the darkened corners of the factory. A low, gurgling moan echoed from deeper within the building, and my blood turned cold. The others heard it too, freezing in place, their eyes wide with fear. Slowly, shapes began to emerge from the shadows. Zombies, their decaying forms shambling toward us, drawn by the sound of our frantic escape. "Fuck," I whispered, gripping my machete tightly. The infected were slow, but there were enough of them to overwhelm us if we weren't careful. And with the ravenous circling outside, we couldn't afford to get caught in a fight. "Stay quiet and stick together," I hissed, motioning for the others to follow me. We edged our way along the wall, keeping as far from the infected as possible. But they were closing in, their dead eyes locked onto us, mouths dripping with rot and hunger. Suddenly, one of the younger survivors, Finn, stumbled, kicking a loose pipe that clanged loudly against the floor. The sound reverberated through the factory like a gunshot, and the infected lunged, their moans growing louder, more frenzied. "Shit!" I swung my machete as the nearest zombie closed in, cleaving its head from its shoulders in one swift motion. The body collapsed in a heap, but there were more coming. Too many. "Get to the back!" I shouted, pointing toward a narrow staircase that led to an upper level. "Go! Now!" Laura and the others bolted for the stairs, but the infected were closing in fast. Their decaying hands reached for us, their rotting teeth snapping as they moved with surprising speed, driven by their relentless hunger. I slashed at them with my machete, the blade cutting through bone and flesh, but it wasn't enough. We were being overwhelmed. "Up the stairs!" I barked, swinging at another zombie, blood spraying across the rusted metal floor. The ravenous screeched outside, and I knew time was running out. The infected were pouring into the factory now, more than I had anticipated. Their moans filled the air, echoing off the walls as they closed in from all sides. We reached the top of the staircase, barricading the door behind us as the infected swarmed below. For a moment, we caught our breath, but it didn't last. The factory wasn't secure. The ravenous were still outside, and the infected were clawing at the doors, their gnarled hands reaching through the cracks. "This won't hold," Laura whispered, her eyes wide with fear. I knew she was right. We couldn't stay here. The ravenous were circling, waiting for us to make a move, and the infected wouldn't stop until they tore through the barricade. "We need to make a run for it," I said, scanning the room for another way out. "The river's close. We can follow it back to the wall." "The river," Finn blurted out, his voice shaky. "But the water." "We don't drink it," I said sharply. "We don't touch it. But it's our only way out." There was a narrow window on the far side of the room, just large enough for us to squeeze through. Outside, the infected swarmed below, but there was a clear path to the river. "Go," I ordered, pushing Finn toward the window. "Move fast, stay low, and keep your eyes on the sky." We climbed through the window one by one, dropping down into the tall grass below. The ravenous screeched overhead, their wings casting long shadows across the ground, but they didn't dive. Not yet. The infected were still inside the factory, distracted by the barricades. We sprinted toward the river, the cold water rushing beside us, but I knew we couldn't stop. The ravenous were circling lower now, their talons gleaming in the fading light. Suddenly, one of the creatures swooped down, its claws raking across Finn's back. He screamed, blood spraying into the air as he collapsed into the river, the water turning red around him. "Keep moving," I shouted, but the ravenous were coming in fast, diving one after another, their screeches deafening. I swung my machete wildly as one of the creatures swooped down, its claws narrowly missing my face. We reached the edge of the wall just as the gates swung open, the guards firing at the ravenous to keep them at bay. We collapsed inside, gasping for breath, covered in blood and dirt, but alive. As I sat there, heart pounding, I took out a scrap of paper and scrawled down the words. Rule 5. Water is sacred. Always test your water before drinking. Some of the dead have been seen near the rivers, their fluid seeping into the water supply. Drinking contaminated water leads to a slow, agonizing death as the infection takes root inside you. Because we learned the hard way. The dead don't just walk. They seep into everything, even the water. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving the sky a dull, bruised purple as we trudged through the crumbling ruins of the old world. The silence pressed in on us like a heavy fog, the only sound coming from our footsteps kicking up the dust of forgotten streets. We hadn't seen a soul, living or dead, in hours, and it was that eerie stillness that had us all on edge. Marcus was leading the group, rifle slung over his shoulder, the weight of the last few weeks etched into his face. His usual cocky swagger had been stripped away by the endless scavenging runs. We were all tired, thirsty, and dangerously low on supplies. "There's a warehouse just up ahead," Marcus muttered, pointing toward the hulking shape of a building just visible through the haze of dust. "Might find something useful in there." I nodded, but a knot of unease twisted in my gut. Something about the place felt wrong, but we didn't have the luxury of being picky. We needed food, water, anything to keep going. We moved in, keeping our eyes sharp for any signs of the infected, or worse, the ravenous circling above. As we approached the warehouse, I felt the air shift, cold and unnatural. My skin prickled. Something wasn't right. I glanced up just in time to see a shadow flash across the sky, too fast to be anything but a ravenous. "Get inside," I shouted, grabbing Laura's arm and pulling her toward the heavy metal doors of the warehouse. Marcus was already there, prying the door open with a grunt. The rest of the group hurried in after us, just as the screech of wings echoed overhead. We slammed the door shut, the noise inside the warehouse deafening after the silence of the outside world. My heart pounded in my chest as I pressed my back against the cool metal, trying to calm my breathing. Outside, the ravenous screeched again, its wings beating against the building as it circled above, searching for us. "We need to find supplies and get the hell out of here," Marcus said, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. "Split up, but stay close. We don't know how long we have." We searched the place for what felt like hours, the dim light casting long shadows over the rusted shelves and broken crates. The warehouse had been stripped bare long before we got there, but Marcus insisted on checking every corner. We found a few cans of food, but it wasn't enough to keep us going for more than a couple of days. The ravenous screeched outside again, its patience running thin. That's when it happened. Marcus was walking toward the back of the warehouse when the floor beneath him gave way. It happened so fast. 1 second he was there, the next, he was swallowed by the darkness, the sound of collapsing wood and metal echoing through the space. "Marcus!" I shouted, running toward the edge of the hole that had opened up. The others rushed over, but all we could see was blackness. My heart raced as I peered into the darkness below, praying he was okay. "Shit!" Laura muttered, her face pale. "Is he—" "Marcus!" I shouted again, my voice breaking. There was no answer. Only silence. For a few heartbeats we stood there, frozen in shock. Then, slowly, a sound began to rise from the hole, a wet, gurgling moan. My stomach turned as the noise grew louder, more grotesque, like something was clawing its way up from the depths. Suddenly, Marcus's hand shot up from the darkness, clawing at the edge of the hole. His fingers were bloody, skin hanging from them in shreds. I reached out instinctively, grabbing his arm to pull him up. But the moment our hands connected, I knew something was wrong. His skin was cold. Not the cold of shock or fear, but the cold of death. His grip was unnaturally strong, and when his face appeared in the dim light, I recoiled in horror. Marcus wasn't Marcus anymore. His eyes were gone, replaced by empty glowing sockets. His skin, pale and gray, was stretched tight over his bones, his mouth twisted into a grotesque snarl. He let out a guttural growl, pulling himself out of the hole with a strength that shouldn't have been possible. What I didn't know then, but understand now, was that the air in that warehouse, the tainted water leaking through the old pipes, the decaying bodies we didn't see, it was all poison. And Marcus, when he hit the ground below, breathed it in. Infected by something darker, something worse than the standard infected we'd fought off before. The toxins weren't enough to turn him into one of the shambling zombies we knew how to kill. They twisted him, morphed him into something else. A revenant, driven by memories of who he once was, but now only consumed by one thing: violence. "Back up!" I shouted, yanking my hand free from his grasp. The others stumbled away, weapons drawn, but no one moved. We were frozen, too shocked to act. Marcus, or whatever he had become, stood there, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling with unnatural force. Blood dripped from his mouth, staining the front of his tattered shirt. His eyes, those empty, glowing sockets, locked onto me. Then he lunged. I barely had time to raise my machete before he was on me, his hands clawing at my chest, nails tearing through fabric and flesh. Pain exploded across my body as I staggered back, swinging my blade wildly. I caught him across the arm, but it barely slowed him down. He moved faster than anything I'd ever seen. Faster than the infected, faster than the ravenous. His strength was unreal. He knocked me to the ground, his teeth snapping inches from my face, his breath hot and rancid. I screamed, trying to push him off, but he was too strong. "Help!" I shouted, my voice breaking, but the others were too shocked to move. Laura snapped out of it first. She ran forward, grabbing a piece of metal from the wreckage and slamming it into Marcus's side. He howled, the sound inhuman, but he didn't stop. It took another blow, this time to his head, before he finally let go of me, stumbling back into the shadows. We didn't waste any time. I scrambled to my feet, blood dripping from the deep gashes in my chest, and we ran. We didn't look back. But as we burst through the doors of the warehouse, I heard it. His footsteps behind us, slow and steady. And I knew, without a doubt, that he was coming for us. We ran blindly into the night, hearts pounding in our chests, the sound of Marcus's distorted growls echoing behind us. My chest burned with each breath, the gashes from his claws still oozing blood, but I couldn't stop. None of us could. The image of his glowing, empty eyes and twisted, snarling face haunted every step, pushing us harder, faster. The warehouse was behind us, but the memory of what we'd seen clung to the air like smoke. Revenants weren't like the infected. They were something worse. They retained memories, instincts, like they knew exactly who we were, knew how to hurt us. It was as if Marcus remembered every one of us, and now he was coming to destroy the people he once fought beside. "Where do we go?" Laura gasped, her breath ragged as she ran beside me, eyes wide with terror. "He's not going to stop. He's tracking us," Finn stammered from behind, nearly tripping over the rubble strewn across the road. "We have to keep moving," I shouted back. The truth was, I didn't know where we could go. The wall was too far, and there was no way in hell we'd make it back before Marcus caught up. But if we stayed out here, if we tried to fight him, we'd end up just like him, or worse. We had to think, fast. In the distance, I could see the ruins of an old factory, half collapsed but still standing tall against the backdrop of the wasteland. It was our best shot. "Head for the factory!" I yelled, pointing toward the crumbling silhouette. Laura's face twisted in fear, but she nodded, and we made a hard turn, racing toward the building. Behind us, Marcus's footsteps grew louder, faster, his growls reverberating in the night. He was closing in. We reached the factory just as Marcus appeared at the edge of the horizon, his twisted silhouette lit by the dying light. His movements were erratic, jerking, but he was fast, too fast for something that should be dead. We scrambled into the building, slamming the rusted door shut behind us, our breaths coming in shallow, ragged gasps. For a moment, we were safe. The heavy metal door groaned under the pressure of Marcus's body slamming into it, but it held. For now. "He's going to tear through that," Laura panted, her eyes wild. "He's not stopping." I wiped the blood from my chest, the wounds burning like fire. "We need a plan. Fast." The factory was a maze of broken machinery, rusted pipes, and dark, shadowy corners. The smell of oil and rot hung thick in the air, and in the dim light, I could see the remains of other scavengers who had met their end here. Bones scattered in the corners, half covered in dust. Whatever hope I had left was slipping away. Suddenly, the door buckled under another heavy blow, the metal creaking ominously. Marcus was relentless, his growls growing louder as he pounded against the door. My heart raced. If that door gave way, there was no telling what he would do to us. "Check the back," I ordered, pointing toward the far end of the factory. "We need to find something, anything, to use against him." Finn and Laura darted into the shadows, searching for weapons, while I stayed near the door, pressing my ear against the cold metal. Each slam sent vibrations through the rusted steel, the door warping under the force of Marcus's inhuman strength. I could hear his raspy breaths, his nails scraping against the metal like nails on a chalkboard. He was waiting, calculating. "We've got some old piping back here," Finn shouted, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. "Might slow him down." I grabbed one of the pipes, feeling its weight in my hand. It was old, rusted, but heavy enough to do some damage. If we could even get close enough to land a hit. My hands shook as I gripped the pipe tighter. Marcus wasn't like the infected. He was faster, smarter, he knew us. And that made him more dangerous than anything we'd faced before. Suddenly, there was a deafening crash as the door gave way, crumpling inward like it was made of tin. Marcus stormed in, his eyes burning with a fiery glow, his mouth twisted into that same grotesque snarl. His skin, gray and decayed, pulled taut over his bones, making him look like some nightmarish creature from hell. His fingers twitched, clawed and sharp, ready to tear into us like he had before. "Get ready," I shouted, raising the pipe as Marcus charged. The first blow hit hard. He swung at me, faster than I could react, his hand smashing into my side with enough force to knock the wind out of me. Pain shot through my body as I stumbled back, gasping for breath. I swung the pipe wildly, but Marcus dodged it with ease, his eyes locked on mine, filled with a hunger that sent chills down my spine. He wasn't just trying to kill us, he was playing with us. Laura came at him from the side, swinging her own pipe with all her strength. It connected with his head, a dull, sickening thunk echoing through the room. Marcus staggered, his head jerking to the side, but it wasn't enough. He turned, grabbed Laura by the arm, and flung her across the room like she weighed nothing. She crashed into a pile of debris, groaning in pain. "Laura!" I screamed, but there was no time to help her. Marcus was on me again, his hands reaching for my throat, squeezing the life out of me with terrifying strength. I gasped, the world going dark around the edges, my vision blurring as I struggled against him. But then Finn, out of nowhere, brought down a metal beam with all his might, smashing it into Marcus's back. There was a sickening crack, and Marcus roared, releasing his grip on me just long enough for me to catch my breath. I stumbled backward, coughing, clutching my throat. "Hit him again!" I yelled, but Marcus was already recovering, his movements jerky but unstoppable. His eyes locked onto Finn now, his teeth bared in a snarl. And then I realized we weren't going to stop him. Not like this. The only way to stop Marcus, to end this nightmare, was to burn him. But we had no fire, no way to ignite the factory's decaying remains. "Finn!" I shouted, my voice hoarse. "We need to burn him. It's the only way." Finn's eyes widened in understanding. But before he could respond, Marcus lunged at him, slamming him into the ground with bone-shattering force. The sound of Finn's body hitting the concrete echoed through the factory, the crack of bones breaking sharp and final. He didn't scream. His body simply folded under the force of Marcus's attack, limbs bending at unnatural angles. My breath caught in my throat as I watched Finn's mangled body crumple, blood pooling beneath him. Marcus, no. The thing that used to be Marcus stood over Finn's lifeless body, his twisted, decaying face a mask of pure malice. His glowing, empty eyes locked onto me again, and I felt the familiar surge of panic rising in my chest. My hands shook, my grip tightening on the rusted pipe, but I knew it was useless. "Laura!" I screamed, my voice hoarse from the dust and blood. She was still slumped against the far wall, clutching her side, her face twisted in pain. "Get up! We need fire, now!" I scrambled to my feet, stumbling toward her, my mind racing. There had to be something in this godforsaken factory we could use to ignite the fire. Oil, gas, anything that could spark and burn long enough to turn Marcus to ash. The Revenant didn't waste any time. With an animalistic growl, Marcus tore his gaze from Finn's broken body and charged at me, his movements a blur of rage and speed. I barely had time to raise the pipe before he was on me, his claws slashing through the air. Pain exploded in my shoulder as he raked his nails across my skin, cutting deep into muscle. I cried out, staggering back, blood soaking through my jacket. "Move, Sonny, now!" Laura shouted, her voice rising above the chaos. I didn't need to be told twice. I ducked under Marcus's next swipe, narrowly avoiding the claws aimed at my throat, and darted toward the back of the factory where Laura had spotted a stack of old oil drums. The stench of fuel hit me immediately, strong and acrid, clinging to the air. It was perfect. "Get him over here!" I yelled, yanking one of the drums free, the metal scraping against the floor with a loud screech. The sound seemed to agitate Marcus even more, his growls growing louder as he turned his attention back to me. I had seconds to act. Laura, clutching her side, managed to stagger toward a pile of debris and pulled free a length of frayed electrical wire. The sparking end was exposed, dangerous and unstable, but exactly what we needed. "Get ready!" I shouted, my heart pounding in my ears. "When I say, light it up!" Marcus lunged at me again, but this time, I was ready. I rolled to the side, grabbing one of the oil drums and tipping it over just as Marcus reached me. The thick, black liquid spilled out, splashing across the floor, soaking the ground beneath him. He snarled, clawing at me with fury, but I was already moving, already dousing the area with as much oil as I could. "Now!" I screamed. She didn't hesitate. With a grunt of pain, she jammed the exposed wire into the oil-soaked ground, and the reaction was instantaneous. Sparks erupted from the wire, igniting the oil in a burst of flames. The fire roared to life, flames licking up Marcus's legs, crawling over his body like a hungry animal. For a moment, Marcus just stood there, his head tilted back, his mouth open in a silent scream as the fire consumed him. His flesh sizzled and cracked, the stench of burning meat filling the air, thick and nauseating. But still, he didn't fall. His eyes, glowing brighter now, locked onto mine, filled with an unbearable hatred. He took a step forward, his body engulfed in flames, his skin peeling away in sheets of charred flesh. I stumbled back, unable to tear my gaze away from the horror unfolding before me. How was he still moving? How could anything survive that? Then, with a final, ear-splitting roar, Marcus collapsed. His body hit the ground, twitching violently as the fire consumed him, turning what was left of his decayed form into ash. The flames roared higher, fueled by the oil and debris, casting long shadows across the factory walls. It was over. I collapsed onto the ground, my chest heaving, the adrenaline finally fading from my veins. My shoulder throbbed with pain, but I was alive. Laura limped over to me, her face pale and streaked with blood, but there was relief in her eyes. "We did it," she whispered, sinking to the floor beside me. I nodded, too exhausted to speak. My mind was a fog of pain and exhaustion, but one thought cut through the haze. We made a mistake. A deadly one. We hadn't burned him when he died, and we had paid the price. I pulled out a scrap of paper from my jacket, my hands shaking as I scrawled down the words, "Burn the dead, because if you don't, they come back. And they come back stronger, more vicious, and with one purpose: to destroy those they once knew." The farmhouse was a crumbling relic, swallowed up by weeds and rot, its windows staring out into the endless darkness like hollow, dead eyes. It was all we had, though, a half-standing shelter on the edge of the city's desolate ruins. The cold gnawed at our bones, seeping through the broken walls, chilling us to the core. "Keep it quiet tonight," I warned, looking at each of them in turn. "We don't want any surprises. And don't light anything." My eyes lingered on Cole, the newest member of our ragged group. He hadn't seen what we had, didn't understand. Cole scoffed, wrapping himself in a grimy jacket that looked 2 sizes too big. "You're scared of a little fire? We're freezing out here." "It's not the fire," I muttered, glancing out one of the broken windows into the blackness beyond. "It's what it brings." Despite my words, the cold settled deeper as the hours dragged on, making my warning seem like an overblown superstition to someone like Cole. The night thickened around us, a suffocating presence that had a way of amplifying every sound: the creak of wood, the shuffling of bodies adjusting for comfort, the sharp crackle of dry leaves shifting in the wind. I dozed off eventually, the exhaustion too heavy to fight, but I was ripped back into wakefulness by a faint, unmistakable glow. I opened my eyes to see Cole crouched by the doorway, his face illuminated by the small fire he had lit, the flames dancing around his hands as he cupped them close. "Cole," I whispered, scrambling to my feet and rushing over to him. I snatched his wrist, yanking him away from the flames. "You fucking idiot. Put it out." He shrugged me off, scowling. "Relax, it's just a small fire. We're freezing, Sonny. You don't have to play leader every second." "It's not about me," I snapped, shoving dirt over the small flames, smothering the light until we were plunged back into darkness. "It's about staying alive." But even as I buried the flames, an oppressive heat began to fill the air, a heat that felt wrong, thick and stifling, laced with a hint of ash. I froze, heart hammering in my chest, as an unnatural silence fell over the night. Then we heard it. A faint crackling sound, like fire, but heavier, thicker. And then came the slow, dragging footsteps, accompanied by the smell of something burning. No, smoldering. It was a sickly, charring scent, like scorched flesh mixed with the smoke of a fire that would never go out. My blood ran cold as I turned to look out the broken window. Shadows moved in the darkness, flickering with faint, ember-like glows that pulsed like dying coals. As they drew closer, I could make out their forms, bodies blackened and charred, their skin peeling and cracked, still smoldering from an eternal fire within. One of them lurched into the faint light seeping through the window, and I saw its eyes, hollow, empty sockets, but deep inside, there was a faint, hateful glow, a burning ember that radiated rage. Its mouth opened in a silent scream, smoke wafting from between its broken teeth, the skin around its lips cracked and blistered. "Get back," I whispered, pulling Cole with me, my voice barely audible over the frantic pounding of my heart. "They're coming." But Cole just stared, his face pale, his hands shaking. "What? What the hell are they?" "The smoldering," I murmured, fear tightening around my throat. "They're the dead who burned but never finished. Drawn to fire, to anyone who lights it after midnight." Cole's face twisted in horror as he began to understand the gravity of his mistake, but it was too late. The creatures outside were drawn to the faint scent of smoke lingering in the air, moving toward the farmhouse with purpose. They dragged their broken bodies forward, smoldering hands scraping across the earth, their hollow eyes fixed on us with unyielding malice. "Barricade the doors," I hissed, yanking him out of his frozen stupor. We scrambled to gather anything we could, broken chairs, pieces of wood, crates, and shoved them against the doors and windows. But I knew it wouldn't be enough. The smoldering were relentless. They weren't like the shambling infected we'd encountered before. They moved with purpose, with a hate so intense it seemed to scorch the air around them. The crackling grew louder, and through the gaps in the barricade, I saw them pressing their charred faces against the wood, their burned fingers clawing at the boards, peeling the wood back with surprising strength. One creature's hand punched through, fingers gnarled and blackened, clawing the air as it searched for us. Cole stumbled back, eyes wide, breath coming in shallow gasps as panic set in. This isn't happening," he whispered, shaking his head. I didn't know." "Knowing doesn't matter now," I spat, my voice cold with anger and fear. "They're here because of you." The creature's hand groped for him, its fingertips trailing embers across the wall, leaving smoldering black streaks in its wake. Cole's scream ripped through the farmhouse as the creature's hand found his arm, fingers burning into his skin, branding him with a searing heat that made the air stink of charred flesh. He struggled, clawing at the creature's hand, but it only tightened its grip, the embers in its eyes flaring brighter as it fed off his pain. I lunged forward, slamming a piece of wood into the creature's arm, but it barely flinched, its hate-filled eyes never leaving Cole as it yanked him closer. And then, as if the rage within it couldn't be contained any longer, the creature's mouth opened wide, and a torrent of smoke and ash poured from its throat, engulfing Cole in a suffocating cloud. He choked, gasping for air as the smoke filled his lungs, his eyes wide with terror, blood trickling from his nose as he writhed in its grip. I grabbed his arm, trying to pull him free, but the creature's strength was beyond anything I'd encountered. It held on, dragging him through the barricade, his skin blistering and peeling as he struggled against its searing touch. And then, in one horrifying instant, the creature pulled him into its burning embrace, his screams fading into the crackling of flames. The others stood frozen in terror, too afraid to move as the smoldering pressed closer, their hands clawing through every gap, every crack, their eyes glowing brighter as they sensed our fear. The temperature in the room continued to rise, the heat suffocating, pressing down on us as they surrounded the farmhouse, closing in. And I knew then that lighting that fire had been more than just a mistake. It was an invitation to death itself. The smell of burning flesh filled the room, thick and overpowering. Cole's screams faded, leaving only the crackling and popping of embers. My stomach twisted as I watched what remained of him. A smoldering pile, still twitching as the flames consumed every last piece. The other smoldering, drawn by the faintest trace of smoke, pressed closer to the farmhouse, their blackened fingers clawing through every gap in our barricade, reaching toward us with unnatural, rage-fueled strength. Their hollow eyes pulsed with that strange, hellish glow, as if they fed off the fear and flames. "Stay low, away from the windows," I shouted, pulling Sarah and Vance down behind an overturned table. The heat was unbearable, suffocating, like standing inside an oven. Each breath felt like inhaling ash, and I could feel my throat tightening, my lungs straining against the burning air. The sound of splintering wood cut through the air as one of the smoldering tore through the barricade, breaking off pieces of the door, inch by inch. Its hands, charred and skeletal, glowed faintly in the dark. The creature dragged itself through the narrow opening, clawing its way inside. I could see it in the dim light, its mouth gaping open, streams of smoke pouring from between cracked lips, as though it was breathing fire. They're coming inside," Vance whispered, his face pale with terror. I looked around, desperate for anything to fight back, but every scrap of metal, every piece of wood we could use as a weapon, only made things worse. The smoldering were drawn to fire, and each time we swung or blocked with anything that had once burned, it seemed to excite them, fuel their rage. We couldn't fight them without risking a full blaze inside the farmhouse. Then, in a flash of horror, I realized we had no way to stop them. Our only chance was to flee. "Sarah, Vance," I hissed, grabbing their arms. "We need to make a run for it. Stick together, stay low, and don't look back." They nodded, terror in their eyes. But they trusted me. Or at least, they wanted to believe that there was a way out. I pulled them toward the back of the farmhouse, where a narrow window led into the dark, open fields beyond. But as we moved, another one of the smoldering smashed through the side wall, its hands reaching, its fingers stretched out like claws. It lunged at Sarah, grabbing her shoulder with its searing grip. She screamed, thrashing against it, the skin of her shoulder blistering and peeling under its touch. "Help me!" she cried, her eyes wild with pain. I swung a piece of wood at the creature's arm, breaking its grip, but not before its other hand caught my own. The heat was instant, like pressing my skin against red-hot metal. I bit back a scream as the creature's grip tightened, its eyes burning into mine, filled with an unending, unfathomable hatred. Desperation took over, and I shoved my weight against the smoldering, forcing it back just enough for us to stumble free. Sarah clutched her shoulder, tears streaming down her face, her breath coming in shallow, pained gasps. "Go! Move!" I barked, helping her to her feet. We limped toward the window, but the smoldering were relentless, their hissing breaths filling the air, choking us with each step. Vance reached the window first, his hands gripping the frame, his face illuminated by the faint light outside. But before he could climb through, a hand grabbed his ankle. One of the creatures, still smoldering, had crawled across the floor, its fingers digging into his leg, pulling him down. "No! Get off me!" he screamed, kicking wildly, but it was useless. The creature dragged itself over him, its mouth open wide, spilling smoke and ash into his face. Vance's screams became choked gasps as he inhaled the burning embers, his body writhing under the creature's weight. Sarah tried to reach for him, but I held her back, forcing her toward the window. "He's gone, Sarah. We need to go. Now." With a broken, horrified look, she nodded, climbing out of the window and dropping down into the field. I followed her, stumbling into the cold night air, the sounds of the smoldering's rasping breaths echoing behind us. We ran, hearts pounding, lungs burning, the memory of their charred faces seared into our minds. We didn't stop until we reached the edge of the forest, far enough from the farmhouse that the faint glow of fire was only a distant, hellish light on the horizon. I collapsed against a tree, my body trembling, the burns on my hand and shoulder throbbing with each beat of my heart. Sarah sank to the ground beside me, her face pale, her hands still shaking. What were they?" "The smoldering," I said, my voice hollow. "They're drawn to fire after midnight. I tried to tell Cole, tried to warn him." She looked at me, tears in her eyes. "We lost them, Vance, Cole. They're gone." I nodded, my chest tight with grief and anger. We had lost them, and for what? A little warmth, a flicker of flame. And now, there was no going back to the farmhouse, no retrieving what little we had left. I stared at my burned hand, the skin blistered and raw, and I knew then that lighting that fire had been a mistake, a deadly one. And the memory of the smoldering, their rage-fueled eyes, their unstoppable pursuit, was a lesson burned deep into my soul. But the worst part? I knew they would be out there again, waiting for the next flicker of flame after midnight. The forest was silent, the cold air still, but the heat of the burns on my arm and shoulder reminded me that the smoldering were still out there, drawn to any flicker of light or ember of warmth we dared to create. I leaned against the rough bark of a tree, breathing heavily while Sarah clutched her shoulder, her face pale, her eyes haunted. The burning in my lungs and the sickly scent of charred flesh still lingered, a reminder of what we'd barely escaped. "We can't go back," Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. "The farmhouse. Vance, they're gone." I nodded, my chest tight with grief and anger. We'd lost Vance, Cole, everything we'd gathered for this trip, all because we had broken an unspoken rule, a rule that no one should have had to learn this way. I wanted to scream, to release the frustration and horror building inside me, but I knew even the slightest noise could betray us. I scanned the area, taking in the thick, ominous shadows. The smoldering were relentless. They didn't stumble around aimlessly like the regular infected. They had a purpose, a burning need to destroy anything that lived and dared to ignite the night. "We have to move. Find somewhere to hide until dawn," I whispered, grabbing Sarah's hand, trying to push down the rising dread. The two of us staggered through the underbrush, our footsteps muffled against the dead leaves and dirt. Every few seconds, I cast a glance over my shoulder, my heart skipping a beat whenever I thought I saw a flicker of ember-like eyes behind us. But we kept going, moving deeper into the woods, hoping to put enough distance between us and the horrors we'd just left behind. Then, a faint crackling sound stopped me in my tracks. I froze, straining my ears. It was distant but unmistakable, the sound of smoldering, of burning embers shifting and sparking. The smoldering had caught our scent, and they were closing in, drawn to the lingering heat on our clothes and the faint glow of coal's fire that had seeped into our skin. "They're tracking us," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "What do we do?" I looked around, my mind racing. In the darkness, I spotted the faint outline of an old shed, half hidden beneath a canopy of trees and vines. "There," I muttered, pulling her along. We ducked into the shed, the decayed wood creaking beneath our weight as we slipped inside. The air was thick with mildew and rot, but it was dark and shielded, our best chance to lose them. We crouched there, barely daring to breathe as the crackling grew louder. I could see them now through the cracks in the walls, the smoldering, moving slowly, their blackened, skeletal forms glowing faintly in the darkness. They prowled through the forest, heads tilted as though listening, their ember-like eyes scanning the shadows. One of them let out a rasping, smoke-filled hiss, and I bit back a shudder, pressing myself deeper into the darkness. I thought we were safe until one of the creatures stopped directly in front of the shed, its glowing eyes flickering, head cocked, as though it could sense us. It reached out, pressing its blackened fingers against the door, leaving smoldering prints that burned through the wood. The smell of smoke filled the air again, thick and suffocating, and my heart hammered in my chest. If they found us here, we wouldn't stand a chance. "Sonny," Sarah whispered, her voice barely a breath. "They'll set this place on fire." The fear in her voice jolted me into action. I looked around, spotting a broken lantern on the ground, the remains of some fuel splattered nearby. An idea, a horrible, desperate idea, flared in my mind. "Get ready to run," I whispered, grabbing the lantern and splashing the remaining fuel on the shed floor. She stared at me in horror, realizing my plan. "You can't be serious." "It's the only way to draw them off." I struck the lantern against the wall, a tiny spark igniting the fuel and sending flames crawling along the floor. The smoldering outside hissed, their ember eyes flashing as they caught sight of the fire. As the flames spread, the smoldering surged toward the shed, drawn by the fresh blaze. We bolted out the back, breaking through the rotten wood, sprinting into the trees as the creatures converged on the fire behind us. I glanced back only once, just in time to see the shed collapse, the smoldering clawing their way into the flames, their rage fueling them as they fed off the heat. We ran until my legs ached, until the sky lightened with the first hint of dawn, our breath fogging in the cold morning air. Finally, we collapsed at the edge of a cliff overlooking the valley, the ruins of the city stretching out below us, silent and empty. I pulled out a scrap of paper from my pocket, my hand shaking as I wrote down what I'd learned, what I had almost died to understand. Rule 7. Don't light fires after midnight. Because fire wasn't just a beacon in the dark. In this world, it was a call to something far worse, to creatures that didn't just burn with hatred. They were hatred, fueled by every flame that dared defy the night. The world here was nothing but rot. Every surface seemed coated in a layer of sickly yellow-green mold. It was the kind that ate through walls, trees, even the stones themselves. We called these places blight zones. They were toxic wastelands where life as we knew it could barely survive. But things did survive here. Things that thrived in the poison. Things that were no longer truly alive. I tightened the straps on my mask. I felt the cool press of the filter over my nose and mouth. It wasn't the most comfortable thing. But out here, comfort was a luxury. This mask was the only thing standing between me and whatever was floating in that yellow fog. "Stay close," I whispered. My voice was muffled by the mask. The words were mainly for Elias. He was the newest member of our group. He was still fresh enough to act cocky. He was still unscarred by the horrors of the blight. He nodded. There was a hint of impatience in his eyes as he adjusted his own mask. The fog was thicker than I'd ever seen. It rolled in waves over the broken landscape. It hugged the ground like it had weight. It drifted in slow, deliberate curls around us. It felt as if it had a mind of its own. We walked in silence. Every footstep was careful, deliberate. It wasn't just the fog we had to worry about. It was the things that wandered through it. Things we called the spore shrouds. These creatures were once people. They had been infected and overtaken by the spores that polluted these zones. Their bodies were twisted, barely human anymore. They were covered in fungal growths that pulsed and breathed as though they were still alive. They moved like zombies, but they weren't mindless. They had purpose. They were driven by some insidious instinct to spread the infection that had consumed them. The fog shifted. It parted briefly to reveal a shape moving in the distance. It was a hunched figure. Its body was cloaked in mold and fungi. It swayed as it moved. A spore shroud. It was too far to be a threat. But just the sight of it set my nerves on edge. "Keep your eyes open," I muttered. I glanced back at the others. Elias gave me a thumbs up. He was trying to look brave. But I could see the tension in his shoulders. Good. Maybe he wasn't as naive as I thought. We continued our cautious march. Then something caught my eye. A vehicle was half buried under a mound of fungal growth. Its rusted frame was barely visible beneath the decay. The sight of it gave me a jolt of hope. An abandoned vehicle could mean supplies. Maybe even some medicine. We hadn't seen a real cache in days. I raised my hand. I signaled the others to stop. "Check it out?" I asked, looking to the rest of the group. Sarah nodded. Her eyes lit up at the possibility of supplies. Vance glanced at the fog. He frowned, but gave a slight nod. And Elias, his eyes practically glowed with excitement. "Let's make this quick," I said, stepping forward. The closer we got, the worse the air smelled. It was a mix of rot and something earthy. It was something that clung to the back of my throat even through the filter of my mask. Spores floated in the air like dandelion seeds. They drifted lazily around us. Each one was a tiny, invisible threat. I could see the strain in Elias's eyes as his mask fogged up. His vision was limited by the thick mist and the condensation forming inside the mask. He kept wiping at the lenses, frustrated. But we all knew the rule. Never remove your mask in a blight zone. "Sonny, I can't see shit in this thing," Elias muttered. His voice was muffled. He scratched at his mask. His hand hovered as if considering whether to lift it. "Deal with it," I snapped. "The fog doesn't care if you can see or not. You take that mask off, and it's over. You understand?" He hesitated. His eyes narrowed behind the mask, but he nodded, lowering his hand. I hoped he understood the gravity of my words, but something in his gaze made me doubt it. The blight wasn't something you could brush off. It was a predator. It lurked in every spore. It lurked in every breath of mist. We reached the vehicle. I motioned for the others to spread out. They kept watch while I checked the doors. The handle was slick with mold. I had to yank hard to pull it open. Inside, the air was stale and sour. But there were supplies. A few cans of food, some water bottles. Most importantly, a small stash of medical supplies. "Sarah, bag these," I called out. I passed the supplies to her. She took them eagerly. Her hands moved fast as she packed them away. Every second we spent here was a risk. We all knew it. Elias stood nearby. His gaze was fixed on something in the distance. I followed his line of sight. I spotted a faint, shifting shape in the fog. A spore shroud. It was closer now. Its body swayed as it drifted through the mist. It hadn't noticed us, but it was too close for comfort. "Let's move," I said. My voice was tight. "We've got what we need." But Elias wasn't listening. His mask had fogged up again. He was fidgeting, muttering under his breath. Before I could react, he lifted his mask just an inch. He wiped the inside of the lenses with his fingers. "Elias!" I hissed. I grabbed his arm. But it was too late. A small cloud of spores drifted into the space between his face and the mask. They were so fine and insidious they were practically invisible. But I knew what it meant. I'd seen it before. He looked at me. His eyes were wide with realization. His face was paling as he processed the enormity of his mistake. I just needed to see," he whispered. He was barely audible. "We need to get you out of here," I said. I forced calm into my voice. "Stay close. Don't breathe deep." The others watched. Their faces were grim as we began moving back the way we'd come. We moved faster now. Elias stumbled. His breathing was already becoming ragged. I could see it, the faintest dusting of fungal spores beginning to take root along his jawline. We moved through the fog. Our pace was hurried. The air around us felt thicker, heavier. Every step felt like a countdown. Every breath was a risk. Then, from the shadows, a figure emerged. Another spore shroud. It was closer this time. Its hollow eyes fixed on us with a dark, predatory awareness. Elias's breaths became labored. Each exhale was tinged with a strange rasp. It was as though something inside him was fighting to take over. I could see the first patches of fungal growth blooming across his skin. They crept up his neck in thin, web-like tendrils. We had to get out. Now. Go, I urged. I pushed Sarah and Vance forward. I forced Elias to keep up as he stumbled. His breathing was heavy and irregular. Behind us, the spore shrouds began to stir. They sensed something in the air. Their heads turned toward us in unison. I could almost feel their eyes on us. They were watching. They were waiting. The air grew thicker. The fog pressed in around us, suffocating. And then I saw it. A shroud of spores spilled from Elias's mouth with every labored breath. Each exhale was a promise of his transformation. The blight had already started to claim him. We didn't stop. We didn't speak. We pushed on. The silence was only broken by the sound of Elias's struggling breaths. Each one was a haunting reminder that he was becoming something else. Something deadly. The fog seemed to thicken around him. It was drawn to his infection. It was as if the blight itself was welcoming him home. Elias stumbled forward. His breathing was loud and ragged in the eerie silence of the blight zone. Each gasp grew heavier. Everyone was laced with a horrible, wet rasp. It sounded as if something thick and invasive was growing in his lungs. I glanced over at him. Dread settled in my stomach. The fungal infection had already begun its work. I could see patches of gray-green spores clinging to his jawline. They spread like a sickness over his skin. "Elias," I said. I kept my voice steady, though inside I was anything but calm. "You're going to need to stay quiet and keep moving." He looked back at me. His eyes were wide with a mixture of fear and confusion. "Sonny, I can't." His voice cracked. The sound was raw and uneven. He lifted a hand to his neck. He scratched at the creeping spores beginning to overtake his skin. They spread like veins under the surface. "Don't touch it," I hissed, but he couldn't stop. He clawed at his throat, scratching furiously as the infection spread faster. It was as if the spores could sense his fear. They fed off his panic. I watched in horror. Small tendrils began to break through his skin. They were pale, sickly green threads. They curled and pulsed, like some grotesque second skin forming over his flesh. "Get away from him," Vance whispered. His voice was sharp with terror. He and Sarah had backed away instinctively. Their eyes were wide with horror as they watched Elias's transformation unfold. Elias doubled over. His fingers clawed at his own flesh as if trying to tear the infection out. He gagged. His whole body convulsed. Then he coughed. It was a violent, shuddering sound that echoed through the fog. I recoiled. A spray of spores erupted from his mouth. They floated in the air like toxic dust. The fungal growth spread faster. They crawled up his face. They wound around his eyes and nose. His skin turned pale. It was mottled with patches of dark green and gray. The veins beneath his skin darkened. They pulsed as the spores invaded every inch of him. His eyes were the worst. They lost their clarity. They clouded over with a milky fungal film. He looked more like a corpse than a man. "Sonny," he choked out. His voice was barely a whisper now, raw and hoarse. I can feel it. It's inside me." I stepped back. My heart pounded as I fought the urge to turn and run. "Just stay calm," I managed. We both knew that there was nothing calm about what was happening to him. Nothing calm about the spores overtaking his body. They were consuming him from the inside out. Elias's fingers went to his chest. He dug into his own skin as if trying to claw something out. I could see the bulge of fungal tendrils beneath the surface. They writhed just under his flesh. They pushed outward like something alive, something trying to escape. His nails tore into his own skin. Small wounds opened, oozing a thick, greenish fluid. The substance was foul-smelling. It clung to the air like rot. "Please," he gasped. His voice was almost unrecognizable. It was warped by the infection. I don't want to..." Before he could finish, he was seized by another fit of coughing. Each spasm was more violent than the last. His body lurched, bending forward, his mouth opened wide. A sick, gurgling sound escaped his throat. Then it happened. His chest convulsed. A thick, rope-like strand of fungus pushed its way up from his throat. It slithered out of his mouth with a wet, choking sound. I stumbled back. Bile rose in my throat. The fungal tendril hung from his lips. It twitched like some nightmarish parasite. It pulsed in time with his labored breaths. Elias's eyes rolled back. His entire body shuddered as the infection took full control. It contorted him into a horrific shell. He was something beyond human. Elias, please," Sarah whispered. Her voice was filled with helpless horror, but he didn't respond. The person we knew was gone. He was buried beneath layers of fungal rot and decay. Then he looked up at us. His eyes were empty. They were clouded over with that sickly white film. There was no recognition in his gaze, no trace of the man we'd known. He let out a low, guttural sound. It was a moan that sounded more like an animal than a human. His body swayed as if drawn by some unseen force. The transformation was complete. Elias was no longer Elias. He was something else. He was something monstrous. He was a creature overtaken by the spores. He was a walking infection. We have to go," Vance whispered. His voice was shaking. Now. But it was too late. Elias, or what was left of him, lunged forward. His movements were jerky, uncoordinated, but they were powerful. His hands were twisted and claw-like. Fungal tendrils writhed along his fingers. They sought anything living to latch onto. Sarah screamed as he lunged at her. His infected fingers grazed her arm. She stumbled back, narrowly avoiding his grasp. I grabbed her, pulling her away. Elias continued to thrash. Each movement released more spores into the air. The fog around us thickened, darkened. It was as if the blight itself was reacting to the infection's spread. "Run!" I shouted. I dragged Sarah with me as we sprinted through the fog. Vance was close behind. The sound of Elias's heavy, uneven footsteps pounded behind us. They were relentless. His moans were twisted and guttural. They sounded like something out of a nightmare. We tore through the underbrush. The blight clung to us. The fog was thicker than ever. With each step, I could feel the spores creeping closer. It was an invisible cloud of death following in our wake. The sound of Elias's movements grew louder, closer. It was as if the infection had given him new strength. It was as if it had given him new purpose. Then I felt a tug on my arm. Sarah had fallen. Her foot had caught on a root. I turned to help her. But Elias was already upon us. His eyes were blank. His mouth was open in a silent scream. Fungal growths burst from his skin. They reached toward us like grasping fingers. With a surge of desperation, I yanked Sarah to her feet. I stumbled backward as Elias reached out. His hand brushed my shoulder. It left behind a trail of spores that clung to my clothes like ash. I shoved him back. I watched in horror as his body convulsed. More fungal tendrils burst through his skin. They wrapped around his limbs. They transformed him into a grotesque, twisted mass of rot and infection. He let out one final, haunting moan. Then his body fell still. He stood there, frozen in a ghastly tableau. He was a living corpse held together by nothing but fungal decay. The fog wrapped around him. It thickened as if to consume him whole. I knew with a sickening certainty that he was lost to us forever. Breathless, heart pounding, I turned to Sarah and Vance. "We need to get out of here, now." We staggered away. I stole one last glance at what had once been Elias. He stood alone in the fog. His empty eyes stared into the void. Spores floated around him like a death shroud. I knew that no one could ever survive the blight, not without paying a terrible price. The fog pressed around us. It was heavy and silent. It swallowed our footsteps as we staggered through the blight zone. My breaths came in shallow gasps. The mask pressed tight against my face. I didn't dare take a deeper breath. Each inhale seemed to pull in the thick, spore-laden air. The air was tainted by Elias's transformation. The horror of what he'd become was burned into our memories. Sarah stumbled next to me. Her face was pale behind her mask. Her hands trembled as she clung to my arm. Vance led the way. His posture was rigid. His eyes scanned the shifting fog for any sign of movement. I could see the raw fear in his gaze each time he glanced back. It was as if he was expecting to see Elias. No, the thing that Elias had become, emerging from the mist. He imagined it reaching for us with those twisted, fungal-covered hands. The blight zone felt alive. It was as though the spores had soaked into every tree, every rock. The world around us had turned into a hostile, breathing organism. Every step felt wrong. It was like we were trespassing in a place that no longer belonged to the living. "We're not far from the edge," Vance whispered. His voice was barely audible through his mask. "If we keep moving, we might make it out of here." "Might," Sarah repeated. Her voice was hollow. "Elias thought he'd be fine too." A chill ran through me. It wasn't from the cold. It was from the memory of Elias's wide-eyed panic. I remembered the way he had clawed at his own skin as the spores took root inside him. I clenched my fists. I tried to force the image from my mind, but it stayed with me. It was as though the blight itself was imprinting it into my memory. Ahead of us, the fog began to shift. My stomach dropped. Shadows moved through the mist. They were hunched, lumbering figures. Their forms were barely visible in the faint light. Spore shrouds. They weren't shuffling like the infected usually did. They moved with purpose. Their heads tilted as though they were searching, listening. "Stay down," I hissed. I pulled Sarah and Vance down behind a cluster of rocks. We huddled together. Our bodies were tense. We watched as the spore shrouds drew closer. Their bodies were covered in thick, fungal growths. Each breath they took released a faint cloud of spores. They drifted through the air like ash. I held my breath. My heart pounded as I watched their every movement. They moved closer. They passed within inches of our hiding place. Their eyes were clouded and blank. Their mouths twisted in silent screams. I gripped Sarah's hand tightly. I willed her to stay still, to make no sound. But then one of the spore shrouds paused. Its head turned slowly. It was as though it had caught the faintest trace of our presence. It sniffed the air. My blood went cold. I could see its face more clearly now. It was a mask of rotting flesh. Fungal tendrils writhed through its eye sockets and mouth. They pulsed with every breath. The creature took a step toward us. Its movements were slow, deliberate. Each step crunched over dead leaves and dried branches. "Please," Sarah whispered. Her voice was barely a breath. "Just go." But it didn't. The spore shroud stepped closer. Its head tilted. Its mouth opened in a silent, hungry gape. It raised a clawed, fungus-covered hand toward us. Vance couldn't take it any longer. He sprang up, swinging his knife at the creature's arm. The blade sliced through the fungal growth with a sickening squelch. The creature recoiled. Spores burst from the wound. They clouded the air in a thick, dark fog. The other spore shrouds turned. They were drawn to the movement, their hollow eyes fixed on us. "Run!" I shouted. I grabbed Sarah's arm and pulled her to her feet. Vance followed. His face was twisted in horror as we sprinted through the fog. The spore shrouds lurched after us. Their mouths opened in silent, voiceless moans that echoed through the blight. We ran blindly. Our footsteps crunched over decaying leaves and broken branches. Every step was a struggle. The air was thick with spores. They clung to us like a poisonous cloud. The sound of the spore shroud's shuffling footsteps was relentless. Each step brought them closer. Their eyes glowed faintly with an unnatural, fungal light. "Sonny," Sarah gasped. Her voice was filled with desperation. "We're not going to make it." "Keep moving," I shouted. I could feel the weight of the fog pressing down on me. The exhaustion in my legs burned. My lungs ached. I knew she was right. We couldn't outrun them forever. Then, in the distance, I saw a faint glimmer of light. It was the edge of the blight zone. It was barely visible through the fog, but it was there. It was a promise of safety, of breathable air. "There," I shouted, pointing toward the light. "We just have to make it a little farther." We pushed forward. Our lungs burned. Our muscles screamed with the effort. Behind us, the spore shrouds closed in. Their hands reached for us. Their fungal growths pulsated with a life of their own. I could feel the spores creeping closer. They clung to my skin. They seeped into my clothes. It was as though the blight itself was trying to pull us back. Vance stumbled. His foot caught on a twisted root. He crashed to the ground. His mask was knocked askew. The spore shroud surged forward. Their eyes locked onto him. They were drawn to the exposed flesh on his face. "Sonny! Help me!" Vance's voice was a raw, desperate scream. His hand was outstretched as the creatures closed in. I hesitated. Every instinct screamed at me to keep running, to leave him. But I couldn't. I grabbed a fallen branch. I ignited the end with a lighter I'd kept hidden. I waved it at the spore shrouds. The fire was small, barely a flicker. But the creatures recoiled. Their fungal eyes narrowed in what almost looked like fear. "Get up!" I shouted, pulling Vance to his feet. He adjusted his mask with trembling hands. His face was pale. His breaths were shallow and terrified. We pushed forward. Our last burst of strength carried us through the fog. The faint glimmer of light grew closer, brighter. The spore shrouds hesitated at the edge of the fire's glow. Their movements slowed as they retreated back into the blight. Their forms disappeared into the haze. Finally, we stumbled out of the fog. We collapsed onto the ground. We gasped for air. The sky above was clear. The stars shone brightly. It was a stark contrast to the choking darkness we'd just escaped. I ripped off my mask. I sucked in clean air. My lungs heaved with relief. Sarah and Vance did the same. Their faces were pale. Their expressions were haunted. But as I looked at them, the memory of Elias, of the spores spreading across his skin, consuming him from the inside out, remained burned into my mind. He had been reckless, yes, but the price he paid was more horrifying than any punishment I could have imagined. I pulled out a scrap of paper. My hands were shaking as I wrote down the words I'd come to understand all too well. Rule 8. Never remove your mask. In the blight zone, the air itself was a killer. It was a silent, invisible poison waiting for the moment you let your guard down. And now, with the memory of Elias's transformation forever etched into my mind, I knew I would never forget that rule. Some mistakes you only make once. The air out here was different, thicker, almost suffocating. It carried the faint smell of decay and rot that clung to everything. The hospital was just ahead, its darkened windows empty and lifeless, as if the building itself was holding its breath. I took careful steps, each one quieter than the last. In a place like this, noise was an invitation, a reckless call to whatever was lurking in the shadows. I moved quickly, sticking to the walls, ducking under broken beams and shattered glass. My senses were sharp. The rumors about this hospital echoed in my mind, rich with supplies but crawling with danger. Supplies were dwindling back at the wall, and if I didn't bring back something, more people would die. That was a risk I couldn't take. The side entrance was blocked by rubble, so I found an open window. I pulled myself up and over, landing softly on the hospital floor. The hallways were dark, the only light coming from my flashlight. Its glow cast an eerie shimmer across cracked tiles and faded bloodstains. The place was in ruins, a maze of decay and debris. As I ventured further, I felt the walls closing in, the silence pressing down around me. The corridors twisted and turned, and each step felt like a descent deeper into something I couldn't name. I was careful to keep my footsteps light, but as I crept forward, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The silence was thick, but there was something beneath it. Something that felt aware. Then, I heard it. A faint laugh, low and mocking, as if coming from the walls themselves. I froze, my heart pounding, ears straining to catch any sound. The laugh came again, echoing down the corridor, soft but close, filling the darkness with a cold, twisted edge. I kept moving, staying low, my flashlight off now to avoid drawing attention. Each step felt heavier, the shadows stretching longer, the laugh growing louder, closer. I thought I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, a flash of something just beyond the beam of light. When I turned, there was nothing. Just empty halls. "Who's there?" I called, my voice barely a whisper, the sound swallowed up by the stillness. The answer was another laugh, this one sharper, more deliberate, like whoever it was wanted me to hear it. I swallowed, my grip tightening on the knife at my side. Whoever was out here wasn't dead. The undead didn't laugh. The shadows shifted again, a rustle of movement just ahead. I took a step back, scanning the corridor, but it was too late. Hands grabbed me from behind, yanking me off balance, twisting my arm until I dropped the knife. I struggled, my instincts kicking in, but more hands joined in, grabbing my legs, my shoulders, pinning me down. "Well, well," a voice sneered close to my ear, rough and mocking. "Looks like we've got ourselves a lost little rat." They dragged me to my feet, forcing my arms behind my back. I tried to pull free, but their grip was iron strong. I caught a glimpse of wild eyes, faces twisted with sadistic glee, mouths stretched into grins that were more feral than human. "Look at him squirm," one of them sneered, his grip tightening painfully on my arm. "Thought he could just waltz in here and help himself." "Quiet, you idiots," another voice hissed from the shadows, sharp and annoyed. "Let's get him somewhere more private." They pushed me forward, herding me like prey, each of them taking turns shoving me into walls, kicking at my legs to keep me off balance. My vision blurred with each blow, my head throbbing as they forced me down a narrow corridor, deeper into the hospital. Finally, we reached an old operating room, its tiles stained and cracked. The equipment was long gone, but the smell of disinfectant and blood still lingered in the air. They shoved me into a metal chair, my arms bound tightly to the armrests with strips of filthy cloth. I fought against the bindings, but each pull only made them tighter, biting into my wrists, trapping me. The scavengers circled me, their faces illuminated by the faint light from outside, casting shadows that made them look like something out of a nightmare. There were 3 of them, a woman with stringy hair and a scar that twisted down her jaw, and 2 men, both gaunt and hollow-eyed, their expressions hungry and cold. "Well, well," the woman murmured, her voice dripping with mockery as she leaned in close. Her breath smelled sour, her skin coated in grime, her eyes glinting with malice. "Look what we found. Thought you could just come here and take what you wanted, didn't you?" I didn't answer, meeting her gaze with a hard stare. She laughed, a cold, brittle sound, and reached out, running a finger along my jawline. "Got some fight in him," she sneered, glancing at the others. "Maybe we'll have some fun with this one." They laughed, a cruel sound that filled the room, their voices blending into a twisted chorus. I clenched my fists, my nails digging into my palms as I kept my face blank, refusing to show any fear. But my mind was racing, searching for any way out, any chance to break free. One of the men stepped closer, holding up a rusted knife, the blade dull and pitted but still sharp enough to cut. He grinned, his teeth yellow and cracked, and ran the tip of the knife along my cheek, light enough not to break the skin, yet. "Maybe we'll mark you," he murmured, his tone almost gentle, though his eyes were anything but. "Let everyone know who you belong to. How does that sound?" I stared back, refusing to flinch. "Go to hell," he laughed, a short, harsh bark, and pressed the knife against my skin. I felt the bite of the blade, sharp and cold, as he dragged it down from the corner of my mouth, cutting a slow, jagged line. Blood trickled down my face, warm and slick, the pain sharp and immediate. But I clenched my jaw, refusing to cry out. "Oh, he's got guts," the woman murmured, watching with a smile that was anything but kind. "Let's see how long that lasts." The knife pressed down harder, carving another line up the other side of my face, creating a grotesque, twisted smile. My vision blurred from the pain, blood pooling at my chin, dripping onto my shirt. I could feel the cut stretching with each twitch, each involuntary flinch, but I kept my head high, meeting their gaze. "Look at him now," one of them sneered, stepping back to admire their handiwork. "Got himself a real smile now." They circled me, laughing, their voices filling the room with a sound that made my skin crawl. The pain burned through me, hot and relentless, each beat of my heart sending fresh waves of agony across my face. I could feel the blood drying, sticky against my skin, the cuts raw and deep. But I refused to scream. I wouldn't give them that satisfaction. As they taunted me, my mind searched for a way out, but the bindings were too tight. I was too weak, the blood loss sapping my strength. I had no choice but to wait, to endure, hoping that some chance would come. The scavengers laughed and jeered, their voices blending into a haze as my vision dimmed. My mind slipped into a fog of pain. The world faded, the sounds blurring together until everything went dark. When I came to, the first thing I felt was the pain. It was sharp, raw, radiating from my cheeks and throbbing with every heartbeat. Blood trickled down my face, drying and cracking as it pooled along my chin. My vision was blurred, my head pounding. As I blinked, the dim light of the room swam into focus, and I remembered where I was and who I was with. The scavengers were still there, circling me like vultures, their eyes gleaming with sick pleasure as they admired the mess they'd made of my face. My arms were still bound tightly to the armrests, the rough cloth digging into my wrists, and my body felt heavy, like it was sinking deeper into the chair with every breath. I tried to pull at the bindings, but my strength had faded, replaced by a dull ache that sapped my energy. "Well, look who's back with us," the woman sneered, stepping into view. Her face was inches from mine, her eyes full of malice. She traced her finger along the fresh cuts on my face, pressing down just enough to make me wince. I clenched my jaw, refusing to react. "You're one tough little rat," she murmured, almost admiringly. "Most scream by now." Her companions laughed, their voices harsh and mocking, echoing off the empty walls. I forced myself to stay still, my gaze fixed on the ground, tuning out the taunts, the jeers. It took everything I had to keep myself from reacting, to hold on to whatever shred of control I had left. "Maybe we cut a little deeper," one of the men suggested, his voice thick with amusement. He held up a jagged piece of metal, rusted and corroded, waving it in front of me. "See if that makes him scream." I swallowed, my pulse racing as I braced myself. My mind was a fog of pain and fear, but a single thought rose through the haze. I need to get out of here. "Hold on," the woman said, holding up her hand, her eyes fixed on mine. "I think we're missing something." She crouched in front of me, studying my face with a strange intensity, her gaze moving slowly over the wounds, the blood, the bruises. Her lips twisted into a smile, a mocking parody of the one they'd carved into my face. "You know," she said, almost thoughtful, "we've seen plenty of scavengers come through here, plenty of rats thinking they're strong enough to survive out here. But you..." She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "You're different, aren't you? Got that fire in your eyes." I met her gaze, refusing to look away. If she thought she could break me, she was wrong. She straightened, a wicked glint in her eyes as she motioned to the others. "Let's make sure he remembers this. Something permanent." The man holding the piece of rusted metal stepped forward, grinning, his eyes alight with excitement. He dragged the metal along my arm, leaving a thin line of blood in its wake. The others watched, some of them laughing, others just waiting, eyes cold and hungry. "Let's carve this lesson in deep," the man muttered, his voice low and cruel. I clenched my fists, my nails digging into my palms as the metal bit into my skin, slicing through muscle and nerve. The pain was immediate, searing, but I forced myself to stay silent, to keep my gaze steady. They wouldn't get the satisfaction of my screams. "Still nothing," the woman murmured, her eyes narrowing with annoyance. "Maybe we have to go for the throat." Just as she raised her knife again, a noise echoed down the hall, a low, guttural moan, faint but unmistakable. The scavengers went still, their eyes flicking toward the doorway. Another moan sounded, closer this time, louder, a chorus of undead voices filling the silence. A shiver ran through the room as the reality dawned on them. Zombies. Drawn by the sounds of their laughter, the smell of fresh blood. One of the men cursed, stepping back, his face paling as the moans grew louder, echoing down the empty halls. "We need to get out of here," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. "They're coming." The woman scowled, her grip on the knife tightening as she glanced back at me, her face twisting with frustration. "We're not done with him." Another scavenger, his face twisted with fear, grabbed her arm. "Leave him. We're not sticking around to fight those things. Let's go." She hesitated, her gaze flickering between me and the doorway, her jaw clenched in frustration. But the moans grew closer, louder, filling the hall with the sound of the dead, and her resolve faltered. With a snarl, she threw down the knife, backing away, her eyes never leaving mine. "You got lucky, rat," she spat, her voice full of venom. They filed out of the room, their footsteps fading down the corridor as they left me alone, bound and bleeding. My heart raced, fear clawing at me as the moans drew closer, filling the empty silence. The zombies were coming, and I was still tied to the chair, weak and vulnerable, an easy meal. With every ounce of strength I had left, I twisted my wrists, pulling at the bindings, feeling the rough cloth cut into my skin, the blood making my hands slick. The pain was sharp, but it was nothing compared to the terror building in my chest as the first shadow filled the doorway, a twisted, shambling figure, its eyes clouded, its mouth stretched open in a hungry snarl. I pulled harder, my wrists burning as the cloth loosened just enough for me to slip one hand free. My vision blurred, my strength fading, but I kept going, adrenaline surging as I reached for the knife the woman had dropped. The zombies shuffled closer, their moans filling the room, their dead eyes locked on me. I slashed at the other binding, freeing my hand, then staggered to my feet, my legs weak and unsteady. The undead were almost on me, their hands reaching, their mouths gaping, but I stumbled back, using every bit of strength I had left to keep moving. I backed toward the door, my gaze fixed on the zombies, my heart pounding as I slipped into the hallway. The scavengers were gone, but their laughter still echoed in my mind, a haunting memory of the torture they'd inflicted, the scars they'd carved into my face. The dead were closing in, but I kept going, fueled by rage, by pain, by the need to survive. And as I moved through the decaying halls, I made a silent promise. They'd pay for this. Every last one of them. The hospital hallways were a battlefield of shadows and rot. My face throbbed, each step sending a new wave of pain through my skull as blood trickled from the wounds the scavengers had carved into my skin. The grotesque smile they'd etched still stung, every movement pulling at the fresh cuts. But there was no time to think about the pain now. I was free, and I had one goal: survive the undead horde filling this place with their hungry moans. I ducked down a corridor, gripping the knife the woman had left behind, its dull edge still smeared with my blood. My breaths were shallow, every inhale searing my lungs as I fought against the overwhelming urge to collapse. I couldn't let them catch me, not like this. The moans were getting louder, closer, a chorus of death closing in. Shadows lurched in the dim light as the zombies shambled forward, their faces twisted into expressions of mindless hunger. The hallway stretched out ahead of me, the undead pouring in from every side, their decaying fingers scraping against the walls as they advanced. I bolted down the hall, adrenaline pumping through my veins, but my body was weak, every step a struggle. The first zombie lunged out of a doorway to my right, its eyes clouded and hollow, its mouth open in a silent scream. I sidestepped, slamming my shoulder into the wall as I brought the knife down in a quick, desperate motion. The blade drove into its skull with a sickening crunch, and the creature went limp, dropping to the floor. More were coming, the shadows shifting as they filled the hall, drawn by the noise, by the scent of blood. I yanked the knife free, backing up as another zombie staggered toward me, its arms outstretched. I could see the scavenger's handiwork on this one. Its body was marked with slashes, torn skin hanging from its arms, a grotesque reminder of what they did to anyone unlucky enough to fall into their hands. I slashed at its throat, the blade slicing through decayed flesh, blackened blood spilling down its chest as it stumbled back, briefly disoriented. But it kept coming, its hands clawing at the air, its moan a deep, guttural sound that sent a shiver down my spine. "Come on," I whispered through clenched teeth, steadying myself as more zombies lurched toward me. I was cornered, with only one way out, and I knew I'd have to fight my way through. I launched myself forward, driving the knife into the skull of the closest zombie, feeling the blade crunch through bone. The creature's eyes rolled back, its body sagging as I pulled the knife free, but another took its place, its fingers clawing at my shoulder, digging into the raw wounds left by the scavengers. I gritted my teeth, slamming my elbow into its chest, forcing it back. The zombie stumbled, but more hands reached for me, grabbing at my arms, my clothes, pulling me into the writhing mass of bodies. I could smell the rot, feel the damp, decayed skin pressing against me as I twisted, slashing wildly, desperate to break free. One of them managed to grab my arm, its grip like a vice, pulling me toward its open mouth. I struggled, feeling its teeth graze my skin as I wrenched my arm free, plunging the knife into its eye socket with a sickening squelch. It released me, collapsing to the ground, but another one took its place, its hands reaching, its mouth dripping with hunger. I pushed forward, shoving the undead aside as I forced my way down the hall. My muscles screamed, every movement a fresh wave of agony, but I kept going, driven by sheer survival instinct. The zombies were relentless, their moans filling the air, drowning out everything else as they closed in. Ahead, I spotted a staircase leading up to a broken window, moonlight spilling through, a glimpse of freedom just out of reach. But between me and the stairs, the hallway was packed with zombies, their bodies pressed close together, a wall of decay and death. "Not dying here," I growled, gripping the knife tighter as I charged forward, slashing and stabbing with every ounce of strength I had left. The blade drove into skulls, necks, any part I could reach, my movements frantic and uncoordinated, but effective enough to clear a path. Each step was a battle, each zombie a new threat, but I pushed through, leaving a trail of bodies in my wake. Blood and ichor splattered my face, mixing with my own. The smell thick and nauseating, but I forced myself to ignore it. My focus locked on the staircase ahead. I reached the base of the stairs, my chest heaving, my vision blurred with exhaustion. The zombies were closing in from all sides, their moans growing louder, filling the hospital with a cacophony of death. I stumbled up the steps, my legs trembling, the cuts on my face pulling painfully as I clenched my teeth. Halfway up, a zombie lunged from the shadows, its hands grabbing my ankle, pulling me back. I fell, my back slamming into the stairs, the knife slipping from my grasp as the creature crawled up, its face inches from mine, its breath hot and foul. With a surge of desperation, I grabbed a loose piece of rubble from the stairs, slamming it into the zombie's head, again and again, until it stopped moving. I kicked it aside, scrambling to my feet, grabbing the knife before I continued up the stairs, each step feeling like a mile. At the top, I stumbled toward the window, the cool night air brushing against my skin, a promise of escape. But as I looked back, I saw them, the undead, filling the stairwell, their eyes fixed on me, their hunger unending. One last push. I climbed out of the window, lowering myself onto the broken fire escape outside, the metal creaking under my weight. I could hear the zombies below, their moans echoing up the walls, reaching for me, but they couldn't follow. I was out. The cold night air hit me like a wave, and I staggered, collapsing against the railing, my body finally giving in to exhaustion. My face throbbed, the cuts stretching painfully, a twisted reminder of what the scavengers had done. As I leaned there, catching my breath, I pulled out a scrap of paper from my pocket, my hands shaking as I scribbled down the words. Rule 9. Beware of the scavengers. Not all threats in the wasteland were undead. Some were worse, some were alive, and they left scars that wouldn't heal. The subway entrance was a yawning black void, its metal gates rusted and bent out of shape. A grim wind blew from within, carrying the scent of rot and mildew that clung to the walls like a second skin. I stood at the top of the steps, gripping the flashlight like it was a lifeline. The wall needed the maintenance parts stashed somewhere in the subway system, but no one volunteered for this run. I could guess why. The stories of what lurked below weren't just campfire tales. They were warnings. I adjusted the straps of my pack, feeling the weight of the knife at my hip and the crowbar across my back. The tools felt inadequate, like trying to fight a hurricane with a stick. My face still ached with every step, the twisted smile carved into my cheeks, stretching painfully. I ignored it. Pain was nothing compared to the possibility of leaving the wall vulnerable. The first step down sent a chill up my spine. The air here was heavier, thicker, like it had been trapped for decades. My boots echoed against the cracked tiles as I descended further, the dim light from above shrinking with every step. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, but barely. The shadows seemed alive, shifting and stretching in the periphery of my vision. The station was a tomb. Trash littered the ground, discarded newspapers, shattered bottles, remnants of a world long gone. Faint graffiti scrawled across the walls, faded by time, whispered stories of desperation and madness. The tracks were slick with grime and stagnant water, the faint smell of decay lingering in the air. I stepped carefully, the silence pressing in on me. Then I heard it, a faint whisper. It was so soft I almost missed it, carried on the wind like a fleeting breath. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest, the flashlight trembling in my hand. It wasn't the wind. The sound was too deliberate, too human. I turned the beam toward the direction of the sound, illuminating a crumbling bench and a pile of debris. Nothing moved, but the whisper came again, this time closer. Sonny, I stiffened. It wasn't possible. The voice was too familiar. It sounded like Evan, one of the men who didn't make it back from a supply run months ago. I had seen his torn, lifeless body myself. You're hearing things, I muttered under my breath, my voice barely audible in the oppressive silence. but my hands trembled, and my instincts screamed at me to leave. Still, I pressed on, each step feeling heavier than the last. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. Sometimes they were fragments of sentences, disjointed and garbled, like radio static. Other times, they were clear. Too clear. "Sonny, why did you leave me?" I clenched my jaw, forcing myself forward. I wouldn't let this place get to me. Not yet. The flashlight beam swept across the floor, catching glimmers of something wet. Blood. It was fresh, a thick trail leading down the platform and into a tunnel. My stomach churned, but I followed it. Every step felt like walking deeper into a nightmare. As I neared the tunnel's entrance, the whispers shifted. They weren't just one voice anymore. They were many, overlapping, a haunting chorus. Some sounded angry, others wept. A few laughed, the sound broken and hollow. The blood trail ended abruptly at a pile of bones, stripped clean, their surfaces gnawed and splintered. I gagged, covering my nose and mouth as bile rose in my throat. The flashlight flickered, and for a moment, I swore I saw movement in the tunnel ahead, a flicker of shadow, a brief gleam of something reflective, like an eye catching the light. A shuffling sound echoed from the darkness, slow and deliberate. My pulse quickened as I backed away, the beam of the flashlight shaking as I scanned the tunnel. That's when I saw it. A figure emerged from the shadows, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a puppet with its strings cut. Its flesh was pale, almost translucent, with black veins webbing its body. Its mouth hung open, emitting a low, guttural moan, but its eyes locked onto mine with a predatory hunger. Then it spoke. "Sonny," it rasped, its voice distorted but unmistakable. It wasn't just imitating Evan. It was Evan, or what was left of him. The fragmented memories of a man I had once known twisted into this abomination. I froze as it staggered closer, its mouth twitching, releasing a burst of whispers in overlapping tones. My name repeated over and over, each iteration a little more desperate, a little more deranged. My feet finally obeyed, and I turned, sprinting back toward the station. The moans and whispers followed me, growing louder, more chaotic, as more shadows emerged from the tunnel. The flashlight caught glimpses of them. Half-rotted faces, flesh peeling away to reveal the blackened, fungal-like tissue beneath. Their mouths moved incessantly, releasing fragmented phrases that echoed through the station. "Don't leave me. It hurts. Sonny, come back." I stumbled, my knee slamming into the ground, pain flaring up my leg. The flashlight tumbled out of my hand, spinning wildly as it hit the floor. In its flickering light, I saw the echoes closing in, their movements synchronized, their glowing eyes fixed on me. Desperation surged through me. I grabbed the flashlight, scrambling to my feet, and bolted for the emergency stairwell. The whispers grew louder, deafening, as if they were inside my head. My heart pounded as I reached the stairs, nearly slipping on the slick tiles. I threw myself into the stairwell, slamming the door behind me. My chest heaved, every breath a struggle as I pressed my back against the cold metal. The whispers didn't fade. They were right outside the door, relentless and unyielding. And then, the faint sound of scratching began. The door buckled under the weight of the echoes slamming against it, their whispers now a chaotic symphony of torment. The sound wasn't just external, it seemed to crawl into my skull, each word clawing at my sanity. My hands trembled as I jammed the crowbar through the door's handle, creating a makeshift lock. It wouldn't hold for long. My flashlight flickered, the bulb dimming as if the batteries were giving up just like the rest of me. The stairwell was a narrow, claustrophobic shaft with cracked walls and broken railings that spiraled endlessly downward. The only light came from the faint glow of my dying flashlight and the occasional flicker of emergency bulbs, their light barely penetrating the oppressive darkness. The whispers grew louder, closer, as the echoes scraped at the door. "Sonny." My name stretched, distorted, like a broken recording. "Why did you leave us? Why didn't you help us?" I shook my head, trying to drown out their voices, but they only grew more insistent. My hands fumbled as I dug into my pack, pulling out spare batteries for the flashlight. My fingers slipped, the batteries clattering to the ground and rolling into the shadows. A surge of panic hit me as I scrambled to grab them, the whispers pressing closer, the door creaking under the pressure of the echo's assault. The moment I replaced the batteries, the door burst open with a deafening crash. I didn't dare look back. I bolted down the stairs, my boots pounding against the metal as the echoes poured into the stairwell. Their voices echoed, overlapping in a sickening harmony. Come back. Don't leave us. We need you. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately regretted it. The echoes were flooding down the stairs, their movements twitchy and erratic, their glowing eyes fixed on me. Some were missing limbs, dragging themselves along with jagged, exposed bone. Others were horribly bloated, their bodies pulsating as blackened veins stretched taut beneath their translucent skin. But the worst part was their faces, those rotting masks of familiarity, speaking in voices that were almost human. My flashlight caught one directly in its face. Its jaw was slack, the remnants of words bubbling out of its throat. Its voice cracked. "Help me, Sonny. Please." It sounded like Emma, a friend I'd lost months ago to an ambush. I stumbled, nearly falling, but forced myself to keep moving. The stairwell twisted and turned, each flight feeling like an eternity. The air grew colder, heavier, the darkness pressing in from all sides. The walls were damp, the faint stench of mold mixing with the sickly sweet rot of the echoes. My lungs burned as I gasped for air, my legs threatening to give out. At the bottom of the stairs, I burst into another tunnel. This one was different, narrower, with low ceilings that forced me to crouch slightly. The whispers followed, now accompanied by the wet, slapping sound of feet against the ground. The echoes didn't stop. They didn't slow. I scanned the tunnel frantically, the beam of my flashlight slicing through the shadows. Up ahead, I saw it. A maintenance room, its rusted metal door slightly ajar. I sprinted toward it, my breath ragged, the whispers clawing at my ears. As I reached the door, an echo lunged from the side, its skeletal hand swiping at my arm. I twisted away, driving the flashlight's base into its skull with a sickening crunch. It crumpled, but three more surged forward, their distorted voices crying out in anger. I slipped into the maintenance room, slamming the door shut behind me and bracing it with my crowbar. My chest heaved as I scanned the room. It was small, cramped, lined with shelves of rusted tools and broken equipment. The air was damp, the walls streaked with black mold. In the corner, I spotted a flare gun, my salvation. The whispers outside the door grew louder, their words turning into guttural screams. The echoes clawed at the metal, their nails screeching against the surface, leaving deep gouges. I grabbed the flare gun, fumbling with the single flare loaded inside. My hands shook as the door buckled again, the metal groaning under the relentless assault. Then, silence. The sudden absence of noise was deafening. My breath caught in my throat as I strained to hear. Nothing. Just the faint drip of water somewhere in the distance. I stepped back from the door, the flare gun raised, every muscle in my body coiled like a spring, and then I heard it. A soft, familiar voice. "Sonny, please open the door." I froze. It was my mother's voice. Perfectly clear, perfectly real. My stomach twisted, my mind racing. It wasn't possible. She'd been gone for years, long before the world fell apart. "Sonny." The voice cracked, breaking into a sob. "Don't leave me again. Please." My hands trembled, the flare gun wavering as I stepped closer to the door. My throat felt dry, my chest tight. Logic screamed at me to stay back, but my feet moved on their own. The door creaked as I pulled it open just an inch, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the crack. For a moment, I saw nothing but shadows. Then an eye appeared, milky white, set in a face twisted with decay. Its lips curled back, revealing jagged teeth as it hissed, lunging at the door. I slammed it shut, the force of the impact reverberating through my arms. The echoes howled, their voices rising into a cacophony of rage and despair. The door shook violently, the metal straining under their weight. With no time left, I grabbed the flare gun, aimed it at the door, and pulled the trigger. The flare exploded outward, punching through the thin metal and igniting the air with a burst of blinding red light. The screams outside turned to shrieks as the echoes recoiled, their flesh blistering and smoking in the intense heat. I didn't wait to see the aftermath. I grabbed the crowbar, pried open a maintenance hatch in the floor, and climbed down into the dark, my pulse pounding, the whispers still echoing in my mind. The ladder groaned under my weight, each rung slick with grime and rust as I descended into the abyss. My arms burned, my chest heaving with every strained breath. But the whispers above hadn't faded. They were louder now, more frenzied, echoing down the shaft with a maddening clarity. "Sonny, you can't leave us. Come back. We miss you." "Why are you running?" The words clawed at my resolve, each voice more familiar than the last. My mother's soft, pleading tone, Evan's broken cries, Emma's haunting laugh. They sounded real, too real. My mind screamed that it wasn't possible, but the voices burrowed deep, making me doubt. Finally, my boots hit solid ground. The flashlight beam swept across the narrow tunnel, illuminating wet walls coated in patches of thick, black mold. The air down here was worse. Oppressive and sour, thick with rot and decay. My throat tightened as I forced myself to keep moving. There was no going back. The whispers quieted, replaced by a deeper, suffocating silence. Each step echoed like a gunshot, the sound bouncing off the narrow walls. Water dripped somewhere in the distance, the rhythmic plink, plink, plink filling the void like a grim metronome. I kept the flare gun clutched tightly in my hand, the single spent cartridge discarded, leaving me with just the blunt weight of the empty weapon. The tunnel opened into a larger chamber, an old maintenance depot with a high ceiling that felt like a cavern. My flashlight flickered, its beam struggling to pierce the darkness. The space was filled with broken-down machinery and scattered debris, but it was what lay in the center that froze me in place. A pile of bodies. They were stacked haphazardly, limbs twisted at unnatural angles, faces frozen in expressions of terror. Some were rotting, their skins sloughing off in strips, while others looked freshly dead, their eyes wide and unseeing. But what made my blood turn to ice was that some of them moved, not fully. Just small, twitching motions. Fingers curling and uncurling, mouths opening and closing soundlessly. It was as if they were trapped in a grotesque limbo, half dead, but fully aware. A faint shuffle behind me snapped my attention back. I spun around, the flashlight jerking in my hand. The tunnel behind me was empty. But the whispers began again, soft and low, like a breeze carrying fragmented sentences. "Sonny, you can't escape us. Why did you leave us behind? Join us." The flashlight's beam flickered, and for a split second, I saw them. The echoes, standing at the edge of the chamber, their glowing eyes piercing through the dark. They didn't move, but their mouths did, the whispers spilling out in overlapping chaos. My pulse quickened as I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the debris-strewn floor. One of them stepped forward, its movement jerky and unnatural, the sound of wet flesh scraping against bone filling the silence. It raised a decayed hand, pointing directly at me. Its mouth opened wider, and the voice that came out wasn't fragmented. It was crystal clear. "Sonny, don't you remember me?" It wasn't a question. It was a command, a demand for recognition. My flashlight flickered again, and I saw its face, if you could call it that. Its skin was stretched too tightly over its skull, the flesh peeling away in places to reveal jagged bone. Its eyes glowed faintly, a sickly yellow hue, and its mouth twisted into a grotesque smile as it spoke again. "You left me to die." I didn't know who it was mimicking, but the accusation hit me like a blow. My grip on the flashlight tightened as I backed away, my boots slipping on the damp floor. More echoes stepped forward, emerging from the shadows like living nightmares. Their movements were slow, deliberate, but their whispers grew louder, filling the chamber with an almost deafening cacophony. I turned and ran, the light bouncing wildly in my hand as I pushed through the debris, heading for an old maintenance corridor on the far side of the chamber. The whispers followed, echoing off the walls, their tones shifting from pleading to enraged. "You can't leave. You're one of us. Stay." I slammed into the corridor, my shoulder clipping the edge of the doorway. The narrow walls pressed in around me, and the whispers seemed to vibrate through the very air. My legs burned as I sprinted through the dark, the flashlight flickering like it was giving up. My chest heaved, the damp air clawing at my lungs. Suddenly a hand shot out from the darkness, grabbing my arm. I screamed, swinging the flashlight wildly, the beam catching the twisted, rotting face of an echo. Its eyes glared into mine as it hissed, its breath hot and foul. I drove the flashlight into its skull, the sickening crunch of bone breaking beneath the impact. The echo crumpled, but its whispers didn't stop. Even as it lay twitching on the ground, its voice rasped, "Sonny, you can't leave." I stumbled forward, adrenaline the only thing keeping me moving. The corridor twisted and turned, disorienting me further, until I finally saw it. A ladder leading up. My heart leapt, hope flickering like a dying flame. The whispers surged behind me, closer now, their voices overlapping in a haunting, furious symphony. I reached the ladder, grabbing the rungs and hauling myself up. The metal was slick with condensation, my hands slipping as I climbed. Below, the echoes gathered at the base, their glowing eyes staring up at me. One of them started climbing, its decayed hands gripping the rungs, pulling itself up with jerking motions. I climbed faster, my muscles screaming in protest. The echo's hand shot up, grabbing my ankle. I kicked out, the force of the blow sending it tumbling back into the darkness. The others swarmed, their moans rising into a guttural roar as I climbed higher, finally reaching the top. I threw myself onto the floor, slamming the hatch shut behind me. My chest heaved as I crawled backward, my ears ringing with the whispers that still seemed to echo in my mind. The subway was behind me now, but its horrors clung to me like a second skin. Back at the wall, I sat alone, the tremor in my hands refusing to subside. I pulled out the battered notebook and wrote the words with unsteady strokes. Rule 10. Listen to the whispers. They're not in your head. I stared at the words for a long time, the whispers still scratching at the edges of my mind. I would never forget what I heard down there, or what I saw. The city was quieter than I liked. Too quiet. In the world before, the silence of the early morning might have been peaceful, a lull before the city sprang to life. Now it was the silence of death, a vacuum filled with the ghosts of what once was. My boots crunched on broken glass as I followed Aaron and Callum through the wreckage of a desolate street, our goal looming ahead like a shadowed promise. The warehouse looked more intact than I'd expected, its towering metal frame untouched by the fires and chaos that had consumed most of the surrounding buildings. Its windows, smeared with grime, hid whatever horrors might be inside. We'd come all this way on the promise of ammo and supplies, a lifeline for the wall. It was risky, but risk was all we had left. "Think there's anything left in there?" Erin asked, her voice barely a whisper. She kept her eyes forward, her shotgun clenched tight against her chest. "There better be," Callum replied, not looking back. His rifle was slung over his shoulder, but his hand hovered near his hip, ready to draw the pistol strapped there. "We didn't come all this way for an empty building." I didn't respond. My gut told me this was a bad idea. Too many variables, too much exposure. But the wall needed these supplies, so I pushed down the knot of dread and tightened my grip on my crowbar. We reached the warehouse door, a massive steel sheet that hung slightly ajar. The gap was just big enough for someone to slip through. Callum went in first, his movements silent and deliberate, a testament to years of surviving in this hell. Erin followed, her breathing steady but shallow. I brought up the rear, casting one last glance at the street behind us before stepping into the darkness. The air inside was stale, heavy with the scent of mildew and rot. Our flashlights carved through the gloom, revealing rows of rusted shelves, toppled crates, and scattered debris. The place was a mess, but there was no immediate sign of danger. Just an oppressive silence that made my skin crawl. "Stay close," Callum murmured, his voice barely audible over the sound of our footsteps. We moved deeper into the warehouse, our lights sweeping across the chaos. Occasionally we'd find something useful. A box of canned food, a stack of batteries. But the big prize, the ammunition, was still nowhere in sight. That's when I noticed it. A trail of footprints in the dust, leading toward the back of the warehouse. They weren't ours. The tread was too large, too deliberate, and the path they carved was too recent. My chest tightened as I nudged Erin and pointed to the ground. She frowned, her knuckles whitening on the shotgun's grip. "Someone's been here," I whispered. Callum froze, his flashlight fixed on the trail. He didn't say anything, just motioned for us to follow him as he took the lead again. The trail led to a cluster of crates stacked haphazardly in the corner. Something about the arrangement felt wrong, like they'd been moved recently. The first sound came like a whisper, soft, almost imperceptible. A faint scrape of something dragging across the floor. My heart lurched, and I instinctively gripped my crowbar tighter. "Do you hear that?" Erin hissed. Callum nodded, his flashlight fixed on the crates. Slowly, Carefully, he approached, his hand hovering near his pistol. I hung back, every muscle in my body tense. My eyes darted around the warehouse, scanning the shadows for movement. Then it came. The moan. Low and guttural, it echoed through the cavernous space, sending a chill down my spine. It wasn't close, but it was enough to tell us what we were dealing with. Zombies, Callum muttered, his voice tight. We need to move. We started backing away, trying to stay quiet, but the sound of the moan seemed to have triggered something. It was followed by another, and another, each one closer than the last. The shadows in the far corners of the warehouse shifted, figures emerging from the darkness. Dozens of them. Their shuffling steps grew louder, their moans rising into a dreadful symphony of hunger. Shit, Erin breathed, raising her shotgun. They're everywhere. Callum cursed under his breath, his flashlight sweeping across the advancing horde. We've got to get out of here. Back the way we came. Now. We turned, but the way out was already blocked. Zombies poured in through the broken windows and the gap in the door, their decayed faces twisted into grotesque masks of hunger. Their dead eyes gleamed in the dim light, fixed on us. There's too many, Erin yelled, firing her shotgun. The blast echoed through the warehouse, taking one of them down, but it didn't stop the others. They just kept coming, climbing over each other in their mindless pursuit. Upstairs, Callum shouted, pointing to a metal staircase leading to an upper office. Move! We bolted for the stairs, the sound of gunfire and shuffling feet filling the air. Erin took down 2 more zombies as Callum led the way, his pistol barking out shots. I brought up the rear, swinging my crowbar at anything that got too close. The blows connected with sickening crunches, but the horde was relentless. We reached the stairs and scrambled up, the metal creaking under our weight. The zombies surged after us, their moans rising to a deafening roar. My lungs burned as I climbed, adrenaline the only thing keeping me moving. We barely made it to the office, slamming the door shut behind us. Callum shoved a desk against it, creating a flimsy barricade as the first of the zombies began pounding on the metal. Their hands clawed at the door, their moans echoing through the tiny room. We were trapped. The pounding on the door was relentless. Each slam rattled the flimsy barricade, sending vibrations through the floor beneath our feet. The moans of the horde had risen to a deafening cacophony, drowning out my thoughts. The office, small and cramped, was little more than a glass box perched above the chaos. The only solid barrier between us and the dead was a thin steel door and a shoddy desk we had shoved against it. We're not going to hold this long, Erin muttered, pacing near the shattered window on the far side of the room. Her voice was steady, but the trembling in her hands betrayed her fear. No shit, Callum replied, his tone sharper than usual. He sat against the wall, his pistol resting in his lap, a single bullet chambered. He hadn't fired it yet. He was saving that one for something worse. I scanned the room, searching for anything we could use to defend ourselves or, better yet, escape. Papers littered the floor, faded blueprints of a world that no longer existed. What about the skylight? I asked, pointing to the rectangular pane of glass above us. It was cracked but intact, a sliver of moonlight filtering through the grime. If we can get up there, maybe we can make it to the roof. Erin shot me a doubtful look. And then what? Jump? It's better than waiting here to get ripped apart, I snapped, frustration seeping into my voice. The sound of glass shattering behind us made us all flinch. A long crack now spiderwebbed across the glass walls of the office. And dark, rotting hands pressed against it from the outside. The zombies were climbing. They weren't content to wait. Shit, Erin hissed, raising her shotgun. The first crack had barely settled when the glass gave way entirely. A zombie tumbled through, its decayed body hitting the floor with a sickening crunch. Its mouth opened in a gurgling moan, and it lunged forward, clawing at the ground to reach us. Callum didn't hesitate. He raised his pistol and fired, the shot echoing through the tiny room. The bullet struck the zombie in the head, its skull exploding in a spray of blackened gore. The body collapsed, motionless, but the noise had drawn the rest. More shadows loomed at the window, hands reaching in, claws scratching at the frame. They're coming in from both sides, Erin shouted, spinning toward the door. The metal groaned under the weight of the horde, the desk sliding inch by inch across the floor. We need to move. Now, Callum barked. He was already on his feet, dragging the broken chair to the center of the room. He positioned it beneath the skylight, motioning for Aaron and me to follow. Get up there. Aaron hesitated, glancing at the door as it buckled, the groans of the horde filling the space. What about you? I'll hold them off, Callum said, his voice calm, steady, too steady. He handed me his pistol, the weight of it heavy in my hand. You'll need this more than I will. Callum, no, I started, but he cut me off with a glare that left no room for argument. Go, he said firmly. I'll buy you time. I clenched my jaw, my hands trembling as I turned away and climbed onto the chair. The skylight was higher than I'd thought, and my fingers barely brushed the edge. Erin boosted me up, her hands gripping my boots as I hauled myself through the narrow opening. The cold night air hit my face like a slap, a harsh reminder that escape wasn't the same as safety. I reached down, grabbing Erin's arm as she scrambled onto the chair. She was halfway through the skylight when the barricade finally gave way. The door burst open, and the zombies flooded in, their twisted forms spilling into the room like a tide of death. Callum! Erin screamed, her voice breaking as she twisted to look back. I grabbed her arm, yanking her upward as the first zombie lunged. Callum stood his ground, swinging his crowbar with brutal precision. Each strike was accompanied by a sickening crunch, but for everyone he took down, 2 more replaced it. Blood sprayed across the walls, black and viscous, as he fought like a man who knew there was no tomorrow. Get out of here, he roared, his voice ragged as he slammed the crowbar into another skull. The zombies closed in, their claws tearing at his arms, his legs dragging him down. And then, silence. The zombies stopped, their grotesque forms hunching over Callum's body as they tore into him. I turned away, bile rising in my throat. Erin sat beside me, her face pale, her hands shaking as she reloaded her shotgun with trembling fingers. He knew, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the wind. He knew he wouldn't make it. I didn't respond. There was nothing to say. The roof was cold under my hands, the night air biting at my skin. My breath came in ragged gasps, each one clouding in front of me like smoke. Below us, the moans of the horde rose and fell in a sickening symphony, their grotesque feast continuing without pause. I couldn't bring myself to look down again. The image of Callum's final moments was seared into my brain. His screams, his defiance, his sacrifice. Erin sat beside me, gripping her shotgun like it was the only thing tethering her to reality. She didn't speak, and I didn't push her to. What could I say? We both knew the truth. Callum had saved us, but we weren't safe yet. The warehouse roof stretched out before us, a flat expanse of rusted metal dotted with skylights and ventilation shafts. Beyond its edge, the city sprawled out in all directions, dark and lifeless. Our path to escape was as clear as mud. Sonny, Erin whispered, her voice trembling. What now? I scanned the rooftop, my flashlight flickering as I swept it across the terrain. There, a fire escape on the far side, leading down to the alley behind the warehouse. It wasn't much, but it was something. We make it to the fire escape, I said, keeping my voice low. Get to the ground and figure it out from there. And then what? She asked, her tone sharp. We're surrounded, Sonny. They'll hear us. They'll smell us. What's the point? I didn't answer. The truth was, I didn't have an answer. The odds were stacked against us, but I couldn't afford to think about that. Not now. We're moving, I said firmly, getting to my feet. Stay quiet and follow me. Erin hesitated but eventually nodded, pulling herself up. Together, we crept across the rooftop, each step carefully placed to avoid making noise. The metal beneath us groaned with every movement, each sound like a gunshot in the stillness of the night. The fire escape was close, its ladder rusted, but intact. I motioned for Erin to go first. She climbed down slowly, her boots scraping against the rungs. I followed, my heartbeat pounding in my ears. The alley below was dark, its shadows deep and impenetrable. When we hit the ground, the smell hit me first, a nauseating blend of rot and mildew that clung to the air like a curse. The moans of the horde inside the warehouse were muffled now, but they weren't far away. We had to move. This way, I whispered. leading Aaron toward the edge of the alley. The street beyond was littered with debris, overturned cars, and the remains of the dead. The city's silence pressed in on us, broken only by the faint shuffle of footsteps in the distance. We stuck to the shadows, weaving between the wreckage, our ears straining for any sign of movement. My flashlight stayed off, the moonlight our only guide. Every step felt like a gamble, each corner a potential death sentence. We were halfway down the block when we heard it, a low, guttural snarl, followed by the distinct sound of shuffling feet. My stomach dropped. Zombies. And they were close. Erin froze, her shotgun clutched tightly. "They're coming," she hissed. "We need to move. Now," I said, grabbing her arm and pulling her into the nearest building. The door creaked on its hinges as we slipped inside, the air stale and suffocating. The room was dark, its walls lined with broken shelves and scattered debris. "Barricade the door," I whispered, my voice barely audible over the sound of my own breathing. Aaron pushed a metal cabinet against the door as I scanned the room for another way out. A staircase in the corner led upward, but there was no telling where it went. The shuffling outside grew louder, the moans of the undead drawing closer. "They're right outside," Aaron whispered, her voice shaking. "Sonny, we're trapped." I swallowed hard, my grip tightening on the pistol Callum had given me. The weight of it felt different now, heavier. I glanced at the single bullet loaded in the chamber, its dull surface catching the faint light. "Upstairs," I said, motioning toward the staircase. "We'll figure it out." We climbed the stairs as quietly as we could, each creak of the wood beneath us making my heart race. The second floor was just as dark as the first, its windows shattered and its walls covered in grime. The room we entered had no exit, just a single broken window overlooking the alley. "We're trapped," Aaron said, her voice rising. "Sonny, there's nowhere to go." The moans outside grew louder, the sound of breaking glass sending a chill down my spine. The zombies had breached the first floor. It was only a matter of time before they reached us. Aaron turned to me, her eyes wide with panic. "What do we do?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Sonny, what do we do?" I looked at her, then at the pistol in my hand. Callum's words echoed in my mind. "You'll need this more than I will." The door to the room shuddered, the weight of the horde pressing against it. My hands trembled as I raised the pistol, the single bullet feeling like both a curse and a blessing. "Keep them back," I said, handing Aaron the crowbar. "I'll figure something out." The barricade gave way as the first zombie burst into the room, its decayed face twisted in a grotesque snarl. Aaron swung the crowbar, the impact sending the creature sprawling. More followed, their moans filling the room as they closed in. I turned to the window, the cool night air washing over me. There was only one way out. "Aaron!" I shouted. "Jump!" "What?" she yelled, her voice panicked. "Jump!" I repeated, grabbing her arm and pulling her toward the window. She hesitated for only a moment before leaping through the shattered glass, landing hard on the ground below. I followed, the impact jarring every bone in my body. We scrambled to our feet and ran, the moans of the horde fading behind us as we disappeared into the night. Back at the wall, I sat alone, the pistol still in my hand. I stared at the single bullet, the weight of it heavier than ever. Callum's sacrifice, Aaron's panic, my own fear. It all led to this. I opened the notebook and wrote the words that would become Rule 11. Keep a bullet for yourself. It's the last thing that's yours to control. The wall was everything. It wasn't just brick, concrete, and steel. It was a promise. A fragile one, sure, but a promise all the same. As long as the wall stood, we could pretend the world outside didn't exist. We could pretend the moans of the undead didn't echo in the night, that we weren't a few bad days away from being overrun. I'd always thought it would hold. Hell, we all did. Until it didn't. I was hauling supplies through Eastgate Square when it happened. The air smelled like stale sweat and diesel, typical for a city barely holding itself together. The marketplace buzzed with energy, people trading scraps of hope, canned peaches, ammunition, half-used lighters. Kids ran underfoot, laughing in a way only kids could these days. Oblivious, innocent. Then the explosion came. It hit like a goddamn sledgehammer to the world. The ground buckled beneath my boots, and the sky turned white-hot for a split second before a shockwave sent me sprawling. My ears rang so hard I thought I'd gone deaf. When I scrambled to my feet, the square was unrecognizable. The stalls were obliterated, nothing but twisted metal and splintered wood. Smoke and dust hung thick in the air, and screams, sharp, gut-wrenching screams, cut through the haze. And then I saw it, the wall, a gaping wound of rubble and rebar where it once stood tall. Beyond the breach, a mass of bodies writhed, pale and rotting, pushing through the gap like water breaking through a dam. The horde had come. "Move!" I bellowed, my voice tearing against the chaos. People didn't need telling twice. The square erupted into panic, everyone running in every direction. But panic gets you killed. I'd seen it too many times. I grabbed a kid, couldn't have been more than 8, and yanked him out of the way as a whisperer emerged from the dust. It was gaunt, its flesh stretched thin over brittle bones, moving with an eerie, silent precision. The thing's head tilted as it stalked closer, its milky white eyes locking onto the boy. "Not today, you bastard." I swung my crowbar hard, the metal crunching through its skull with a wet, nauseating sound. It crumpled, but there were more coming. Always more. Creepers darted through the rubble next, their small, twisted forms skittering like feral animals. A pack of them overwhelmed a man trying to fight them off with a knife. His screams didn't last long. Blood sprayed across the pavement as they tore into him with teeth sharper than they had any right to be. "Sonny, over here." A voice cut through the chaos. Daniels, one of the city's militia. He was waving me toward a makeshift barricade forming at the south end of the square. I hoisted the kid onto my back and ran, weaving through the carnage. A howler's scream pierced the air, that unholy sound that made your guts twist and your knees go weak. I risked a glance over my shoulder. Big mistake. The howler stood atop the rubble of the wall, its gaping maw splitting open as if its jaw were unhinged. The thing howled again, and the horde responded, surging forward with terrifying speed. We barely made it to the barricade. Daniels pulled us through, shoving debris into place behind us. The kid clung to me, sobbing, his tiny fists gripping the fabric of my jacket. "Where's command?" I demanded, panting as I dropped the kid behind the barricade. Daniels shook his head, his face pale and drenched in sweat. "No idea. Comms are down. We're on our own." Perfect. The barricade rattled as the first wave hit, a dozen rotting hands clawing over the edge. I swung my crowbar until my arms burned. Each hit a desperate plea to keep breathing a little longer. Beside me, Daniels fired his shotgun, the blasts deafening in the confined space. "Reloading!" he shouted, just as a ravenous swooped in from above. I tackled him out of the way as the thing's claws raked through the air where his head had been. The ravenous screamed, circling back for another attack. "We can't hold this," Daniels shouted, panic creeping into his voice. He was right. The barricade was buckling, the undead relentless. Whisperers slithered through gaps, their silent movements almost graceful. A creeper leapt over the top, its jagged teeth snapping inches from my face before I drove my crowbar into its chest. "We fall back," I barked. "Get to the southern alley. Go!" Daniels hesitated for a fraction of a second, then nodded. He helped the kid climb down, his hands trembling as he tried to reload. The howler screamed again, louder this time. The horde surged, and the barricade gave way. "Move!" I roared, shoving Daniels and the kid ahead of me. The alley was a narrow, filthy death trap, but it was our only option. We sprinted, the horde pouring in behind us like a tidal wave. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but I didn't stop. At the alley's end, I skidded to a halt. A dead end. Daniels swore, his shotgun trembling in his hands. "What now?" Before I could answer, the howler's scream echoed again, impossibly close. They were coming, and I wasn't sure we'd make it out alive. We had seconds, maybe less. The alley pulsed with the sound of the horde, their groans and snarls rising into a hellish cacophony. The howler's scream rang out again, a guttural wail that sent chills racing down my spine. Behind me, the kid whimpered, his tiny frame trembling against the cold stone wall. Daniels looked at me, his shotgun shaking in his hands. "Sonny, what do we do?" The horde's shadow bled into the alley, whisperers gliding ahead of the pack like phantoms, their milky eyes locking onto us. "Up," I said, pointing to a rusted fire escape halfway down the wall. Daniels didn't argue. He hoisted the kid first, boosting him up toward the ladder. I climbed after, every muscle screaming as I pulled myself higher. Below us, the undead surged forward, clawing at the walls, their jagged fingers ripping chunks of brick as they reached for our legs. The creepers were the worst. They scrambled up the walls like spiders, their thin, twisted limbs bending in ways that weren't natural. One lunged, its teeth snapping inches from my boot. I kicked out hard, its body tumbling into the writhing mass below. Daniels was the last up, panting as he hauled himself onto the platform. "They'll climb after us," he shouted, fumbling with his shotgun. "We don't give them the chance," I barked, motioning to the rooftop. "Go!" We ran. The rooftop was uneven, its cracked surface dotted with old machinery and broken vents. Behind us, the creepers shrieked as they followed, their pack scuttling over the walls like cockroaches. "Sonny, what the hell are those things?" Daniels yelled, his voice ragged with fear. "Creepers," I spat. "And if you stop running, you'll get a damn close look." Ahead, the rooftop ended. Another building loomed a few feet away, a gap just wide enough to make you hesitate. "Jump!" I shouted, not breaking stride. The ground fell away beneath me as I launched myself across the gap. For one terrifying moment, I thought I wasn't going to make it. Then my hands hit the opposite edge and I pulled myself up, gasping. The kid made it next, Daniels close behind. A creeper wasn't far behind him, its claws scraping across the rooftop as it lunged. Daniels swung his shotgun like a bat, smashing the creature mid-air. Its body crumpled against the wall and fell, its screams lost in the sea of the horde below. "We can't keep this up," Daniels panted, doubling over as the adrenaline started to fade. "Agreed," I said, scanning the city below. The streets were chaos. The undead swarmed in every direction, whisperers slipping silently through the carnage while howlers summoned reinforcements. Fires dotted the horizon, their smoke choking the sky. Then I saw it. A maintenance tunnel entrance, half hidden behind an overturned truck. It wasn't much, but it was something. "There," I pointed, already moving. "If we can get underground, we might stand a chance." Daniels followed, the kid clutching his hand as we leapt from rooftop to rooftop. Each jump felt more desperate, the undead growing closer with every passing second. We reached the last building, the truck below still smoldering from the explosion. The ladder down was a twisted wreck. "No way down," Daniels muttered. I glanced at the horde below, then at the broken fire escape. "We jump." "Sonny!" "Do you want to die up here?" I snapped. Daniels swallowed hard, then nodded. I grabbed the kid and held him close. "Close your eyes, kid. You don't want to see this." He didn't argue. I leapt first, landing hard on the truck's roof. Pain shot through my knees, but I bit it back. Daniels followed, his landing less graceful but effective. The horde surged toward us as we hit the ground running, the entrance to the maintenance tunnel just ahead. A howler screamed again, its cry echoing in my skull. "They're too close!" Daniels shouted, firing into the crowd. The blast shredded a whisperer, but the horde didn't slow. I grabbed a fallen metal pipe and swung with everything I had, caving in the skull of a creeper lunging for the kid. Its body collapsed, twitching at my feet. "Go!" I roared, shoving the kid toward the tunnel. Daniels pulled open the rusted hatch, practically throwing the kid inside. I followed, the cold darkness of the tunnel swallowing us whole. Daniels slammed the hatch shut just as the first undead reached it, their bodies slamming against the metal with sickening force. We were safe, for now. The tunnel stretched ahead, dimly lit by flickering emergency lights. The air reeked of mildew and decay, and fungal growths clung to the walls like tumors. Daniels groaned, leaning against the wall. That was too close. I nodded, my chest heaving. Too close is better than dead. The kid looked up at me, his wide eyes glistening with tears. "Are we gonna be okay?" I forced a smile, ruffling his hair. "We'll make it, kid. Stick with me, and we'll make it." But deep down, I wasn't so sure. The tunnel reeked of death. Every step echoed like a gunshot, bouncing off the damp walls. The kid clung to my hand, his little fingers digging into mine with the kind of desperate strength only fear could give. Daniel stayed close, shotgun at the ready, his flashlight cutting through the oppressive gloom. The spores started about 20 feet in, clinging to the walls like veins. They pulsed faintly, glowing a sickly green, their alien texture slick with moisture. The air grew thicker, harder to breathe. I tightened my mask, checking the kids and Daniels to make sure they were secure. "Keep moving," I said, voice muffled by the filter. Daniels nodded, his eyes darting around the tunnel. The walls felt alive, like they were watching us, breathing with us. Then came the first sound, a wet, slithering noise that made my stomach turn. "Sonny," Daniels whispered. I held up a hand, motioning for silence. The noise grew louder, closer, until the first spore shroud emerged from the darkness. It was half man, half monstrosity, its body bloated with fungal growths that burst with spores as it moved. Its face was barely recognizable, its mouth split wide as it let out a guttural hiss. "Light it up!" I shouted. Daniels fired, the shotgun blast tearing into the creature's chest. Spores exploded into the air, and I yanked the kid back, covering his face with my jacket. The spore shroud staggered but didn't fall, its body surging forward like it didn't know it was dead. I swung my crowbar, the metal crunching through its skull. The thing collapsed in a heap, twitching as the fungus tried to keep it moving. "Keep moving!" I barked, dragging the kid forward. We ran, the sound of spore shrouds following us through the tunnel. More of them appeared, shambling from the shadows, their grotesque forms clogging the narrow path. Daniels fired until his gun clicked empty, then switched to his machete, hacking through the creatures with brutal efficiency. The tunnel finally ended at a rusted ladder leading up. I practically threw the kid at it. "Climb! Go!" The kid scrambled up, Daniels and I following close behind. The spore shrouds clawed at the base of the ladder, their bloated hands reaching for us as we climbed. The hatch at the top was jammed, rusted shut. Daniel slammed his shoulder into it, grunting with effort. "It's stuck!" I climbed higher, bracing myself against the ladder as I kicked the hatch with everything I had. It gave way with a screech, and sunlight poured in. We spilled out onto the ground near the gate controls, the city burning around us. The wall loomed in the distance, its breach still pouring undead into the streets. The control station was a small, fortified structure overlooking the breach. Beside it stood Salvation, a mounted machine gun, already prepped and loaded. Daniel saw it too. "Think it works? Let's find out." We sprinted to the station, throwing open the door. The controls were old, but they were still intact. The gate mechanism hummed faintly, waiting for a command. "I'll cover you!" Daniels shouted, taking position behind the machine gun. The horde was already surging toward us, creepers leading the charge with howlers trailing behind, their unholy screams rallying the undead. Daniels opened fire. The mounted gun roared to life, its heavy rounds tearing through the horde like paper. Bodies exploded in bursts of blood and gore, limbs flying as the undead fell in waves. "Get those gates closed!" Daniels yelled over the deafening gunfire. I worked the controls, my fingers trembling as I flipped switches and pulled levers. The gate mechanism groaned, the massive steel doors starting to move. Come on," I muttered. The creepers reached the barricade, scrambling over the bodies of their fallen. Daniels didn't let up, his face set in grim determination as he mowed them down. A howler broke through the chaos, its scream splitting the air. Daniels swung the gun toward it, but the barrel overheated, the gun jamming with a sickening click. "Sonny," he shouted, reaching for his machete. I didn't think. I grabbed the nearest weapon, a broken metal pipe, and charged. The howler lunged, its claws slicing through the air. I ducked, driving the pipe into its throat with all the strength I had. The thing gurgled, its scream cut short as it collapsed in a heap. Behind me, the gates slammed shut with a resounding boom. The city was safer. For now. Daniels leaned against the machine gun, panting. The kid clung to my leg, his wide eyes staring at the carnage. "It's over," Daniels said, his voice hoarse. I nodded, the weight of what we'd just done settling over me. Back at the wall, I found a piece of chalk and scrawled it across the steel. Rule 12. The wall is sacred. We were alive because of it, and we wouldn't forget. The wasteland was a graveyard, and I hated every second of being in it. Outside the wall, nothing made sense. The sun was too bright, the air too still, and the silence carried a weight that pressed against your skull, daring you to break it. Even the ruins of what had once been civilization felt wrong. Twisted metal and crumbled concrete standing like monuments to a world that didn't want us anymore. I adjusted the strap on my rifle and glanced at the scout beside me. Samuels was younger than me, greener, but the wall needed the supplies he'd been sent to find. My job was to get him back safely, no matter how much I despised being this far from home. "You hear that?" Samuels asked, breaking the quiet. I stopped walking, holding up a hand to silence him. My ears strained against the stillness. Nothing. That didn't make me feel better. No. And that's the problem. Keep moving. He didn't argue. We were cutting through an old industrial zone, its skeletal remains clawing at the sky. The silence followed us, broken only by the crunch of rubble under our boots. Every shadow felt alive, every alley a potential death trap. Then we saw him. A man stumbled out from behind a rusted shipping container, his hands raised in a gesture of surrender. He looked like hell, clothes torn, face gaunt, and blood crusted on one arm. His eyes darted between us, wild and desperate. "Help!" he croaked, his voice raw. "Please, I need help." Samuels hesitated, his rifle half raised. "You think he's legit?" I kept my rifle trained on the man, taking a step forward. "Who are you? Why are you out here?" He coughed, staggering toward us. "Name's Beck. Got separated from my group. Horde came through a few miles back. Please, don't leave me out here." His voice cracked on the last word, and for a second, I almost believed him. But something didn't sit right. He wasn't looking at us. His eyes kept darting past us, like he was checking for something. "You injured?" I asked, narrowing my eyes. He held up his bloody arm. "Cut myself climbing over a fence. I'm not infected, I swear. Please, I can lead you back to the wall. I know a safe route." Samuels looked at me, his face tense. "We can't just leave him here." "No," I said. "But that doesn't mean we trust him." I gestured for Beck to drop to his knees. He obeyed quickly, too quickly. Something about it felt rehearsed. "I'll check him," I muttered to Samuels, keeping my rifle pointed at Beck. "Cover me." As I approached, Beck started babbling. "I can help you, I promise. I've been out here for weeks. I know where the hordes move. I've seen the scavenger camps. I can get you through this." "Quiet," I snapped, crouching in front of him. His arm was bleeding, but the wound wasn't fresh. It looked like it had been reopened, intentionally. I frowned, leaning closer. That's when I saw it. On the inside of his jacket, barely visible, was a patch of cloth marked with a symbol I knew too well. The twisted, looping emblem used by scavenger gangs to mark their members. My stomach tightened. "Where's your group?" I demanded, my voice cold. Beck froze, his eyes widening. I told you. I got separated." I grabbed his jacket and yanked him closer. "Don't lie to me. If there are scavengers out here, I need to know right now." "I swear, I'm alone," he stammered, but his eyes flicked past me again. "Sonny," Samuels barked, his voice sharp with alarm. I turned just in time to see movement in the shadows, a fleeting glimpse of figures ducking behind a crumbled wall. "Get up," I hissed, hauling Beck to his feet. "And start talking, now. I don't know what you're—" "Move!" I shouted, shoving him forward. Samuels and I flanked him, our weapons drawn as we hurried down the narrow path. My pulse pounded in my ears. We needed to find cover, somewhere to regroup and figure out what the hell was going on. Ahead, Beck stumbled, his steps faltering. "They'll kill me if I talk," he whispered, his voice trembling. I grabbed his arm, spinning him to face me. "I'll kill you if you don't." He swallowed hard, his gaze darting between me and the shadows behind us. "There's a group nearby, scavengers. They sent me to find supplies, to scope out anyone coming from the wall." "And the horde?" "They're close," he admitted, his voice barely audible. "But not here yet." "Sonny," Samuels said, his voice low. "We've got to move." I nodded, my grip tightening on my rifle. "If he's lying, he's bait, and if he's telling the truth—" "We're already in trouble," Samuels finished grimly. We kept moving, the shadows around us closing in, and for the first time in years, I felt completely out of my depth. The wasteland had a way of swallowing sound. Every step we took seemed to echo, only to be devoured by the vast emptiness around us. Beck walked ahead, his shoulders hunched, his gaze flitting nervously from shadow to shadow. Samuels stayed close to me, his rifle raised, his eyes constantly scanning for threats. "What are you looking for?" I asked Beck, my tone sharp. "They're out there," he muttered, barely audible. "They're always out there." "Who's they?" Samuels asked, his voice tense. Beck didn't answer. He just kept walking. his pace quickening as if he could outrun the question. We passed through a stretch of rubble that might once have been a housing development. Broken walls jutted out of the ground like shattered teeth, and the air was thick with the smell of decay. I stopped when I spotted something on the ground. A set of footprints, fresh and deliberate, leading in the same direction as us. I crouched, tracing the outline of the prints with my fingers. "Samuels, take a look." He knelt beside me, frowning. "Not ours." "No," I said, glancing up at Beck. "Not ours." Beck froze, his face pale. "I told you, they're watching." I stood, my rifle raised. "Keep moving. And if this is a trap, you won't be walking much longer." We pressed on, the unease settling over us like a second skin. Beck's muttering grew louder, his nervous energy contagious. Samuel stayed silent, but I could feel the tension radiating off him. As we approached the remnants of an overpass, Beck slowed, his gaze darting around wildly. "What now?" I demanded. "They'll be close," he whispered. "We need to hurry." "Who?" Samuels asked, his grip tightening on his rifle. "The scavengers," Beck said. "They don't miss anything that moves out here. They'll have seen us by now." I stepped closer, shoving the barrel of my rifle against his chest. "If you've led us into an ambush, I'll make sure you don't walk out of it." Beck's eyes filled with tears. "I didn't have a choice. Sonny," Samuels interrupted, his voice urgent. "We've got movement." I turned, my heart sinking. In the distance, figures emerged from the shadows, their silhouettes jagged and unkempt. Scavengers. They moved with a purpose, spreading out as they approached, their weapons glinting in the dim light. "Get to cover," I ordered, grabbing Beck and dragging him toward a cluster of debris. Samuels followed, his rifle aimed at the advancing group. The scavengers didn't rush. They didn't need to. They knew the terrain better than us, knew the wasteland's tricks and traps. They were closing in, step by deliberate step, like predators cornering prey. "What do we do?" Samuels asked, his voice tight. "Hold position," I said, scanning the area. "We don't fire unless we have to." Beck huddled behind a chunk of concrete, his body trembling. "They'll kill us," he whispered. "They'll kill you," I said. "You're the one who brought them here." A voice rang out from the scavengers, loud and mocking. "You know how this ends. Drop your weapons and we'll make it quick." I didn't reply. The scavengers stopped just out of range, their leader stepping forward. He was lean, his face scarred and weathered, with a grin that made my skin crawl. "Beck," he called out. "Nice work. Now step aside and let us handle the rest." Beck flinched, his head dropping. "I'm sorry," he whispered. I shoved him toward the scavengers. "Go. You're their problem now." He stumbled forward, his hands raised. "Wait, I can help you." The scavengers didn't let him finish. One of them grabbed him, shoving him to the ground. The leader raised his rifle, his grin widening. "See, no loose ends." The crack of a gunshot split the air, and Beck crumpled. "They're moving in," Samuel shouted. The scavengers surged forward, firing as they advanced. I returned fire, the recoil of my rifle jarring my shoulder. Samuel stayed low, picking his shots carefully. The fight was chaotic, the scavengers using the terrain to their advantage. They darted between cover, their bullets tearing through the rubble around us. I dropped two of them before a third clipped my leg, sending me sprawling. "Sonny!" Samuels called out, covering me as I scrambled back to my feet. "We need to fall back," I said, blood seeping through my pant leg. "There's nowhere to go," Samuels replied, his tone grim. The scavengers pressed forward, their leader barking orders as they closed the distance. Bullets whizzed past, chewing through the rubble and sending clouds of dust into the air. Samuels and I were pinned down, the scattered debris barely holding against the onslaught. "Sonny! We're outgunned!" Samuels shouted, his voice raw with panic. "No kidding," I muttered, checking my ammunition. "Just a few rounds left. Not enough." The scavengers moved with cold precision, like predators closing in on cornered prey. They weren't amateurs. They'd done this before. And it showed. I glanced at Beck's body sprawled in the open, a bloody heap of wasted trust. His death hadn't slowed the scavengers, and it sure as hell hadn't bought us any favors. "Samuels, cover me," I barked, gripping my rifle tightly. "What are you doing?" "Changing the game," I replied, darting to a larger chunk of rubble. I leaned out just far enough to line up a shot and fired. The bullet caught one scavenger in the shoulder, spinning him to the ground. His screams cut through the cacophony of gunfire as he clawed at his shattered limb. "Keep the pressure on," I shouted over the chaos. Samuels didn't need to be told twice. He popped up, his aim steady, forcing the scavengers to take cover with carefully placed shots. But their numbers and experience were too much. They kept advancing, closing the gap inch by inch. And then I heard it. The groan, low, guttural, and far too close. "They're coming," I muttered, a cold dread washing over me. Samuels froze, his pale face snapping toward me. "The horde?" I nodded, scanning the horizon. At first, the shapes were just a ripple on the edge of the wasteland, a trick of the light. But then they became clear, figures shambling forward, slow at first, then faster, like a dam breaking. The horde had arrived, drawn by the gunfire. The scavengers noticed too. Their leader turned, his face twisting in panic. "Shit! Pull back!" he yelled, waving frantically. But it was too late. The horde slammed into them like a wave of flesh and bone, their groans rising to a deafening crescendo. The first scavenger didn't even get a chance to scream before he was buried under a mass of gnashing teeth and clawing hands. Another tried to run, but a zombie lunged, its teeth sinking into his neck. Blood sprayed in a wide arc, painting the ground in crimson as the man gurgled, his desperate screams turning into wet gasps. "This is our chance," I said, gripping Samuels by the arm. "We move now." Samuels hesitated, his eyes locked on the carnage. "And if they catch us?" "They'll catch us if we stay. Move." We darted from cover, weaving through the rubble as the scavengers disintegrated under the horde's relentless assault. One scavenger raised his rifle, aiming at us, but I was faster. My shot hit him square in the chest, and he crumpled, his body twitching as the horde descended on him moments later. Behind us, the screams grew louder, more desperate. I risked a glance back and immediately regretted it. A scavenger was pinned against the rubble, his arms flailing as 3 zombies tore into him. One ripped open his stomach, spilling his intestines onto the ground, while another gnawed on his arm, pulling chunks of flesh with sickening wet sounds. Another scavenger swung a machete wildly, decapitating one of the undead, but the effort left him exposed. A zombie lunged, grabbing his head with both hands and sinking its teeth into his face. The man shrieked, his cries muffled as the zombie tore his cheek away, leaving a gaping hole where flesh had once been. "Sonny!" Samuels shouted, pulling me back to the present. "Keep going!" I yelled, grabbing his arm as he stumbled over the uneven ground. The scavengers were gone. What remained of them was unrecognizable, broken bodies being ripped apart, their blood soaking into the dust. The wasteland blurred as we ran, our breaths ragged and our muscles screaming for relief. My injured leg burned with every step, the pain sharp and unrelenting, but I couldn't stop. Not now. Ahead, the wall came into view, its towering silhouette a beacon of safety against the chaos. "Almost there," Samuels panted, his voice barely audible over the pounding of our boots. The gates opened just enough to let us through, slamming shut the moment we were inside. We collapsed against the cold metal, gasping for air as the sounds of the horde faded, replaced by the eerie silence of safety. A guard approached, his face grim. "What the hell happened out there?" I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I pushed myself to my feet, grabbed a piece of chalk from the supply post, and walked to the wall. In bold, jagged letters I wrote, "Rule 13, trust no one outside the wall." I turned to the guard, my voice steady despite the exhaustion. "Because out there, trust will get you killed." The wasteland was a merciless beast, and hunger was its cruelest weapon. We had been walking for hours under a sun that felt like it was trying to peel the skin from our bones. The air was dry, each breath scraping my throat like sandpaper. My stomach growled, loud enough that Samuels glanced at me with a wry grin. "How long since you've eaten?" he asked, wiping sweat from his brow. 2 days, I muttered. "Maybe 3. You?" "Same," he admitted. "We're running on fumes." Behind us, Maria and Davis trudged silently, their faces pale and sunken. None of us had the energy to talk. The last of our rations had been split between us the night before, and the small handful of dried meat and stale crackers hadn't gone far. The wasteland stretched out endlessly, a barren expanse of cracked earth and skeletal trees. Every step felt heavier, as if the ground itself was pulling us down, trying to swallow us whole. I scanned the horizon, searching for anything, a ruined building, a cluster of trees, a hint of shade, anything that might offer a reprieve. And then we saw him. The man appeared as if conjured by a mirage. He was standing by the remnants of a rusted-out truck, waving one hand above his head while the other rested on a makeshift spear. He was lean but not gaunt, his clothes patched but clean. Most striking of all was the small fire beside him, a tin pot balanced on a metal grate, steam curling up into the air. The smell of something cooking hit me like a punch to the gut. "Think he's friendly?" Maria asked, her voice hoarse. "Does it matter?" Davis grunted. "If he's got food, we need to find out." I tightened my grip on my rifle. "Stay back. Let me talk to him first." As I approached, the man smiled, his face splitting into an expression that was almost too warm for a place like this. "Hey there, traveler," he called out. "You look like you could use a bite." I stopped a few paces away, my finger hovering near the trigger. "Who are you?" He raised his hands, palms out. "Name's Ellis. Just another poor soul trying to scrape by. You and your group look like you've had it rough." "What's in the pot?" I asked, my eyes darting to the fire. "Rabbit stew," he said, almost proudly. "Caught 'em myself. Couple of fat ones, too. Figured I'd make enough to share if anyone wandered by." "And you're just giving it away?" Ellis chuckled. "Not much use hoarding kindness in a place like this. Besides, it's better to have friends than enemies out here, don't you think?" Behind me, I heard Maria's stomach growl loudly, followed by Davis muttering a curse under his breath. I glanced back at them, their gaunt faces filled with a mixture of desperation and hope. "You don't trust me," Ellis said, his tone light, but his eyes sharp. "I get it. But you're welcome to take a look at the pot. See for yourself." I stepped closer, the smell of the stew overwhelming. It was rich and savory, the kind of smell that made your mouth water even if you weren't starving. Chunks of meat floated in a thick broth, along with what looked like wild onions and some kind of root vegetable. "Where'd you catch the rabbits?" I asked, my voice low. He gestured vaguely behind him. "There's a little stream about a mile back that way. They come down to drink. Easy pickings if you've got traps." "Sonny," Maria called, her voice trembling. "We need to eat." I hesitated, the rifle still heavy in my hands. Something about Ellis felt off, but maybe that was just the paranoia that came with living out here. I glanced at Samuels, who gave me a small nod. "All right," I said finally. "But I'm watching you." Ellis smiled again, stepping back to give us space. "Take your time. I've got nothing to hide." As the others shuffled forward, drawn by the promise of food, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling in the back of my mind. The stew smelled too good. Ellis was too friendly, and in the wasteland, nothing was ever free. The air in Ellis's makeshift camp felt heavier than it should have, as though the smoke from his fire carried an unseen weight. Maria and Davis hunched over bowls of stew, shoveling the food into their mouths with a desperation that made me wince. Samuels ate slower, his eyes darting between Ellis and me. But even he couldn't resist the pull of hunger. I sat apart, watching, my fingers drumming nervously against my rifle. "You not hungry?" Ellis asked, his smile warm but his eyes cold. The way he sat, relaxed but deliberate, his hands never straying far from his spear, put me on edge. "I'll eat later," I lied. My stomach churned, torn between the gnawing hunger and the distrust that clawed at the edges of my mind. "Suit yourself," he said with a shrug. "You'll regret it, though. Can't survive out here on suspicion alone." Maria let out a soft sigh, leaning back against a chunk of rusted metal. "It's been so long since I've had something warm," she murmured, her voice almost dreamy. "Feels like I'm human again." "Good, right?" Ellis said, his grin widening. "Told you, nothing to worry about." Davis's bowl clattered to the ground as he doubled over, clutching his stomach. "Ah, hell," he groaned, sweat beading on his forehead. "I think I ate too fast." "Davis?" Maria leaned toward him, her face pale. "Probably just the food hitting too quick," Ellis said casually, stirring the pot. "Your stomach's not used to it. Give it a minute." But it wasn't just Davis. Maria's breathing grew shallow, her hands trembling as she pressed them against her abdomen. "Sonny," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Something's wrong." I was on my feet in an instant, my rifle trained on Ellis. "What the hell did you put in that stew?" He held up his hands, his face a mask of mock innocence. "Nothing bad, I swear. It's just rabbit and roots." Samuels dropped his bowl, staggering back as his skin flushed an unnatural shade of red. "Sonny, I don't feel right." Ellis rose slowly, his spear in hand. "Don't go pointing fingers at me. Maybe it's something you brought with you. The wasteland's full of nasty surprises, you know." Maria let out a strangled cry, collapsing to the ground. Her body convulsed, her fingers clawing at her throat as if trying to pull something out. Davis wasn't far behind, his screams cutting through the night as his limbs twisted at unnatural angles. "Help! Them!" Samuels gasped, but his words slurred, his knees buckling. I backed away, my heart pounding as Maria's skin began to shift, her veins bulging beneath the surface like writhing worms. Her eyes, once glassy with exhaustion, now glowed with a sickly yellow hue. She let out a guttural snarl, her teeth elongating into jagged points. "What's happening?" Samuels rasped, clawing at his own arms as his flesh blistered and peeled. His voice cracked, becoming deeper, almost inhuman. Ellis took a step back, his grin gone. "Damn," he muttered, his tone flat. "Didn't think it'd take hold this quick." "You knew," I growled, my rifle steady despite the panic coursing through me. "What did you feed them?" He didn't answer, instead shifting his grip on the spear. "You've got bigger problems, friend." Maria lunged at me, her movements jerky but horrifyingly fast. I fired without thinking, the shot tearing through her chest. She stumbled, blood spraying from the wound, but it wasn't enough to stop her. Her mouth opened wide, a guttural roar erupting as she charged again. I fired again, this time hitting her square between the eyes. She crumpled to the ground, twitching violently before finally going still. "Sonny, behind you," Samuels shouted, his voice distorted. I spun just in time to see Davis, his body grotesquely misshapen, barreling toward me. His arms had elongated, the bones jutting out at sickening angles, and his mouth was a mass of sharp, snapping teeth. I sidestepped, slamming the butt of my rifle into his head. He reeled but didn't fall, his claws swiping inches from my face. Ellis took the opportunity to bolt, disappearing into the shadows with a muttered curse. I wanted to chase him, but there was no time. Davis lunged again, and I pulled the trigger, the bullet ripping through his skull. He collapsed, spasming before going silent. I turned to Samuels, who was leaning heavily against a rusted pipe. His skin was pale, his breathing shallow, but he hadn't fully turned. "Stay with me," I said, my voice firm. "We're getting out of here." The twisted bodies of our former companions lay in the flickering firelight as I dragged Samuels away from the camp. The night swallowed us, the wasteland offering no answers and no mercy. The wasteland's night was a relentless black, broken only by the faint glow of the campfire still flickering behind us. Samuels leaned heavily on me, his breath ragged and labored. Each step felt like dragging a corpse, but I wasn't ready to give up on him. Not yet. You need to leave me," Samuels gasped, his voice weak but resolute. "I'm slowing you down." "Shut up," I snapped, shifting my grip to keep him upright. "You're not dying out here." The ground beneath us was uneven, littered with rocks and patches of desiccated plants. Every shadow seemed alive, every gust of wind carrying whispers that made my skin crawl. I kept my rifle ready, scanning the horizon for signs of Ellis or worse, something that had once been human. "Sonny," Samuels rasped, his voice barely audible. I don't feel right." I stopped, turning to face him. His skin was pale, almost translucent under the moonlight. Veins stood out like dark rivers, and his pupils were blown wide. He trembled in my arms, his body convulsing in small, sporadic jerks. "Stay with me," I said, my tone firm. "You're not turning. You hear me? You're not." A low growl cut through the stillness, freezing the words in my throat. It wasn't human, and it wasn't far off either. I turned slowly, my heart pounding as the sound grew louder, closer. The creature emerged from the shadows, its shape grotesque and wrong. It had once been Ellis, but his humanity was gone. His limbs were elongated, the skin stretched taut over his bones. His jaw hung at an unnatural angle, revealing rows of jagged, mismatched teeth. And his eyes. His eyes burned with a sickly yellow light, void of anything human. "Ellis," I said, my voice low, "you've really gone and done it now." He tilted his head, the movement jerky, almost curious. Then he charged. I shoved Samuels behind a cluster of rocks and raised my rifle, firing 3 quick shots. 2 hit their mark, tearing into Ellis's chest, but they didn't slow him. He lunged, claws outstretched, and I barely had time to throw myself to the side. His momentum carried him past me, but he spun with a feral grace, his movements unnervingly fast. "Sonny," Samuels croaked from behind the rocks. "Stay down," I barked, circling Ellis. My hands were steady, my breathing controlled, but inside, panic clawed at the edges of my mind. I aimed for his head and fired again. The bullet ripped through his skull, splattering dark ichor across the ground. He collapsed, twitching violently before going still. I didn't wait to see if he'd stay down. Grabbing Samuels, I hauled him to his feet. "We're moving, now." We stumbled through the wasteland, the horizon a bleak, unchanging expanse. Samuels grew weaker with each step, his weight dragging me down. My legs screamed in protest, but I kept going. Stopping wasn't an option. When the wall finally came into view, it was like seeing salvation itself. The massive gates loomed ahead, guarded by watchtowers and spotlights that cut through the darkness. I stumbled toward it, shouting hoarsely, "Open up! It's Sonny!" The gates creaked open just enough to let us through. A pair of guards rushed forward, taking Samuels from my arms as I collapsed to my knees, gasping for breath. "What the hell happened out there?" one of them asked, his voice sharp. I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I pushed myself to my feet, grabbed a piece of chalk from a nearby crate, and walked to the wall. My hand shook as I scrawled the words, each letter etched with grim finality. Rule 14. Don't eat anything you didn't hunt. The factory loomed ahead, a skeletal monument to a world long dead. Its rusted walls and collapsed roof stretched high into the bleak sky, jagged edges silhouetted against the faint glow of the moon. It felt wrong to be here, but hunger had a way of silencing doubts. The wasteland didn't care about caution. It only cared about survival. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" May asked, her voice trembling as she tightened her grip on the makeshift spear she carried. I glanced at her, noting the nervous dart of her eyes toward every shadow. "No," I admitted, "but we're out of options. If there's anything left in there, we'll need it." Jordan snorted from behind us, his voice tinged with impatience. "Scared of some empty rooms? It's just an old building." He adjusted his battered rifle, the barrel scratched and dull. "Let's get in and out. This place gives me the creeps." "Then shut up and move quietly," I snapped, leading the way through the jagged hole that had once been the factory's main entrance. The interior was worse than I expected. The air was thick with the smell of decay and mildew, a sharp metallic tang lingering in the back of my throat. The floor was littered with debris, rusted tools, shattered glass, and unrecognizable hunks of machinery long since stripped of usefulness. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the crunch of our footsteps. Every sound felt magnified, bouncing off the corroded walls and hollow chambers. It was the kind of silence that pressed down on you, filling the spaces where rational thought should be. I kept my rifle raised, scanning the dimly lit expanse for movement. Shadows played tricks on my eyes, flickering and shifting like they had lives of their own. "What's the plan?" May whispered, sticking close to my side. "We search fast," I replied. "Split up if we have to, but stay within shouting distance. We're not taking any risks." Jordan rolled his eyes. "Yeah, because shouting won't draw anything out." I ignored him, gesturing toward the far end of the factory. "Check the offices. May and I will look through the storage areas." Jordan hesitated, glancing toward the darkened doorway I'd pointed to. For a moment, his bravado wavered, but he covered it with a smirk. "Fine. Don't take too long." He disappeared into the gloom, his flashlight casting erratic beams along the crumbling walls. May watched him go, her knuckles white around her spear. "You think he'll be okay?" "No," I said flatly. "But he's not my priority." We moved toward the storage area, picking our way through the debris. The shelves were mostly bare, their contents looted long ago. A few rusted cans and shattered crates offered little hope. May crouched down, inspecting something half buried under a pile of old rags. She pulled it free, revealing a sealed tin of beans. "Jackpot," she murmured, a small smile breaking through her anxiety. "Good. Keep looking," I said, keeping my eyes on the shadows. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, a familiar prickling sensation that told me we weren't alone. "Sonny," May whispered, her voice tight. "Did you hear that?" I froze, listening. At first, there was only silence. Then, faintly, a sound that didn't belong. The scrape of something heavy being dragged across the floor. My grip tightened on my rifle as I scanned the room. "Jordan," I called softly, my voice carrying just enough to reach him without echoing. No response. "We need to find him," May said, her fear palpable. The dragging sound grew louder, accompanied by a faint, wet squelch. It was coming from the direction Jordan had gone. I gestured for May to stay close as we moved toward the doorway. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating a scene that turned my stomach. Jordan was on the ground, his body twisted and broken. Blood pooled around him, seeping into the cracks of the concrete floor. Something was hunched over him, its gaunt form trembling as it tore into his chest. The creature's skin was pale and stretched taut over its bones, its fingers ending in jagged claws that scraped against Jordan's ribcage. It didn't react to our presence at first, too engrossed in its grotesque feast. May let out a strangled gasp, and the thing's head snapped up. Its eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, twin orbs of sickly green light. Blood dripped from its maw, staining its rotted teeth. It let out a guttural snarl, the sound reverberating through the factory. "Run!" I said, my voice steady despite the panic clawing at my chest. May hesitated for half a second too long, and the creature lunged. I fired, the shot echoing like thunder in the confined space. The bullet tore through its shoulder, but it barely slowed. I grabbed May's arm, dragging her with me as we bolted back the way we'd come. The factory came alive with sound. Groans and snarls echoed from every direction, the shadows shifting as more figures emerged. They crawled out of doorways and dropped from broken rafters, their twisted bodies moving with unnatural speed. "The exit!" May cried, her voice raw with terror. "Blocked," I said, glancing toward the entrance we'd come through. The horde was already pouring in, cutting off our escape. My mind raced, searching for another way out. The pounding of footsteps echoed in the hollow corridors of the factory, blending with the guttural snarls of the horde. The air was thick with rust and decay, each breath scraping against my lungs. May clung to my side, her injured leg slowing us down, but leaving her behind wasn't an option. "Keep moving," I barked, shoving her forward as the screeches of the undead grew louder behind us. The dim glow of my flashlight barely cut through the darkness, revealing only fleeting glimpses of twisted metal and debris-strewn floors. Shadows flickered, alive with movement as the horde closed in. I didn't dare look back. The sound of their claws scraping against the walls was enough to fuel my terror. We stumbled into a large chamber, its ceiling partially collapsed, moonlight spilling through jagged cracks. The remnants of old machinery loomed like skeletal giants, their gears and levers coated in rust. The path ahead was a maze of toppled beams and shattered glass. "This way," I said, dragging May toward a narrow gap between two massive machines. She gritted her teeth, clutching her spear with white-knuckled hands. Behind us, the horde surged into the chamber. Their grotesque forms moved with horrifying speed, their eyes glowing faintly in the pale light. Some crawled on all fours, their twisted limbs jerking unnaturally, while others dragged what remained of their decayed bodies across the floor. May stumbled, falling hard against the jagged edge of a rusted beam. "Sonny, she gasped, blood dripping from a fresh gash on her arm. "Get up," I snapped, hauling her to her feet. "We're not dying here." A shriek tore through the air, closer than I wanted to admit. One of the creatures lunged, its claws swiping inches from my face. I swung the butt of my rifle, the impact cracking its jaw and sending it sprawling. Another scrambled over the debris, its mouth stretched wide in a grotesque grin. I fired, the bullet tearing through its skull. "Move," I shouted, shoving May ahead. We squeezed through the gap between the machines, the metal edges biting into our arms. The narrow passage slowed the creatures, their bulky forms struggling to maneuver, but it wouldn't hold them for long. I could hear their guttural snarls and the scrape of claws on metal as they forced their way through. Emerging on the other side, we found ourselves in a storage room, its walls lined with rusted shelves. Broken crates and shattered glass littered the floor, and the stench of mildew was overpowering. At the far end of the room, a heavy metal door hung slightly ajar. "There," I said, pointing to the door. "It might lead to an exit." May nodded, limping toward it as I covered her, my rifle trained on the gap we had just crawled through. The first of the creatures squeezed through, its emaciated frame contorting unnaturally. I fired, the shot echoing like thunder in the enclosed space. It dropped, but more were right behind it. "Hurry!" I shouted, backing toward the door as May pushed it open. The door creaked on its hinges, revealing a staircase leading downward into pitch darkness. May hesitated, glancing back at me. "Go!" I urged, firing another shot. The creatures were pouring into the room now, their grotesque forms illuminated by the sporadic beam of my flashlight. May disappeared down the stairs, and I followed, slamming the door shut behind us. The sound of the horde's claws raking against the metal was deafening, their snarls vibrating through the air. The stairs spiraled downward, the damp, crumbling concrete slick beneath our feet. The air grew colder, heavier with the scent of rot. May's breathing was ragged, each step a struggle as she clung to the railing. "Do you even know where this leads?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Away from them," I said, my grip tightening on my rifle. "That's all that matters." The staircase ended abruptly, spilling us into a cavernous sublevel. The walls were lined with rusted pipes, their surfaces slick with moisture. Pools of stagnant water reflected the faint glow of my flashlight, casting eerie ripples across the ceiling. The sound of the horde above was muffled now, but it wouldn't take them long to find another way down. "We need to keep moving," I said, scanning the room for another exit. May pointed to a tunnel at the far end, its entrance partially collapsed but still passable. "There. It has to lead somewhere." I nodded, helping her toward it as the faint echoes of the horde grew louder. The tunnel seemed endless, a suffocating corridor of dripping water and echoing groans. Each step felt like wading through quicksand, the weight of exhaustion pulling at May and me. My flashlight flickered, casting uneven beams against the slime-covered walls. Behind us, the guttural growls of the horde crept closer. "Keep moving," I urged, gripping May's arm as her steps faltered. Her leg was a mess, the gash on her calf leaving a trail of blood that glistened in the faint light. "We're almost there." "Where?" she rasped, her voice barely a whisper. "Where does this even lead?" I didn't have an answer, but I couldn't stop. Stopping meant death. The tunnel opened into a massive chamber, the ceiling lost in shadow. Rusted pipes and crumbling machinery lined the walls, and a rickety metal ladder stretched up toward a faint glimmer of light. It was our only chance. "The ladder," I said, pointing. "It has to lead out." May stared at it, her face pale and slick with sweat. "I can't climb," she said. "Not with my leg." "You don't have a choice," I snapped, pulling her toward the base of the ladder. The sounds of the horde were growing louder, the metallic scrape of claws against the tunnel walls sending shivers down my spine. I slung my rifle over my shoulder and helped May onto the first rung. She winced, her hands trembling as she gripped the rusted metal. "Go," I said, placing myself between her and the darkness. "I'll cover you." The first of the creatures burst into the chamber, its glowing eyes locking onto us. I fired, the shot echoing like thunder. The creature dropped, but more spilled in behind it, their snarls filling the air. "Climb!" I shouted, unloading round after round into the oncoming horde. Each shot was a desperate attempt to buy May a few more seconds. Blood sprayed across the floor, the stench of decay and gunpowder overwhelming. May was halfway up the ladder when my rifle clicked empty. "Damn it!" I muttered, dropping it and pulling my knife. The closest creature lunged, its claws slashing through the air. I sidestepped, driving the blade into its neck. It collapsed, twitching, but another was already behind it. "Sonny!" May screamed from above. I looked up to see her nearing the top, the faint glow of moonlight illuminating her face. "Keep going!" I yelled, slashing at another creature. My arms burned, each movement slower than the last. The horde was relentless, their numbers endless. I glanced back at the ladder, realizing I wouldn't make it if I waited any longer. "Sorry," I muttered to the next zombie, kicking it back into the swarm. I turned and scrambled up the ladder, my fingers slipping on the slick metal. The creatures clawed at the base, their snarls vibrating through the structure. I climbed faster, ignoring the pain in my hands and the ache in my legs. May reached the top and pulled herself onto the surface, turning to reach for me. "Come on!" she shouted, her voice hoarse. I grabbed her outstretched hand, and together we collapsed onto the roof of the factory. The air was cold and sharp, the open sky a shocking contrast to the suffocating tunnels below. The horde's snarls echoed from the chamber beneath us, but for now, we were safe. I sat up, my chest heaving, and scanned the rooftop. It was barren except for a rusted vent and patches of moss clinging to the edges. The factory stretched below us, a sea of decay and shadows. May leaned against the vent, clutching her injured leg. "We made it," she said, her voice laced with disbelief. "Barely," I replied, pulling the piece of chalk from my pocket. I crawled to the edge of the roof, the sounds of the horde still loud in my ears and etched into the rusted metal. Rule 15. Always have an exit. The words felt heavy. Final. I stared at them for a long moment before standing. "We need to keep moving," I said. "This isn't over." May nodded, her face grim but determined. Together, we turned toward the horizon, the wasteland waiting to test us again. The suburban neighborhood was a ghost town, a hollowed-out remnant of a world that once hummed with life. Overturned tricycles and broken swing sets littered the cracked pavement. Faded chalk drawings stained the sidewalks, their cheerful messages rendered eerie by the silence that enveloped the street. Lila moved ahead of me, her crossbow poised and her eyes scanning every window. "This place feels wrong," she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. "They all do," I replied, keeping my rifle raised. "But this one? Yeah, it's worse." We had come here for supplies. Food was running low, and rumors of unlooted houses had brought us deeper into the wasteland than I'd wanted. The neighborhood was quiet, too quiet, and every step felt like an invitation to something lurking just out of sight. Then we heard it, a child's cry, faint, distant, and laced with pain. Lila froze, her eyes snapping to mine. "You hear that?" "Yeah," I said, my gut twisting. I didn't like this. A sound like that out here. It didn't make sense. "We keep moving." "No," Lila said, her voice firm. "What if it's real? What if there's a kid out there who needs help? What if it's not?" I countered, lowering my rifle slightly. "What if it's a trap?" Lila hesitated, her jaw tightening. The cry came again, closer this time, from one of the houses on the left. It was a long, mournful wail, the kind that clawed at your instincts. "I'm checking it out," she said, heading toward the sound before I could argue. "Damn it, Lila," I hissed, following her. The house was like all the others. Windows shattered, door ajar, paint peeling from the siding. Inside, the air was thick with the stench of mildew and decay. The sound of the cry led us upstairs, each step creaking under our weight. "This is a bad idea," I whispered, gripping my rifle tighter. "You don't leave kids to die," Lila shot back. The noise drew us to a child's bedroom. The door was partially open, revealing a space frozen in time. Posters of cartoon characters clung to the walls, and a small bed with rumpled sheets sat against one corner. On the bed lay a doll, its porcelain face cracked, and from it came the sound of sobbing. Lila stepped forward, her face twisting in confusion. "What the hell?" The sobbing stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was deafening, the kind that pressed against your eardrums. My stomach dropped. "Lila, get back," I said, stepping into the room. Then the giggle came. High-pitched, playful, and chilling. It echoed from the hallway, followed by the sound of tiny feet pattering on the floorboards. "Sonny," Lila whispered, her voice trembling. I turned just as they appeared. Small figures, moving too fast to track. Their eyes glowed faintly in the dim light, and their mouths twisted into grins filled with jagged teeth. "Creepers!" They surged forward, their clawed hands reaching for us. "Move!" I shouted, shoving Lila toward the stairs. I fired, the blast ripping through one of them, but it barely slowed the others. They were fast, too fast, darting in and out of the shadows like wolves. Lila stumbled down the stairs, her crossbow clattering to the floor. A creeper lunged at her, its claws swiping inches from her back. I fired again, catching it in the chest. It let out a shriek and fell, but two more took its place. We hit the ground floor, the creepers close behind. They giggled as they ran, their laughter echoing like a twisted version of a child's game. Lila grabbed her crossbow, loading a bolt with trembling hands. "The door!" I yelled, covering her as she fumbled with the lock. I fired again and again, the sound of gunfire deafening in the confined space. One creeper got too close, its claws raking my arm. I hissed in pain and drove the butt of my rifle into its face, sending it sprawling. "Got it!" Lila shouted, throwing the door open. We bolted into the street, the creepers pouring out after us. "Keep moving," I shouted, grabbing Lila's arm as she stumbled. The creepers gave chase, their laughter filling the air as they bounded over obstacles with inhuman speed. Ahead, the skeletal remains of an elementary school loomed. The windows were shattered and the doors hung off their hinges, but it was the only cover in sight. "Inside," I said, dragging Lila toward the building. We burst through the doors, slamming them shut behind us. I shoved a broken desk against the handles, my breath coming in ragged gasps. "What the hell were those?" Lila asked, her face pale. "Creepers," I said, my voice grim. "I've heard the name whispered before. People say they're the ones who turned but didn't lose everything. They're small, fast, and deadly." The school's interior was a hollow shell, its walls painted with peeling murals of smiling suns and stick-figure families. Dust motes floated in the pale shafts of moonlight streaming through the shattered windows. Every step we took echoed too loudly in the cavernous silence, the sound a cruel reminder of how exposed we were. Lila limped beside me, clutching her injured arm. The blood from her earlier scrape had soaked through the makeshift bandage we'd wrapped around it, leaving a dark stain on her jacket. "How long do you think we have?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "Not long," I replied, gripping my rifle tightly. The creepers weren't the kind to give up. They were smarter than that, patient even. Their eerie giggles still echoed faintly outside, a haunting reminder of the danger circling us. The hallway stretched before us, littered with broken desks and chairs. I pointed toward a door marked Gymnasium at the far end. "If we can make it through there, it might lead to another exit." "Might?" Lila asked, raising an eyebrow. "You have a better plan?" I shot back. She shook her head, and we pressed on, weaving through the debris. The sound of something small skittering across the floor froze us in our tracks. I swung the flashlight around, its beam slicing through the darkness. For a moment there was nothing, just the oppressive silence pressing in from all sides. Then, from behind a row of lockers, a tiny hand gripped the edge. "Sonny," Lila said, her voice rising. "I see it," I whispered, aiming my rifle at the spot. My heart pounded as the hand retreated, followed by the sound of soft footsteps pattering away. "They're inside," Lila said, panic creeping into her voice. "How did they get in?" "They always find a way," I muttered, motioning for her to keep moving. "Stay close." We reached the gymnasium door and slipped inside, shoving a heavy bench in front of it for good measure. The room was vast, its high ceilings disappearing into shadow. Torn nets hung limply from basketball hoops, and the faded lines of a court were barely visible beneath layers of grime. But it was the playground beyond the shattered windows that drew my attention. The cracked asphalt yard was bathed in moonlight, a desolate expanse of rusted swing sets and broken slides. It should have been empty. Instead, faint shapes darted between the equipment, their giggles carrying on the wind. "They're waiting for us," Lila said, her voice barely audible. "They're hurting us," I corrected, my stomach twisting. The creepers moved like shadows, barely more than flickers of motion in the darkness. One climbed a slide, its glowing eyes locking onto us through the shattered window. It tilted its head as if studying us, before disappearing down the other side. "We can't stay here," Lila said, clutching my arm. "They'll come in, won't they?" I nodded, scanning the gym for anything that could help. My eyes landed on an emergency exit at the far end of the room, the push bar gleaming faintly in the dim light. "That door might lead to the street," I said. "If we can make it past the playground, we'll have a shot." "Past them?" Lila asked, her voice cracking. "Do you have a better idea?" I said. She shook her head, her lips pressed into a thin line. We pushed open the emergency exit and stepped into the playground, the cold night air biting at our faces. The creepers' laughter grew louder, their movements becoming more deliberate. They emerged from the shadows, surrounding us with unnerving precision. "They're playing with us," Lila whispered, raising her crossbow. Her hands were shaking. "Keep moving," I said, my voice steady despite the fear clawing at my chest. I fired a shot, the report shattering the night. One creeper fell, its body crumpling like a discarded doll. The others paused for a moment before resuming their approach, giggling all the while. We weaved through the playground equipment, the creepers closing in from all sides. One darted out from behind a swing set, its claws raking across my arm. I gritted my teeth against the pain and slammed the butt of my rifle into its head. It stumbled back, but its laughter only grew louder, more shrill. "Sonny, over here," Lila called, pointing to a narrow gap in the fence at the far end of the yard. I fired another shot, giving her a chance to run ahead. The creepers surged forward, their speed and agility overwhelming. One leapt onto the monkey bars, its glowing eyes tracking me as it launched itself toward my back. I dropped to the ground, rolling to avoid its claws, and fired point blank into its chest. "Come on!" Lila screamed, already through the gap. I sprinted toward her, the creeper's laughter echoing in my ears. I dove through the gap, the creepers clawing at the edges but unable to follow, their giggles fading into the night as we staggered onto the empty street beyond. The street stretched out before us, a jagged scar of asphalt cracked by years of neglect. Broken streetlights cast eerie shadows over the abandoned cars and shattered windows. Lila clung to my arm, her breathing ragged as we stumbled forward. Behind us, the creepers' laughter had faded, but their absence was far from comforting. "They're not done," I said, scanning the buildings for a place to hide. "They're just waiting." "For what?" Lila asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "For us to screw up," I muttered. We passed a pharmacy, its windows shattered and shelves stripped bare. Further ahead, a gas station loomed, its fluorescent sign flickering dimly. "There," I said, pointing. "It's open. We can barricade ourselves inside." "You think they'll follow?" Lila asked, glancing nervously over her shoulder. "So far, they always do," I replied, tightening my grip on my rifle. We hurried toward the gas station, the gravel crunching beneath our boots. The front door hung ajar, swaying slightly in the breeze. I pushed it open, my flashlight cutting through the gloom. The air inside was stale, carrying the faint scent of gasoline and rot. "Clear the place," I said, motioning for Lila to check the aisles. I moved toward the counter, my rifle raised, scanning for movement. The store was empty, but the oppressive silence was worse than the creepers' laughter. "Nothing here," Lila called from the back. "But there's a storage room we can lock." "Good. Grab anything useful," I said, grabbing a rusted crowbar from the counter. I wedged it against the door, securing it as best I could. "We'll hold up here for now." Lila rummaged through the shelves, coming back with a half-empty canister of fuel and a few dusty water bottles. "Not much, but it'll do." The creeper's laughter returned, faint at first but growing louder. It surrounded us, an omnipresent sound that made my skin crawl. I moved to the window, peering out into the street. Shadows darted between the cars, their glowing eyes like fireflies in the dark. "They're here," I said, backing away. Lila gripped her crossbow tightly, her knuckles white. "What do we do?" "We don't let them in," I said, moving to the back of the store. "That storage room. Let's go." We bolted for the storage room, slamming the door shut and barricading it with whatever we could find. The creepers' laughter grew louder, their footsteps pattering against the tile floor. They were inside. Lila pressed her back against the wall, her breathing shallow. "Sonny, they're not just hunting us, they're playing with us." "I know," I said, checking my rifle. "But if they think we're cornered, they'll get cocky." The door rattled as small hands clawed at it, the sound sending a shiver down my spine. The creepers' laughter turned to high-pitched squeals, their glee almost tangible. I glanced at Lila, her face pale but determined. "When they break through, aim for the head," I said. "Don't hesitate." The door splintered, and the first creeper forced its way through, its glowing eyes locking onto us. I fired, the shot echoing in the confined space. The creeper crumpled, but two more took its place, their jagged teeth bared. Lila loosed a bolt from her crossbow, catching one in the throat. It shrieked, flailing before collapsing. Another darted toward her, its claws swiping at her leg. She kicked it back, reloading with trembling hands. "Keep them back," I shouted, firing again. The room filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder and decay. The creepers swarmed, their small, wiry bodies writhing through the debris. One leapt onto me, its claws tearing into my shoulder. I slammed it against the wall, my vision blurring from the pain. "Sonny!" Lila screamed, but her voice was drowned out by the chaos. I reached for the canister of fuel she had found earlier, my hands slick with blood. With a desperate swing, I doused the advancing creepers, their giggles turning to shrieks as the gasoline soaked their rotting skin. "Lighter!" I yelled, and Lila tossed it to me. Flicking it open, I ignited the fuel, the flames roaring to life. The creepers screeched as the fire consumed them, their bodies writhing in a grotesque dance of destruction. The storage room filled with smoke, the heat unbearable. "We have to move," I shouted, grabbing Lila's arm. We pushed through the fire and out into the store, coughing as the flames spread. The creepers outside shrieked in response, their glowing eyes retreating into the shadows as the firelight spilled into the street. We stumbled out of the gas station, the cool night air a shocking contrast to the inferno behind us. For a moment, there was only silence. The creepers were gone, their laughter replaced by the crackling of flames. Lila leaned against a rusted car, her face streaked with soot. We made it," she said, her voice barely audible. I pulled the chalk from my pocket, walking to the nearest wall. My hands shook as I scrawled the words. Rule 16. Stay away from the children. Because nothing about them is innocent anymore. The highway was a graveyard of steel and concrete, shrouded in an unrelenting darkness. The pale glow of my flashlight cut through the suffocating gloom, illuminating the twisted wreckage of cars stacked like corpses in a mass grave. Overhead, the remnants of an overpass loomed, cracked and splintered, threatening to collapse with every breath of wind. I tightened my grip on the chalk in my hand, drawing a shaky arrow on the nearest slab of concrete. "Mark your path," I told myself, the mantra playing on a loop in my head. The rules weren't just guidelines. They were survival. The air in the tunnel was thick, a choking mixture of mildew and rot that clung to my lungs. Every step echoed into the void, each crunch of debris beneath my boots feeling like a gunshot in the oppressive silence. I come here for fuel, desperation forcing me into this labyrinth of the dead. The first sign of unease came in the form of faint scratches on the walls. They were erratic, almost frantic, as if someone had tried to claw their way out. My flashlight traced the marks, and I paused to draw another arrow on the cracked surface. A sound broke the stillness. A faint scraping, distant but deliberate. I froze, my breath hitching in my throat. The sound came again, closer this time, like nails dragging across metal. "Just the wind," I whispered, though my voice sounded hollow even to me. But deep down, I knew better. The wind didn't breathe, and it certainly didn't whisper. I pressed on, the tunnel narrowing as the wreckage grew denser. My chalk arrows glowed faintly under the beam of my flashlight, a fragile lifeline in the overwhelming darkness. The silence seemed alive, pressing against my ears, amplifying every heartbeat, every shaky breath. Then I saw it, a faint glow up ahead, unnatural and pulsating. It bathed the wreckage in a sickly green hue, casting long, jagged shadows that danced like specters. I crouched behind a rusted sedan, my pulse hammering in my chest. The glow came from a breach in the tunnel wall, a jagged hole leading to God knows where. And then I heard the first groan, low, guttural, and wet. It reverberated through the tunnel, bouncing off the walls and filling the space with an unearthly resonance. I gripped my rifle, the cold metal grounding me as panic clawed at the edges of my mind. The groan was followed by movement. Shadows shifted at the edge of the green light, figures shuffling with an unnatural gait. They were slow, but their presence was undeniable. The dead had found me. I backed away slowly, marking another arrow on the car beside me. My hands trembled, the chalk slipping slightly, leaving a jagged streak. The sound of shuffling feet grew louder, accompanied by the occasional clatter of debris being kicked aside. Suddenly, the beam of my flashlight caught something new. An old, skeletal figure slumped against the wall. Its bony fingers clutched a piece of chalk, a series of faded symbols scrawled around it. My stomach turned as I realized the meaning. Someone had been here before, and they hadn't made it out. A louder groan snapped me out of my thoughts. The shadows were closer now, the green glow revealing more figures. Their rotting faces twisted into grotesque masks of hunger, their eyes hollow but somehow filled with intent. I turned and ran, my boots pounding against the concrete. The air grew heavier, the tunnel seeming to close in around me. My flashlight flickered, the beam dimming as if the darkness itself was devouring it. I stopped just long enough to mark another arrow, the motion frantic and desperate. Then came the whispers. Soft, almost playful. They danced at the edge of my hearing. They weren't human, but they mimicked the cadence of a voice, taunting me. "Keep going," I muttered, forcing my legs to move. The whispers grew louder, overlapping until they became a cacophony. Shadows darted at the edges of my vision, quick and fleeting, like predators stalking their prey. The tunnel split ahead, a fork in the path. My earlier arrows pointed left, but the whispers seemed louder to the right. I hesitated, the pressure of the moment crushing my chest. I marked another arrow, pointing left, and sprinted down the path. The groans followed, joined now by scraping metal and the sound of something wet dragging against the floor. I didn't look back. Looking back was a death sentence. When the tunnel finally opened into a larger chamber, I collapsed against the wall, my lungs burning. The chamber was littered with debris, and in the center, an overturned fuel truck loomed. Relief surged through me. Fuel. The reason I'd risked this nightmare. But as I approached, the whispers fell silent, replaced by a deep, resonant growl. My flashlight landed on a hulking shape in the shadows, its eyes reflecting the faint green light. It wasn't a whisperer. It was something worse. The growl sent a chill down my spine. It was guttural, resonating in my chest like the roar of some ancient predator. My flashlight flickered, and I instinctively backed away, my boots scraping against the gritty floor. The hulking shape moved into the green light, its grotesque form finally revealed. It was massive, easily towering over me, with a bloated, sinewy body covered in patches of decayed flesh. Its limbs were long and jagged, ending in claws that scraped against the ground. Its head turned slowly, hollow eyes glowing faintly, locking onto me with a horrifying awareness. I didn't wait. My instinct screamed at me to run, and for once, I didn't argue. I turned and bolted back toward the tunnel, the sound of the creature's claws tearing into the concrete behind me. Its growls turned to guttural, rasping shrieks that echoed through the passage, drowning out my frantic breaths. The tunnel seemed to stretch endlessly, every turn a blur of darkness and fleeting chalk marks. My chest burned, every inhale ragged and shallow. I risked a glance back and regretted it instantly. The creature moved unnaturally fast for its size, its grotesque limbs propelling it forward with horrifying precision. The whispers returned, louder now, their mocking tones overlapping in a twisted chorus. I pressed on, my flashlight bouncing wildly as I dodged fallen debris and shattered pipes. The walls seemed to close in, the narrow space amplifying every sound. I reached an intersection, the familiar sight of my chalk arrow pointing left giving me a sliver of hope. I veered into the marked path, the tunnel sloping downward into a tighter corridor. The air grew colder, the stench of decay stronger. My ears strained for the sound of the creature, but all I heard was the pounding of my own heartbeat. I stopped to catch my breath, pressing my back against the wall. My hands shook as I pulled out the chalk, marking another arrow. The simple act felt like a lifeline, a reminder that I wasn't completely lost. The whispers had faded, but the oppressive silence was worse. A faint scraping sound returned, steady and deliberate. I lifted my flashlight, the beam shaking as it illuminated the corridor ahead. Something moved at the edge of the light, small, quick, and darting between the shadows. It wasn't the hulking creature, but something smaller. A whisperer. Panic surged, and I gritted my teeth, gripping my rifle tighter. The whisperer darted closer, its gaunt, skeletal frame barely visible as it moved with inhuman speed. Its eyes reflected the light, cold and calculating. It was toying with me, waiting for me to make a mistake. I fired. The shot roared through the tunnel, the muzzle flash briefly illuminating the Whisperer as it twisted out of the way. The bullet ricocheted off the walls, the deafening sound disorienting me. When I lowered the rifle, the Whisperer was gone. The growl returned, louder and closer. My stomach dropped as the heavy thuds of the larger creature's approach echoed behind me. Trapped between two horrors, I forced my legs to move, sprinting deeper into the tunnel. The passage widened into another chamber, this one littered with rusted machinery and toppled storage containers. I stumbled inside, frantically scanning for an escape route. My flashlight caught a ladder bolted to the far wall, leading up to a hatch partially obscured by debris. I didn't think. I just moved. I climbed the ladder, each rung groaning under my weight. The growl grew louder, and I glanced down to see the creature entering the chamber. Its hollow eyes locked onto me, and it let out an ear-splitting roar, charging toward the ladder. I reached the hatch, shoving the debris aside with trembling hands. It barely budged. My heart raced as the creature slammed into the base of the ladder, the impact nearly knocking me loose. I braced myself, pushing harder. The hatch finally giving way with a metallic screech. I scrambled through the opening, pulling myself into another tunnel above. The hatch slammed shut behind me, the sound reverberating through the narrow space. I sat there for a moment, gasping for air, the adrenaline leaving my body in violent tremors. The tunnel ahead was unfamiliar, my chalk marks nowhere to be seen. The faint whispers returned, distant but persistent, as if mocking my temporary reprieve. I forced myself to stand, gripping the chalk with renewed determination. Mark your path, I thought. You don't stop. Not until you're out. The new tunnel was narrower, its walls slick with moisture that glistened under the weak beam of my flashlight. My breaths came in short, sharp bursts as I marked another arrow on the wall, the chalk trembling in my grip. Every sound seemed amplified in the suffocating silence. The scrape of my boots, the distant drip of water, and the faint whispers that never seemed to leave. My mind raced with thoughts of escape. The hatch had bought me some time, but I knew it wouldn't be long before the creature below found another way. The Whisperers, too, were out there, watching, waiting. I rounded a corner and stopped dead in my tracks. The tunnel ended abruptly, collapsing into a wall of jagged rubble. My heart sank as I realized I had no choice but to backtrack. My chalk marks were there, faint and glowing in the beam of my light. But retracing my steps felt like walking into a trap. Then I heard it. A faint rumble that grew louder, the sound of stone grinding against stone. It was followed by a guttural roar that shook the walls, dust raining down from the ceiling. The creature had found me. Panic gripped me as I turned and ran, the confined space making every step feel heavier. The tunnel shook with the creature's movements, its massive form crashing through whatever lay in its path. My flashlight flickered, the bulb struggling to keep up as shadows danced wildly around me. I burst into another chamber, this one larger but just as foreboding. The floor was uneven, littered with debris and the skeletal remains of those who had ventured here before me. Among the ruins, I spotted an old ventilation shaft partially obscured by a rusted metal grate. The roar behind me grew louder, and I didn't hesitate. I pried the grate loose, the metal shrieking in protest, and crawled inside. The shaft was tight, the walls pressing against my shoulders as I dragged myself forward. My flashlight barely fit, its beam casting long, trembling shadows ahead. The sound of the creature crashing into the chamber echoed behind me, followed by its frustrated growls. It wouldn't fit in the shaft, but that didn't make me feel safe. The Whisperers could. I pushed forward, each movement agonizingly slow, my pulse hammering in my ears. The shaft forked ahead, one path sloping upward while the other descended into darkness. My flashlight flickered again, the bulb finally giving out with a soft pop. I cursed under my breath, gripping the chalk tightly as I made a mark on the upward slope. Blind, I crawled forward, relying on my sense of touch and the faint, cool breeze coming from above. Time lost meaning in the dark. My hands scraped against the metal walls, the rough edges cutting into my skin. The whispers grew louder, no longer distant, but close, as if the shadows themselves were speaking to me. My head throbbed, each whisper burrowing deeper into my mind, filling it with doubts. You're not getting out. You're already lost. The dead don't forget. I clenched my teeth, pressing forward until I felt the shaft widen. The air grew fresher, tinged with the faint scent of soil. I reached out and felt an opening, pulling myself through with the last of my strength. I tumbled into a clearing, the weak light of dawn breaking over the horizon. The forest around me was eerily silent, the towering trees casting long shadows over the ground. For a moment, I just lay there, my body trembling, the whispers fading with the rising sun. I sat up, my hands clutching the chalk as I looked back at the dark hole I had escaped from. The faint sounds of movement still echoed within, a chilling reminder of what lurked below. Standing, I stumbled toward the wall in the distance, its towering silhouette a beacon of safety. When I reached the wall, the guards barely spared me a glance. I grabbed the chalk and scrawled the rule onto the concrete, my hand steady despite the exhaustion. Rule 17. Mark your path. Beneath it, I added, because the dead don't forget, and neither should you. The derelict hospital loomed over us, its shattered windows resembling hollow eyes that watched our every move. The building was a husk, crumbling under the weight of its own decay. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, but the wall needed those medical supplies. Lila and I were the only ones willing, or stupid enough, to retrieve them. Stay close, I whispered, barely audible over the soft crunch of debris under our boots. Lila nodded, her crossbow gripped tightly in her hands. Her blonde hair, tied back in a messy braid, was streaked with grime. She didn't speak, her lips pressed into a thin line. We both knew the stakes. Inside, the air was thick with mildew and rot. My flashlight's beam illuminated bloodstains smeared across the cracked tiles, remnants of lives lost long ago. The silence was oppressive, a tangible force pressing down on us. I glanced at Lila, who raised her hand to signal a stop. Ahead, a stretcher lay overturned, its metal frame twisted. Beyond it, a door hung ajar, revealing shelves of supplies. The pharmacy. Relief washed over me for a fleeting moment. Lila pointed toward the door, mouthing, "Let's move." We crept forward, careful to avoid the glass shards and scattered tools that littered the floor. Each step felt like a gamble, the smallest sound threatening to shatter the fragile quiet. The room was intact, the shelves still stocked with bottles and boxes. Lila began filling her bag while I kept watch, my rifle at the ready. "Sonny," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "This might actually work." I nodded, but my grip on the rifle tightened. Optimism was dangerous. That's when it happened. A metal tray, precariously balanced on a shelf, tipped over as Lila bumped into it. The clatter echoed through the halls like a gunshot. We both froze, our eyes locking in shared terror. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the howl came. It was inhuman, a piercing shriek that reverberated through the hospital, shaking the very walls. My blood turned to ice. "Lila, we need to move," I hissed, grabbing her arm. She nodded, her face pale, and we bolted from the room. The howl sounded again, closer this time, followed by the unmistakable shuffling of feet. The howler appeared at the end of the corridor, its elongated limbs moving with unnatural speed. Its hollow eyes glowed faintly, and its gaping maw stretched impossibly wide as another scream tore from its throat. The sound was deafening, reverberating through my skull. "They're coming," Lila whispered, panic creeping into her voice. The moans began, low, guttural, and growing in number. The horde was answering the call. "This way," I said, pointing toward a staircase. We sprinted, the howler's screams chasing us. The stairwell was tight, the air thick with the stench of decay. As we climbed, the moans grew louder, a cacophony of hunger echoing below us. At the top, we burst into another hallway, this one lined with gurneys and overturned filing cabinets. I paused to catch my breath, my chest heaving. "Sonny." Lila's voice trembled. I turned just in time to see the howler lunge. Its claws tore through her chest with a wet rip, sending a spray of blood across the walls. Flesh and muscle peeled back as her ribs cracked under the force. She let out a strangled cry, choking on her own blood as she collapsed. Her crossbow clattered to the floor, useless. "Lila!" I raised my rifle and fired, the shot tearing through the howler's twisted skull. Its head snapped back, dark ichor spraying from the wound, but it didn't stop. It staggered, its body jerking violently as if it didn't know it was supposed to die. Another shot. This time, the creature collapsed, its body convulsing before finally going still. But Lila was already gone. Her lifeless eyes stared at me, her blood pooling beneath her and soaking into the cracked tiles. "Damn it," I muttered, my throat tight. I wanted to scream, to rage, but the howler's death cry had already summoned more. The moans were deafening now, the sound of countless feet growing louder. I grabbed Lila's bag, slinging it over my shoulder, and ran. The hallway twisted and turned, the exit feeling impossibly far. The weight of her death pressed down on me. But I couldn't stop. Not here. Not now. At the end of the corridor, I spotted a window partially boarded up. I smashed through the wood with the butt of my rifle and climbed out onto the fire escape. The fresh air hit me like a slap, but the moans followed, spilling out into the night. I didn't look back. Lila was gone, and the howlers were still screaming. The fire escape groaned under my weight as I descended, each step a gamble against its rusted frame. Behind me, the screams of the howlers echoed through the night, a chorus of agony and hunger. I didn't dare look back. The horde was coming, and they wouldn't stop until they'd turned this place into a graveyard. Reaching the alley below, I crouched low, gripping my rifle tightly. The street was bathed in shadows, illuminated only by the pale light of a crescent moon. Buildings stood like silent tombstones, their windows shattered and doors hanging ajar. The city felt dead, but I knew better. It was alive with predators. The first shambling figure emerged from the hospital entrance, its decayed body illuminated briefly as it stumbled into the open. Its head snapped toward the sound of a howler's cry, and it broke into a staggering run. Behind it came dozens more, their moans growing louder with each passing second. I moved quickly, but silently, weaving between overturned dumpsters and abandoned cars. Every step was calculated, my boots brushing against the ground with deliberate care. The howlers had incredible hearing, and even the faintest noise could mean death. My heart raced as I ducked into an abandoned cafe, its broken sign swinging in the breeze. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the faint smell of decay. Tables and chairs were overturned, and the counter was covered in a layer of grime. I scanned the room for anything useful and found a doorway leading to the back. I slipped through, my rifle at the ready. The back room was cluttered with broken shelves and shattered glass, but a faint glow caught my eye. A trail of blood, still wet, led to a storage freezer at the far end of the room. Curiosity gnawed at me, but I hesitated. The howlers were still out there, their cries echoing faintly. Moving toward the freezer felt like tempting fate, but something about the blood trail felt wrong. It wasn't smeared or erratic. It was deliberate. The silence broke with a crash. Something heavy slammed against the front of the cafe, shaking the walls. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. Another crash. The howlers had followed me. The freezer door creaked open, and my flashlight caught the briefest glimpse of movement. A hand, bloody, clawed, and grotesquely deformed, shot out and gripped the edge of the door. My pulse spiked as a low growl emanated from within. I backed away slowly, my rifle trained on the freezer. The growl deepened, guttural and wet, as the figure pulled itself into view. It wasn't a howler. It was worse. Its body was bloated and twisted, its skin stretched taut over bulging muscles. Its head twitched unnaturally, and its mouth opened to reveal rows of jagged teeth. The creature's eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment, neither of us moved. Then, it roared. A deep, guttural sound that shook the walls. "No," I whispered. The sound shattered the silence, and the howlers outside responded instantly. Their screams rose in a horrifying crescendo, and the moans of the horde grew deafening. The creature lunged, its massive body slamming into the shelves between us. I fired, the shot tearing into its chest and spraying blackened blood across the room. It didn't stop. Another shot, this one ripping through its shoulder. The creature snarled, its claws swiping wildly as it charged. I dove to the side, glass shards slicing into my palms as I hit the floor. The freezer creature was relentless, its movements quick and unpredictable despite its size. I fired again, the bullet tearing through its leg and sending it crashing to the ground. It writhed, its claws raking deep gouges into the floor as it tried to reach me. The howlers were closer now, their screams almost inside the building. The horde would be moments behind them. I had to move. I scrambled to my feet, bolting through the cafe and into the alley beyond. The screams of the howlers pierced the night, and the moans of the dead seemed to come from every direction. Ahead, a fire escape led to the roof of a nearby building. I climbed quickly, the metal rungs biting into my hands. Below, the alley swarmed with the infected, their decayed hands grasping at the air as they poured into the street. I reached the rooftop and dropped to my knees, gasping for air. From this vantage point, I could see the city laid out before me, a sea of decay and death. The howlers' cries echoed across the skyline, and the horde moved like a tide, relentless and unyielding. I had survived the night so far, but I wasn't out yet. The howlers were still hunting, and every step I took was another chance to make a sound. Silence was my only weapon, and it was a fragile one. The rooftop groaned beneath my boots as I crept along the edge, the moans of the horde below growing louder. Shadows danced across the crumbling cityscape, and somewhere in the distance, a howler's cry pierced the silence like shattered glass. I gritted my teeth and pressed forward, my hands gripping the rifle tightly. Every step felt like it could betray me, the gravel crunching faintly underfoot. I glanced back, catching sight of Lila's bloodied bag slung over my shoulder. Her memory clawed at me, but there was no time to mourn. Ahead, the path ended at another rooftop, a leap I wasn't sure I could make silently. But staying here wasn't an option. I crouched low, inhaled sharply, and sprang forward. My boots hit the opposite ledge with a muffled thud, and I rolled to absorb the impact. For a brief moment, silence reigned. Then I heard it. The tapping, rhythmic and deliberate, like bone on stone. I turned slowly, my stomach knotting. Across the rooftop, a howler crouched in the shadows, its elongated limbs folding unnaturally beneath it. Its hollow eyes gleamed faintly, locked on me with predatory intent. I froze, willing myself to stay calm. The howler tilted its head, sniffing the air. I knew what was coming, the scream that would bring the others. As its chest expanded, I raised my rifle and squeezed the trigger. The shot cracked through the air, loud and sharp, and the howler's head snapped back as black ichor sprayed from its skull. It crumpled to the ground, twitching. I barely had time to breathe before the moans below swelled into a deafening chorus. The gunshot had done its job. The horde was coming. I ran, my boots pounding against the rooftop as the city came alive with movement. More howlers appeared, their screams echoing through the night and amplifying the chaos. The horde surged, a tidal wave of decay spilling into the streets. I spotted a fire escape ahead and bolted for it, my lungs burning. The metal ladder shook violently as I climbed, but it held. Reaching the alley below, I slipped into the shadows, the smell of rot thick in the air. The howlers were relentless, their cries slicing through the darkness like knives. One landed in the alley behind me, its grotesque form illuminated briefly by the moonlight. Its claws scraped against the concrete as it charged. I dove into a side door, slamming it shut just as the creature's claws raked the frame. Inside, the air was damp and foul, the room a maze of rusted machinery and broken crates. My flashlight flickered as I moved, the beam bouncing off the walls. The howler outside let out another scream, and the sound reverberated through the building. Moments later, the walls trembled as the horde descended. I moved deeper into the factory, marking my path with chalk as I went. Every turn felt like a gamble, the shadows stretching and twisting as if alive. The moans and howls grew closer, their chaotic symphony driving me forward. I found a staircase leading down and hesitated. The air below reeked of death, but it was my only option. I descended quickly, my boots barely brushing the steps. At the bottom, I entered a massive storage room filled with towering shelves. The faint light of my flashlight revealed claw marks gouged into the walls and floor, a grim reminder of what had happened here. The howlers didn't give me much time to think. They poured into the room from every direction, their movements frantic and jerky. I fired at the closest one, the shot ripping through its chest and sending it sprawling. Another lunged, its claws slashing my arm. Pain flared, but I swung the butt of my rifle into its face, the impact shattering bone. Black ichor splattered across my clothes as the creature crumpled. The horde was closing in, their moans drowning out the howler's cries. I spotted a vent in the corner and sprinted for it, sliding inside just as a howler's claws raked the metal. The vent was narrow and suffocating, the air thick with dust and decay. I crawled as fast as I could, the sound of the horde pounding against the walls behind me. My chalk marks glowed faintly in the flashlight's beam, guiding me through the maze of metal. The howlers followed, their guttural growls echoing through the shaft. One caught up, its clawed hand gripping my ankle. I kicked wildly, the flashlight falling from my grasp and clattering ahead. The howler's grip tightened, its claws digging into my flesh. I twisted, pulling my knife from my belt, and drove it into the creature's face. Black fluid poured from the wound, and its grip faltered. I didn't stop to finish it off. I scrambled forward, my hands slick with sweat and blood. Finally, I reached an opening and tumbled out into an alley. The fresh air hit me like a slap, but the moans were still close. I staggered to my feet and bolted, weaving through the maze of ruined buildings. The wall came into view, its towering gates a beacon of safety. I shouted for the guards, my voice hoarse. They opened the gate just enough to let me through, slamming it shut as the horde reached the perimeter. I collapsed against the wall, my chest heaving and my body trembling. Blood seeped from my wounds, mixing with the grime on my skin. I grabbed a piece of chalk and scrawled across the wall, Rule 18, silence is a weapon. Beneath it, I added, because one sound can cost you everything. The wasteland stretched out in all directions, a barren graveyard of ash and ruin. My boots crunched against brittle dirt as I walked, rifle slung over my shoulder and pack bouncing lightly on my back. The gray sky loomed heavy above me, indifferent to the struggles below. Hours had passed since I last stopped, and my throat was dry enough to crack. Supplies were running low, water, food, ammo, everything. It was then I spotted it, a cabin, tucked against the jagged base of a hill. The structure was worn but fortified. Stakes surrounded it like a macabre fence, and strings of rusted tin cans dangled from the roofline, jangling faintly in the breeze. A warning. Or a trap. Keep walking, I muttered under my breath. But my legs had other plans. I angled toward the cabin, keeping my rifle ready. A voice barked out before I even reached the perimeter. Don't bother sneaking. I already got you in my sights. I froze, spotting the figure seated on the porch, a wiry old man in a tattered coat, a wide-brimmed hat shading his weathered face. He had a shotgun balanced across his knees, one hand resting on it as casually as if it were an old friend. I'm not here for trouble, I called, raising my hands slightly. Trouble don't knock, he replied. What are you here for? Food, water, ammo, if you've got it. The man squinted at me, his eyes sharp despite the lines carved into his face. You'll take what I give, but it ain't for free. You listen to me, boy, and you listen good. You get it? I nodded cautiously. Got it. He motioned me closer, gesturing to a rickety chair on the porch. I climbed the steps slowly, my eyes flicking between him and the shotgun that never left his grip. The porch smelled of old wood and sweat, the boards creaking beneath me as I sat. Up close, the man looked even older, his beard a tangle of gray and his skin toughened like leather. But there was something in his eyes. Calculated. Watchful. Name's Elias, he said. Sonny. He handed me a tin cup of water, and I downed it in one go. The water was stale, but it was the best thing I'd tasted in days. You're lucky you came this way, Elias said. Could have ended up worse. Way worse. Worse how? I asked, setting the cup down. He leaned back in his chair, his voice dropping. The dead follow patterns. The longer you're out here, the more you see it. They ain't mindless. Not all of them, anyway. Some of the older ones. They learn. They remember. I frowned. What are you talking about? There's a canyon south of here, he continued. Looks like a good shortcut. But if you go down there, you won't come out. The dead there are different. They watch. They wait. They know the routes people take. And they use the canyon to trap 'em. You go in. You're done. His words made my skin crawl. Why haven't they spread out then? Elias snorted. Who knows? Maybe they're territorial. Maybe they just like having a hunting ground. All I know is, people who don't listen to me end up joining them. I swallowed hard, trying to shake off the unease creeping into my gut. You've seen this happen? More times than I'd like, Elias said grimly. Thought I could warn folks, but not everyone listens. Young and stupid think they know better. They don't. I stayed silent, staring at the horizon beyond the cabin. Take what you need from my stash, Elias said, waving a hand toward the door. But if you go south, you'll be signing your death warrant. I nodded, rising from the chair. Inside, the cabin was cramped but orderly, with shelves lined with canned goods, jars of water, and old maps. I grabbed a few supplies, mindful not to take more than I needed. Thanks for the warning, I said as I stepped back onto the porch. Elias fixed me with a hard stare. Don't thank me unless you listen to it. The weight of his words stayed with me as I walked away from the cabin. The idea of dead things that weren't just predators, but hunters, aware, calculating, made my blood run cold. And as I glanced toward the distant cliffs of the canyon, the path ahead felt darker than ever. The canyon yawned before me, a jagged scar in the earth. The cliffs loomed on either side, their rocky faces streaked with shadows that seemed to writhe as the light shifted. Elias's words echoed in my mind, but hunger and exhaustion dulled their warning. If the canyon was a trap, it didn't look like one. Just another stretch of wasteland. The descent was treacherous. Loose stones skittered underfoot, sending echoes bouncing off the cliffs. The air was heavy, still, and smelled faintly of rot. I tightened my grip on my rifle, the weight of it both reassuring and ominous. At first, nothing happened. The canyon floor was barren, strewn with rocks and dried-out bones that might have once belonged to animals, or something else. The silence was oppressive, the kind that pressed against your chest and made you second-guess every sound you thought you'd heard. Then I noticed the tracks. They weren't human, not exactly. The footprints were twisted, uneven, as though whatever made them had walked on broken bones. They led deeper into the canyon, overlapping in chaotic patterns, like a dance of madness etched into the dirt. Something was watching me. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it. The kind of prickle at the back of your neck that comes when you're not alone. I scanned the cliffs, the shadows, the crevices. But the canyon offered no answers, only dread. The first attack came suddenly. A low growl rumbled through the air, followed by the sound of skittering, like claws on stone. I spun around just as a figure lunged from the shadows. It was one of the dead, but not like the shambling corpses I'd faced before. This one was lean, fast, its rotting flesh stretched tight over sinewy muscles. Its jaw unhinged as it let out a guttural snarl, revealing rows of broken, jagged teeth. I fired, the shot echoing like thunder. The creature's head snapped back, black ichor spraying from the wound as it collapsed in a heap. But the sound woke the canyon. The shadows began to move, crawling across the rocks like living things. More figures emerged, their twisted forms lurching toward me with terrifying speed. Their eyes glinted with a predatory intelligence, and their mouths stretched into grotesque grins. I ran. The canyon walls closed in around me, the path narrowing as I stumbled over rocks and bones. The creatures pursued me relentlessly, their snarls and growls blending into a cacophony of terror. I fired blindly over my shoulder, each shot illuminating their monstrous shapes in brief, strobe-like flashes. One of them lunged at me from the side, its claws raking across my arm. Pain exploded through me, warm blood soaking into my sleeve. I swung my rifle like a club, the butt connecting with a sickening crunch as the creature fell away. But there were too many. Another one grabbed at my leg, its claws sinking into my boot. I kicked wildly, the sound of its bones snapping under my heel drowned out by its shriek. The ground beneath me was slick with blood. Mine. Theirs. It didn't matter. Ahead, the canyon narrowed further, forming a natural choke point. I stumbled toward it, my breath ragged, my vision swimming. If I could just bottleneck them, maybe I'd have a chance. Reaching the choke point, I turned and fired, the rifle kicking against my shoulder as the first creature charged. The bullet tore through its chest, black blood spraying across the rocks. Another followed, and another. Each shot slowing them, but never stopping the tide. They were faster than I could reload. One of them climbed the canyon wall, its claws digging into the rock like it was soft clay. It launched itself at me, teeth snapping. I ducked, but not fast enough. Its claws raked my back, tearing through fabric and flesh. I screamed, the sound raw and animalistic, and swung my rifle in a wide arc. The creature's skull caved in with a wet crunch, but the effort left me off balance. More were coming. They poured out of the shadows like a living flood, their bodies contorting unnaturally as they closed the distance. I backed into the narrowest part of the canyon, my rifle trembling in my hands. "This is it," I muttered, my voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. Suddenly, a deafening blast tore through the air. The lead creature exploded in a spray of gore, its remains splattering across the canyon walls. Another shot followed, then another, each one precise and deadly. I turned, bloodied and gasping, to see Elias standing at the edge of the canyon, a scoped rifle in his hands. His expression was grim, his movements steady as he picked off the creatures one by one. "Move, boy," he shouted. Adrenaline surged through me as I stumbled toward him, the creature snarling in fury behind me. Elias's shots continued to ring out, each one buying me another second of life. I reached him just as the last of the creatures fell. Their bodies littered the canyon floor, a grotesque tapestry of death and decay. Elias lowered his rifle, his face hard as he looked me over. "You didn't listen," he said coldly. I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came. The weight of my mistake hung heavy in the air, thicker than the stench of blood. "You're lucky I was watching," Elias continued. "Next time, there won't be one." I nodded weakly, the pain in my arm and back a grim reminder of how close I'd come to death. Elias turned and walked away, leaving me to follow in silence. The canyon had taught me a brutal lesson, one I wouldn't forget. We made it back to Elias's cabin just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long, jagged shadows across the wasteland. Every step was agony. My back and arm throbbed with searing pain, and my head swam from blood loss. I stumbled onto the porch, collapsing into one of the creaking chairs, as Elias silently closed the door behind us. "Sit tight," he muttered, moving with practiced efficiency to gather supplies from a battered wooden chest in the corner. The cabin smelled of old wood and herbs, the faint scent of smoke lingering in the air. The walls seemed to close in on me as the adrenaline faded, leaving only the dull, gnawing ache of my wounds and the memory of those twisted, intelligent monsters. Elias returned with a tin of alcohol, strips of cloth, and a needle threaded with coarse black string. "This is gonna hurt," he said, no sympathy in his tone. "I deserve it," I muttered. "You're damn right you do," he snapped, pouring alcohol onto a rag and pressing it hard against the jagged cuts on my arm. I hissed through gritted teeth, my body tensing as the pain flared. "You're lucky I was watching," Elias said as he worked, his voice low but cutting. "That canyon's taken better men than you. I don't warn people for my health, boy. I warn them because I've seen what happens when they don't listen." I stayed silent, my jaw clenched as he began stitching the wound on my arm. "You think you're the first to ignore me?" Elias continued. "Think you're the first to think you know better? You're not. The ones who didn't listen, hell, I can still see their faces. Sometimes I think I hear 'em out there, part of the damn things now." I shivered, not just from the cold, but from the weight of his words. "When did you learn about them?" I asked finally, my voice hoarse. Elias paused, his hands steady, but his gaze distant. "Lost someone important," he said simply. "Thought I could handle it. Thought I'd be the exception. Turns out the wasteland doesn't make exceptions." The stitching done, Elias stood and grabbed a worn cloth to wipe his hands. "You were lucky today, Sonny, but luck doesn't last. Wisdom does." I nodded slowly, the gravity of his words settling over me. "I'll remember that." "You'd better," he said, his tone sharp. "Because out there, you don't get second chances. You've seen what happens when you ignore the ones who know better." I sat there for a long time, staring at the walls of the cabin and the strange symbols etched into the wood. They weren't just scratches. They were warnings, marks of survival etched by a man who had fought and endured more than anyone should. Finally, I stood and grabbed a pencil from my pack. My hands shook as I looked at the paper in my hands, but I steadied myself and began to write. In bold, jagged letters, I scrawled, Rule 19. Respect the elders. They've seen the horrors you can't imagine. Their wisdom keeps you alive. Elias said nothing as he watched me write, but when I turned, I thought I saw a flicker of approval in his tired eyes. The wasteland was still waiting, vast and unrelenting. But as I stepped off that porch, I carried something more than supplies. I carried the weight of my mistakes and the lessons they'd carved into me. And this time, I'd listen. The wasteland stretched out like the corpse of a long-forgotten world. Everything felt dead. The air, the ground, even the light seemed gray and lifeless. Ahead, the industrial complex loomed, a decaying giant of concrete and steel. Its jagged edges cut against the ashen sky, a tombstone for whoever had the misfortune of wandering too close. I adjusted the rifle on my shoulder, keeping my steps slow and deliberate. Every sound out here mattered. A careless step could mean the difference between life and becoming something's meal. I glanced back, making sure the arrows I'd drawn with chalk on the pavement were still visible. My escape route. My lifeline. The building groaned in the wind, its shattered windows staring out like empty eye sockets. The closer I got, the more the air changed. It was heavy, thick with the scent of rust and something sour, something wrong. I stepped through the tilted doors, my boots crunching over broken glass and gravel. Inside, the silence was oppressive. It wrapped around me like a shroud, muffling even the sound of my breathing. My fingers brushed the chalk in my pocket, a subconscious need to remind myself I could still leave. The first room was stripped bare, just a husk of broken machinery and dust-covered floors. The walls were scrawled with faded graffiti, half warnings, half prayers. I stopped to mark an arrow on the ground before moving on. The second room told a different story. Tools were scattered across the floor, their rusted edges glinting faintly in the dim light. A wrench, a pair of pliers, and a saw, coated in something thick and black. My stomach churned when I realized it wasn't grease. The workbench in the corner had deep gouges in its surface, like someone had been hacking away at it. Then I heard it. A faint shuffle. My heart skipped, my breath catching in my throat. I froze, my grip tightening on the rifle. The sound came again, quieter this time, but unmistakable. Someone, or something, was here. I moved toward the noise, slow and steady, each step deliberate. The hallway ahead was a tunnel of shadows, the faint outlines of doorways on either side. I kept to the center, ready to raise my rifle at the first sign of movement. The sound led me to a room near the end of the hall. The door hung ajar, and I could just make out a figure slumped against the far wall. "Who's there?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. The figure stirred, lifting its head. It was a man, his face gaunt and pale, his clothes tattered and soaked in blood. One of his legs was bent at an unnatural angle, and the floor beneath him was dark with a spreading stain. "Don't!" he rasped, his voice barely more than a breath. "Don't what?" I asked, stepping into the room. "Don't stay," he said, his hollow eyes locking onto mine. "It doesn't forgive mistakes." "What doesn't?" I kept my voice calm, but my pulse was hammering. He let out a weak, bitter laugh. "You'll see." Before I could say another word, a metallic screech echoed through the building. The sound was sharp, jagged, like nails dragged across steel, and it seemed to come from everywhere at once. My blood ran cold. "What was that?" I asked, my voice tight. "It's here," he whispered. His head slumped forward, and I wasn't sure if he'd passed out or died. The screech came again, closer this time, followed by a rhythmic clanging, like something heavy being dragged across the floor. I backed out of the room, my heart pounding in my chest. The hallway felt narrower than before, the shadows deeper. My hand shook as I reached for the chalk, drawing a shaky arrow on the wall. I needed to get out. The sound was louder now, accompanied by a low, guttural growl. I moved as quickly and quietly as I could, my boots barely skimming the ground. My breath came in shallow bursts, my eyes darting to every flicker of movement. I rounded a corner and froze. Something massive was standing at the end of the hallway. Its body was a twisted amalgamation of flesh and metal, its jagged limbs dragging against the floor. Its head tilted toward me, and its glowing eyes burned like embers in the darkness. I didn't wait to see what it would do. I turned and ran, my boots pounding against the concrete, the sound echoing like a drumbeat. Behind me, the screeching grew louder, and I could hear the thing picking up speed. The hallway twisted and turned, the arrows I'd marked barely visible in the dim light. My chest burned, my legs ached, but I didn't stop. The screeching was deafening now, and I could feel the vibrations in the floor as the thing closed in. I rounded another corner and skidded to a stop. A dead end. My mind raced as I searched for another way out, my fingers fumbling with the chalk. I scrawled another arrow on the wall, praying I'd find another path. The sound stopped. I turned, my rifle raised, but the hallway was empty. The silence was worse than the noise. It pressed down on me, thick and suffocating. My eyes darted to the shadows, searching for any sign of movement. And then I saw it. A glint of metal in the darkness, followed by the faintest hint of a grin. I didn't dare move. The grin floated in the shadows, the metallic glint catching faint shafts of light that filtered through the cracks in the building's decaying walls. My heart thudded against my ribs like a prisoner pounding to escape. The screeching sound had stopped, but that didn't mean it was gone. It was waiting. Watching. The hall was a tomb, the silence pressing against my ears until I thought I might scream just to break it. Slowly, I backed up, careful not to step on anything that could give me away. Every muscle in my body screamed to run, but I knew better. Running would make noise, and noise was the language of death in this place. I reached a side door, pushing it open just enough to slip through. The hinges groaned faintly, and I froze, holding my breath as my pulse hammered in my ears. The grin disappeared into the dark. It was moving. I ducked into the room and pressed my back against the wall, forcing my breathing to slow. The room was filled with rusted metal shelving and broken crates. A faint light spilled through a crack in the ceiling, just enough to cast long, jagged shadows over the walls. I edged toward the opposite side of the room, trying to find another exit. My foot hit something, a stray bolt, and it skittered across the floor, the sound impossibly loud in the stillness. A screech pierced the air, a high-pitched metallic wail that set my teeth on edge. The grin was back, just outside the door. It moved into the room, its glowing eyes burning like molten steel. The creature was massive, its body a grotesque fusion of flesh and twisted machinery. Metal jutted from its shoulders like blades, and its claws dragged along the ground, sending sparks skittering across the concrete. Its movements were erratic, jerking, as though it were constantly fighting to control itself. I didn't have time to think. It lunged, faster than anything that size should be capable of. I dove behind one of the rusted shelves, the impact of its claws sending metal crashing around me. The noise was deafening, a symphony of destruction that reverberated through the building. I scrambled to my feet, darting toward the door on the far side of the room. The creature roared, a guttural, inhuman sound that sent chills racing down my spine. I barely made it through the door before it slammed into the wall behind me, the force shaking the ground beneath my feet. The hallway stretched ahead like an endless tunnel, each step echoing as I sprinted toward what I hoped was an exit. The screeching followed me, growing louder with every second. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw it barreling down the hall, its claws tearing into the walls as it moved. My chest burned, my legs felt like lead, but I couldn't stop. Not here. Not like this. I rounded a corner and slammed into a heavy metal door. My hands fumbled with the latch, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The creature's roar echoed down the hall, and I could hear the scrape of its claws getting closer. The latch finally gave, and I shoved the door open, throwing myself inside. I slammed it shut and slid a rusted metal pipe through the handles, hoping it would hold. The room was dark, the only light coming from a faint green glow in the corner. My hands shook as I pulled out the chalk and marked an arrow on the floor, even though I wasn't sure I'd live long enough to follow it. The screeching stopped. I pressed my ear to the door, straining to hear. The silence was worse than the noise. It felt alive, coiling around me like a predator waiting to strike. Then the pounding started. The creature slammed into the door, each impact sending vibrations through the room. Dust rained down from the ceiling, and I could hear the metal groaning under the strain. I backed away, my rifle raised, but I knew it wouldn't be enough. The door bent inward with each hit, the pipe splintering under the force. I glanced around the room, desperate for another way out. In the corner, A rusted ladder led to a hatch in the ceiling. The door gave way, the creature bursting through in a shower of metal and debris. It roared, its glowing eyes locking onto me. I fired, the shot echoing like thunder in the confined space. The bullet struck its chest, but it didn't even flinch. It charged, its claws ripping through the air inches from my face. I dove for the ladder, scrambling upward as fast as I could. The metal groaned under my weight, and I could feel the creature's breath on my back as it swiped at me. I reached the hatch and shoved it open, pulling myself through just as the creature slammed into the ladder. The entire structure buckled, and I rolled onto the roof, gasping for air. Below, the creature roared, its claws scraping against the walls as it tried to climb after me. The industrial complex stretched out below me, a maze of crumbling buildings and broken pathways. Somewhere out there was my way out, if I could survive long enough to find it. The rooftop stretched wide before me, a barren expanse of cracked concrete and jagged metal. Every breath burned in my chest, but I kept moving, even as the creature's guttural roar echoed behind me. Its footsteps were thunderous, relentless, and impossibly close. I glanced back just as it hauled itself onto the roof. The monster was worse up close, its face twisted in a permanent grin that split its mangled flesh, its glowing eyes fixed on me with a terrifying intensity. The metal protrusions from its body gleamed dully in the low light, streaked with rust and gore. It roared again, the sound reverberating through my skull, and I bolted, my boots pounding against the unsteady surface. The rifle in my hands felt useless. I'd seen bullets bounce off its thick, unnatural hide. There was no killing it. My only option was to stay ahead, and even that was slipping away. The gap between the rooftops loomed ahead, a chasm of empty air and certain death. My legs burned, but I pushed harder, my pulse thundering in my ears. I didn't slow down. Slowing down wasn't an option. I jumped. For a second, everything was silent. The world suspended in a breathless void. Then I hit the far edge, my hands scrabbling for purchase against the crumbling ledge. Pain flared through my shoulder as I hauled myself up, dirt and gravel biting into my palms. Behind me, the creature roared and leapt. It landed hard, the impact sending cracks spidering through the concrete. I rolled away, barely avoiding its swipe, the tips of its claws catching my jacket and ripping through the fabric. Blood seeped from the shallow gashes on my arm, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. The roof ahead was a mess of broken pipes and twisted metal, a graveyard of industrial decay. I weaved through the debris, the creature smashing through it like it was paper. Its roar was deafening, its glowing eyes fixed on me with unrelenting fury. I ducked behind a vent, trying to catch my breath, but it was no use. The monster barreled toward me, and I only just managed to throw myself out of its path. Its claws struck the vent, shredding it in an explosion of metal shards. "Damn it," I muttered, scrambling to my feet. My legs screamed in protest, but I forced it to move. The edge of the roof was near. No more escape routes. No more second chances. The creature stalked toward me, its movements slow and deliberate now. It knew it had me. I gripped my rifle, my hands trembling. The faint chalk markings I'd left on the rooftops mocked me, arrows pointing to a path that no longer mattered. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the chalk. My fingers were steady as I knelt and scrawled a final message on the concrete. The creature tilted its head, its grin widening as it watched me, mocking me. I stood and faced it, my chest heaving. "You don't win," I said, my voice low. "Not yet." It lunged and I jumped, the air rushing past me as I fell. The impact with the ground knocked the wind from my lungs, pain exploding through my body. I forced myself up, dragging my broken body toward the shadows of the industrial complex. I didn't look back. The creature's roar echoed above me, frustrated and furious. It wouldn't follow. Not yet. I knew it would, though. They always did. As I limped away, I thought about the chalk scrawl I'd left on the rooftop. Simple, deliberate, and final. Rule 20. There are no second chances. I'd survived this time. But out here, one mistake is all it takes. And the dead don't forgive. I moved through the ruins of the old suburban neighborhood, my boots crunching against shattered glass and sun-bleached bones. The world had rotted long ago, yet here I was, still clinging to life, still pretending it mattered. Sonny was ahead of me, scanning the street with his rifle, his posture loose but alert. He had survived this long for a reason. "Something's off," Sonny muttered, stopping at the edge of a cul-de-sac. The houses stood like hollowed-out corpses, their insides long since picked clean. Most had collapsed in on themselves, scorched by time, but one stood intact at the far end of the street. A two-story house with an open door, like a mouth frozen mid-scream. I adjusted my grip on my shotgun. "You want to check it out?" Sonny exhaled, eyes locked on the doorway. Could be supplies. Could be worse. Could be worse. That was the truth of it. But food was running low, and every risk had to be measured against starvation. We moved in silence, stepping through the threshold and into the dark. The air inside was stagnant, thick with the scent of mildew and something else. Something metallic. The hallway stretched out before us, doors lining the walls like gaping wounds. A child's toy, a plastic truck missing one wheel, lay overturned in the dust. Sonny crouched, brushing his fingers over a bloodstain smeared along the floor. It was old, faded to a brownish hue, but the sight of it set my teeth on edge. "We make this quick," I whispered. We worked our way through the lower floor, clearing each room with precision. The kitchen was a wreck, long-abandoned plates fused with mold and rot. The pantry had been raided, but I found a single can of beans shoved against the back of a shelf. I pocketed it. Every bite mattered. "Upstairs," Sonny whispered. The staircase groaned beneath our weight, each step an accusation. The second floor was darker, the windows boarded up from the inside. The walls were lined with peeling wallpaper, faded images of cartoon animals frozen in time. Sonny stopped in front of a door at the end of the hall. "See that?" he whispered. The door was closed. That alone wasn't unusual. But the doorknob, pristine silver, free of dust and grime, stood out like a wound that refused to scar. Someone had touched it recently. My pulse quickened. "Maybe someone's inside," I said. Sonny's jaw tightened. Or something. We stood there, listening, but the house remained silent. The kind of silence that stretched, that weighed on your lungs, that made your instincts scream. Sonny reached for the doorknob. I grabbed his wrist. "We don't need to open it." His expression hardened. What if there's food? Medicine? What if there's something else? I wanted to say. But we had both learned long ago that fear couldn't dictate survival. I let go. Sonny took a breath, squared his shoulders, and twisted the knob. The door creaked open, revealing a room bathed in shadows. A bed sat against the far wall, its sheets disturbingly clean. A wardrobe stood to the left, its doors slightly ajar. The air was wrong in here. It pressed against my skin like damp cloth. Sonny took a step inside. I hesitated. Then, somewhere behind us, the floorboards groaned. We turned as one, weapons raised, but the hallway was empty. I could feel it then. Something unseen shifting in the walls, pressing against the edges of my vision. A wrongness waiting. Sonny exhaled sharply. "Let's finish up and—" A noise. A whisper of movement, from behind the wardrobe. We weren't alone. A sound slithered out from behind the wardrobe. Not a growl, not a moan. Something worse. A whisper, like dry leaves scraping against pavement. Too faint to catch the words, but carrying the unmistakable weight of speech. Sonny stiffened. His rifle was already raised, but hesitation flickered in his eyes. "We should leave," I whispered. The wardrobe shifted. The air in the room dropped a few degrees. A dry click echoed from inside, like bones snapping back into place. Sonny aimed. "Come out, now!" No response. I gritted my teeth. "I don't think—" The doors burst open. A shape lunged forward, faster than it should have been. I only caught glimpses. Pale, sunken flesh stretched too tight, limbs bending at jagged angles, eyes sunk in pits of black. It moved wrong, not like a living thing, but like something learning to move, adjusting its body to the idea of motion. Sonny fired. The shot ripped through its shoulder, but the thing barely reacted. Instead, it twisted, its head snapping sideways in a way that should have shattered its spine, and looked at us. The whispering grew louder. It rushed Sonny, and he barely managed to shove the rifle between them. The creature crawled up the barrel, jerking unnaturally, one bony hand wrapping around Sonny's throat. I didn't think. I fired. The shotgun blast caught the thing in the ribs, ripping a hole clean through. It let out a noise, not a scream, not a roar, just a hollow exhale before it crumpled to the ground, limbs twitching. Sonny staggered back, panting. What the hell was... The whispering didn't stop. It came from the wardrobe, from the walls, from inside the house. My stomach twisted. We need to go, now. Sonny wasn't listening. He knelt beside the thing, his fingers trembling as he reached out, almost like he recognized it. Sonny. The creature's arm shot up. Its fingers latched onto his wrist. It wasn't dead. It had never been alive to begin with. Sonny yelled, wrenching away as I fired again. The second blast took its head clean off. The whispering shattered into silence. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then, somewhere downstairs, the front door creaked. We weren't alone, not even close. Sonny was already pulling me toward the hallway. We move fast, we don't look back, and we get the hell out of here. I nodded, gripping my shotgun tight. We took the stairs 2 at a time, our boots hammering against rotted wood. Shadows shifted in the corners of my vision, flickering at the edges of the house like something was waiting for us to make a mistake. We hit the ground floor. The front door was open, wide open, and something was standing just beyond the threshold. It wasn't human. And it was waiting. The door stood open, revealing nothing but the night beyond. Sonny raised his rifle, his breathing even, steady. We go fast. I nodded, tightening my grip on the shotgun. We stepped forward. The house groaned around us, but nothing moved. Nothing whispered. The thing we'd shot upstairs lay crumpled, unmoving. The wind whistled through shattered windows. The world was still. Sonny took the lead, moving for the open doorway. I stayed a step behind, sweeping the room, making sure nothing shifted in the shadows. We were almost there. The threshold was only a few feet away. A hand, gray, elongated, wrong, shot out from behind the door frame and latched onto Sonny's collar. He barely had time to gasp before he was yanked inside. The door slammed shut. I staggered back, my breath catching in my throat. No screams, no struggle. Then came the sound. Wet, ripping, tearing, crunch. Blood seeped from beneath the door. Thick, dark, pooling, fast. I took a step forward, my legs moving on instinct. Sonny? A guttural chew was my only answer. I turned and ran. I didn't stop. Not when I heard the slow, deliberate steps behind me. Not when the door creaked open again. Not when the whispering started once more, this time with my name in it. I didn't stop until I reached the wall, panting, hands shaking as I fumbled for a piece of chalk. I pressed it against the cold stone. Always check behind closed doors. You never know what's lurking behind them.